1 second Taelo was eating cold fried rice out of a takeout container at his kitchen counter, scrolling through job listings he had no intention of applying to, and the next second the entire world just ripped. Like someone reached through the fabric of reality, grabbed everything by the collar, and yanked. No flash of light building slowly. No dramatic rumble giving him time to brace. The kitchen, the counter, the half-eaten rice, gone. Replaced instantly by stone floors and high-vaulted ceilings and torchlight flickering off walls that looked like they had been carved out of a mountain by something with no patience for geometry. And around Taelo, in every direction, a crowd of maybe 200 people all hitting the floor in various states of losing their minds. The woman next to him was still holding a coffee cup. The guy to his left had a basketball tucked under his arm. Someone behind him was in a hospital gown, 4 ports still in their arm, tubing dangling loose. People were yanked from dinner tables, from bus seats, from beds, from showers. One guy was dripping wet and wearing nothing but a towel and a look of pure unfiltered betrayal at the universe. The screaming started within about 3 seconds. Then the crying. Then the screaming again but louder. Taelo stood in the middle of all of it and looked at his phone. Not because he was calm. Not because he was brave. He looked at his phone because his brain had made a very fast executive decision that whatever was happening was too large to process in real time, so it defaulted to the last familiar thing he had been doing. His phone screen was still on. The job listings were still loading. There was no signal, obviously, 5 bars of nothing, but the screen was on and it was a rectangle he recognized, and that was good enough for about 4 seconds while his nervous system caught up with his eyeballs. Then the light appeared. It came from above, from a point somewhere near the ceiling that was way too high for any building Taelo had ever been inside, and it wasn't the kind of light that hurt your eyes even though it should have. It was golden and warm and had this quality to it like early morning sun through curtains, like something that existed purely to make whoever was standing in it look important. And floating in the center of that light, maybe 30 feet up, was a woman. She was beautiful in the specific way that things are beautiful when they were designed by something that studied beauty analytically and then executed perfectly without any of the imperfections that make real human beauty feel human. Her hair moved like it was underwater. Her robes, if they were robes, were more like organized light that had decided to behave like fabric for the occasion. Her eyes, when they swept across the crowd below her, had this placid, unbothered quality that was somehow more terrifying than if she'd been screaming at them. She was a goddess. Or something close enough that the distinction didn't matter. She began to speak, and her voice did the thing where it wasn't loud but everyone heard it perfectly, like it was being deposited directly into the part of your brain responsible for understanding language and bypassing the ears entirely. The crowd quieted faster than Taelo expected. Turns out panic has a ceiling and beautiful glowing supernatural women are apparently above it. What she said, delivered with the same energy as someone explaining the terms and conditions of a streaming service upgrade, was this. A fantasy world that had existed in parallel to theirs for longer than human civilization had been keeping records was dying. Something had gone wrong with the fundamental systems that kept it running. The monsters that lived there had begun to overtake the natural order. The land itself was rotting. The people who lived there, and yes, she confirmed, there were people, were losing the war badly enough that outside intervention had become necessary. The selected, meaning everyone currently standing on these stone floors in various states of undress and emotional collapse, had been chosen through a process she described as a screening, though she used a word that didn't translate perfectly and landed in everyone's heads as something between screening and harvesting, which did not help with the panic. They would be given tools, classes, equipment, a system that would track their progress and growth as they cleared the dungeons and territories that made up this dying world. Survive long enough, contribute enough, and there was a path back home. She was not specific about how long or how much. She floated there in her column of gold light and she said what she said, and her face communicated that questions were not really part of this process. Then something appeared in the center of the room. A massive spread of weapons arranged on what looked like stone pedestals, and beside it, a shimmer in the air that people somehow understood immediately as a class selection interface, because the system was apparently already running and already integrating itself with their nervous systems whether they had agreed to that or not. The strong ones moved first. There was a guy, big, shoulders like a doorframe, the kind of face that has been in at least 3 fights that didn't start, who walked toward the weapons with the energy of someone who had been waiting for exactly this moment his entire life. He scanned the selection like he'd done inventory before, grabbed a great sword that probably weighed as much as a large dog, and stepped back looking satisfied in a way that made Taelo note him as a future problem. Several others moved fast behind him. The athletes, the gym guys, the people who had clearly done something physically demanding in their lives and whose bodies understood instinctively that this was a situation where being fast mattered. They hit the weapons display and the classes, and they made their choices with the confidence of people who had never had to think too hard about their own capabilities because their capabilities had always been obvious. Taelo watched. Not frozen. Not scared, exactly. He just had this thing he did in situations he didn't fully understand yet, which was to wait. To let information accumulate. The job listings on his dead phone had been a reflex, but the standing back and observing, that was deliberate. He was reading the room. Literally reading it in the sense that he was cataloging everything. Who moved first and how, who clustered together and who stood alone, who was crying and who had already stopped crying, which of the criers had eyes that were still sharp behind the tears and which ones had gone genuinely blank. The crowd thinned toward the weapons. By the time Taelo walked over, most of the good stuff was gone. The swords, the axes, the bows with full quivers attached, the ornate stuff with runes carved into the handles, all of it picked over. What was left was the clearance rack of dungeon's starting equipment. A bent short sword. Something that might have been a flail if the chain hadn't been corroded through. A staff that had a crack running 2/3 of the way up its length. And a spear. Plain, wooden-handled, iron-tipped, nothing remarkable about it whatsoever. The kind of spear that existed in fantasy worlds as background set dressing to make the real weapons look more interesting by comparison. Taelo picked up the spear, held it at shoulder height, gave it one slow rotation to check the balance, and decided it would do. The tip was sharp. The handle wasn't going to snap on first contact. Reach was good. He could work with reach. He moved to the class selection. The interface materialized in front of him like a card spread, though he experienced it more as an understanding that dropped into his mind, options presenting themselves with weights and implications attached. Warrior, which everyone with the good weapons had already grabbed. Scout, which several of the smaller, faster people had taken. Healer, which one terrified woman was staring at with the expression of someone who had been voluntarily recruited into a job they were deeply uncertain about. Several others, ranging from obvious to cryptic. Taelo read through everything once. Then he selected the one that no one else had touched. Mind's Eye Practitioner. He didn't know exactly what it meant yet, but the description, such as it was, suggested it had to do with perception. With reading. With seeing things that weren't on the surface. And for a guy who had just spent 10 minutes standing back and cataloging everything about 200 strangers in a crisis situation, that felt like the honest choice. Play to what you actually are. The system registered his selection. Then the walls cracked. Not one wall. All of them. Simultaneously. The stone faces running along every side of the massive chamber split with sounds like gunshots, thick fracture lines racing from floor to ceiling, and from behind the stone came noise. Wet, chittering, scrabbling noise, the sound of things with too many joints moving through too small spaces very quickly. Dust rained from the ceiling. Someone near the back of the crowd started screaming at a pitch that suggested they had already decided this was the end and wanted to make sure it knew it too. The first goblin came through a crack in the east wall and it was honestly not that bad looking, if you ignored the teeth. About the size of a large dog standing on its hind legs, greenish, with eyes that reflected the torchlight in a way that suggested the darkness was more comfortable for it than the light. It landed on the floor and immediately oriented on the nearest person, the coffee cup woman, who had somehow still not put the cup down, and charged. Then the rest came through. Dozens of them, pouring out of the cracks in the walls like the stone had been a seal and something had just broken it, tumbling over each other in their hurry, snapping at everything that moved. The chamber became chaos in about 4 seconds flat. People ran, tripped, scrambled. The great sword guy waded in immediately and started swinging with the enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting for exactly this his entire life and was not disappointed by the reality. A few of the warrior class people formed a rough line that held for about half a minute before it started bending under the sheer number of incoming goblins. And then the system windows appeared. For everyone simultaneously, a window of text that materialized in their field of vision, transparent, hovering at reading distance like the world had become a heads-up display. People flinched at it. A few swatted at the air trying to dismiss it. Taelo just read his. The window told him his name, his class, his level. It gave him a grid of numbers representing his core stats. Strength, 10. Agility, 12. Endurance, 9. Intelligence, 14. Perception, 16. Luck, 3. It told him his health points and his stamina regeneration rate. It ran through the standard information that a system should give a new participant at the start of a game-adjacent experience. And then it kept going. The system, and whoever or whatever had written the system's assessments, because something had written them, these were not randomly generated numbers, had a note attached to Taelo's profile. Not a formal annotation. Something closer to a footnote written by someone who had looked at the raw data and felt compelled to be honest about it. It said, in language that was clinical but not unkind in the way that medical professionals are sometimes not unkind when they tell you something bad, that his physical stats placed him in the lowest functional percentile of current participants. That his strength and endurance values were below the threshold that the system's modeling suggested was necessary for sustained combat engagement. That his luck value of 3 was not a typo. That statistically, based on the information available, his survival probability in direct combat scenarios was notably lower than average. It recommended he consider a support role. It recommended it twice. Taelo read through this, standing in the middle of a goblin invasion, and his face did not change. He had heard versions of this before in different contexts. Not from floating game systems but from teachers, from coaches, from his own internal monologue at 3 in the morning. He had a very practiced relationship with information that said he was unlikely to succeed. He absorbed it, filed it under noted, and scrolled to his skills. He had one. Mind's lens. The description was almost embarrassingly plain. It said the skill allowed the user to perceive the hidden system data of other entities, their stats, their skills, their traits, the things the system tracked about them that they themselves might not be aware of. Passive application gave him a baseline read. Active focus gave him detailed breakdowns. The range was limited at current rank but would scale. Taelo looked up from his system window. The room was loud and getting louder, and there were goblins everywhere doing what goblins apparently did, which was attempt to bite everyone they could reach. His eyes moved through the crowd with a new quality to them now, like someone who had just put on glasses they didn't know they needed. The system data of other people floated at the edges of his perception, partial and impressionistic at passive range, like subtitles just out of focus. He looked at the big guy. Not greatsword guy. A different one, over near the left wall, holding a club he'd grabbed from somewhere and using it to knock goblins back with these wide, economical swings that didn't have the flash of someone performing for a crowd. Just a big man, with the kind of body that had been built by working for a living rather than aesthetics, doing the job in front of him with patient competence. Something about the way he absorbed a hit from a goblin that had jumped on his back, barely stumbled, just reached back, grabbed it, threw it, made Taelo activate Mind's lens and look closer. The data resolved. The big man's name was Bowen. His physical stats were genuinely impressive in a raw way, not exceptional by the top end of this group, probably, but solid across everything. His standout number was endurance. It was nearly double Taelo's. His health regeneration modifier was listed as elevated, which meant he was recovering from the hits he took faster than it looked. His class was listed as Guardian, which had apparently been available and which Bowen had selected while Taelo had been overthinking at the weapons display. His traits, the deeper qualitative stuff that the system tracked separately from stats, included one called Immovable, which the system described as a passive resistance to displacement and knockback effects, and another called Steadfast, which appeared to be tied to psychological stability under pressure. The man was, in the specific language Taelo's brain used to organize information, a wall. A wall that was currently fighting goblins by itself with a club. Taelo moved through the chaos toward him, keeping low, using the crowd as cover, stepping over a goblin that had been knocked flat by something and wasn't getting up. He reached Bowen's side and said nothing. He just took a position at Bowen's right flank and put his spear out and stabbed the next goblin that came in at that angle before it could add to the list of things Bowen was dealing with. Bowen looked at him sideways. His expression asked several questions simultaneously without his mouth moving. Taelo told him, concisely and while moving, that he had a skill that let him read other people's data. That what Bowen had was exactly what they needed. That his own numbers were bad but his read of the situation was not. That if Bowen handled the front and trusted him to handle the angles, they would make it further than either of them would alone. Bowen was quiet for about 2 seconds. Then he turned back to the goblins and nodded, which was the kind of agreement that people who are practical make quickly when they recognize practicality in someone else. They worked. It was not elegant. Taelo was not going to win any awards for combat style. His spear technique was somewhere between self-taught and improvised, built on instincts about distance and angles rather than any training. But he had perception, 16, which meant he was reading the goblin's movements earlier than most people in the room, seeing the weight shift that preceded a lunge, the jaw drop that preceded a bite. He wasn't strong enough to do heavy damage, but he was accurate enough to make every hit count, targeting joints and eyes and the soft spots he was learning in real time. And Bowen was exactly what the numbers said he was. He stood at the point and absorbed everything. Goblins hit him and he stumbled less than they expected. He got clawed across the forearm and kept swinging. Something bit his shoulder and he reached back, detached it with a grunt, and kept the line. His health was regenerating visibly. Taelo could see it in the system overlay, the health bar ticking back up between bursts of damage. The man was sustainable. Taelo had never been more grateful for another person's biology in his life. They moved through the room. Not winning, exactly, the goblins were too numerous and too spread out for anyone to be winning, but surviving, which at this stage was the only metric that mattered. Taelo kept his eyes moving. He was cataloging exits, other groups, the distribution of goblins, the way the room's geometry created choke points that could be used or avoided. He spotted the portal from about 40 feet away. It was on the far side of the chamber, set into the wall at floor level, a circle of light that pulsed with the slow rhythm of something breathing. Not aggressively glowing, calm, inviting even, in the specific way that exits are inviting when everything around you is trying to eat you. Several people were already heading toward it, having made the same calculation that an exit was better than a last stand. Taelo tapped Bowen on the arm and pointed. They started moving toward it with purpose, not running, keeping the formation that was working. Around them, the chamber was getting louder in some places and quieter in others, which meant the quieter places were running out of people to make noise, which was information Taelo filed without looking too long at its implications. They were maybe 20 feet from the portal when the screaming changed pitch. Not the general background screaming of a room full of people in a bad situation. A specific scream with a specific quality to it, the kind that has a target and a cause and is broadcasting a very simple message about both. Taelo's head turned because that's what heads do. There was a person on the ground about 15 feet to their right. Medium height, couldn't tell much else from the angle, but they were down and there were 3 goblins on them and the situation was deteriorating in real time. One arm was reaching out toward the general population of the room in a gesture that meant something unmistakable across every language and culture. Taelo stopped moving toward the portal. Bowen, misreading this, started to angle toward the person. Taelo put a hand on his arm and shook his head. Then he looked at the person on the ground more carefully. Specifically, he looked at what was around them. Because right next to that reaching arm, knocked free in the struggle, was a bag. Canvas, military surplus style, the strap broken, lying on the floor about 3 feet from where its owner was being eaten. It had hit the ground and splayed open just enough for Taelo to see what was inside. Canned food. A water container. What looked like a medical kit. A folded cloth that might be a blanket. Someone had prepared. Had come into this situation with the presence of mind to grab supplies when supplies were available, which was more than most people in this room had done, and they had put together a bag that would meaningfully extend survival time for whoever was carrying it. And they were not going to be carrying it anymore. Taelo moved fast. Not toward the goblins. Toward the bag. He cut a wide angle around the outside of the small chaos, keeping his spear between himself and anything that looked his way, and he reached the bag in about 4 seconds. He grabbed the strap. He noted, without dwelling on it, that the person on the ground was still making noise, which meant they were still alive, which meant they were someone else's problem, and also that they might actually survive this if the goblins moved on. He picked up the bag and turned back toward Bowen. Bowen was staring at him. It was the specific stare of someone whose opinion of another person is being rapidly revised downward in real time and the process is visible on their face. Taelo said, moving back toward Bowen and the portal and not slowing down, that the person had put the supplies together and the supplies were going to keep existing and be used by someone regardless, and that someone being him was statistically better for the survival of at least 2 people in this room versus whatever alternative Bowen's expression was suggesting. He said it matter-of-factly. He said it while already slinging the bag over his shoulder and checking the portal's position. He called it a donation. He called it that in the tone of voice of someone who has already moved on from the moral weight of the moment. Bowen looked at the person on the ground, who was somehow managing to stay alive because the goblins had gotten distracted by something else closer to the wall, and then looked at Taelo, and made the face that people make when they decide that their traveling companion is definitely going to be a problem but the immediate situation requires that problem to be tabled. They went through the portal. The sensation of crossing through it was like walking through a waterfall that had no water. A pressure and then a release, a moment of seeing nothing and then a corridor. Stone again, narrower, darker. The torches here spaced farther apart so the pools of light between them left long stretches of shadow. The air was different, cooler. Something about it had weight, like the dungeon itself was denser here. They crouched against the wall on the entry side of the portal and breathed. Not dramatically, not with relief exactly, but with the focused quiet of people who have made it through one phase of a bad situation and understand that the bad situation is ongoing. Taelo set the bag against the wall, still breathing, and said that this whole thing worked like a game. That the system existed for a reason. That the way it was structured, dungeons, monsters, stats, levels, meant that the power curve was probably the same as every game that had ever borrowed from this model. Early kills gave bigger proportional gains. A person who survived the early phase and grinded smart would hit a threshold where the gap between them and someone who had coasted on natural stats would start to close and then invert. He said it quickly and quietly, like a briefing rather than a conversation, because it was information that needed to be shared and not a moment that needed to be enjoyed. Bowen listened. His expression had moved from the judgment face to the absorbing information face, which Taelo appreciated. Then something came around the corner at the far end of the corridor. It was big. That was the first thing. Big in the way that made the corridor feel immediately smaller, like the architecture had been scaled for something that was not this. It moved slowly, which should have been a relief and wasn't, because the slowness had the quality of something that didn't need to move quickly because it had never encountered anything that required it to. One massive arm dragged along the corridor wall as it came, leaving a gouge in the stone. One eye, singular, sitting in the center of a face that had too much of everything else, too much jaw, too much forehead, too much wrong, swept back and forth across the corridor ahead of it with the slow rotation of something using a sense it trusted completely. Taelo felt the back of his throat tighten. Then he activated Mind's lens and looked at it. The data came back in pieces, assembling into a picture that was more interesting than the visual had suggested. The creature's level was higher than anything in the last room. Its strength was enormous, its endurance above that. It would take sustained effort to bring down. Standard approaches, chip damage, sustained engagement, trading hits, were not going to work for two people at their current stat levels. Its perception was listed as severely limited. Specifically, its vision was rated as nearly non-functional. The system actually flagged it as a soft blindness, effective at ranges beyond arm's length. It was using sound. The dragging arm along the wall, the slow deliberate sweep, the way it was moving, it was orienting on noise. And its intelligence was listed as 7. 7. Taelo turned to Bowen and put one finger over his lips. His expression said what his mouth was not going to. Freeze. Do not move. Bowen, to his credit, froze. The creature moved down the corridor. It was heading toward them, broadly, but the heading was imprecise. It was walking through the space they occupied rather than toward them specifically, because it didn't know specifically where they were. Its nose worked. Its ear holes on the sides of its terrible head rotated subtly. It was searching for a lock on something it could sense was present but hadn't pinpointed. It passed close enough that Taelo could feel the displaced air. Close enough that if either of them breathed wrong it would end badly. Bowen's face was doing something remarkable, complete stillness, the system trait called steadfast doing visible work, keeping his body from the reflexive shudder that would have come from most people in that proximity to that thing. The creature stopped. Taelo did not breathe. The ice swept. Then the creature took one more step, orienting toward the far side of them, away, drawn by something, the ventilation of the dungeon, a sound from somewhere else, the memory of a direction it had been going before it found the corridor. Its massive foot came down 3 feet from where Taelo was crouching, and then the next step was farther and the one after that was farther still. When it had moved far enough that its footsteps were a rhythm rather than a presence, Taelo set down the bag and the spear both. He picked the spear back up. He looked at Bowen and communicated with his eyes what he was about to do, and Bowen's eyes said back that this was insane and Taelo's eyes said back that the math worked. He moved fast. The thing about nearly blind, low-intelligence opponents was that the window between detection and reaction was longer than it should be. The creature's senses were collecting input but the processing was slow, and the slow processing meant that by the time it understood that something was behind it and moving toward it with a spear, Taelo was already at the back of its leg, driving the iron tip into the back of the knee joint where the flesh was thicker but the mechanism was vulnerable. The creature stumbled. It made a sound that was more confused than pained, which tracked with an intelligence of 7, and it began to turn, but turning took time and the knee was compromised and Taelo was already moving up its side, finding handholds, climbing the thing with the frantic energy of someone who had committed to a plan and was not going to let physics stop it now. He reached the shoulder. The eye was right there. The single terrible eye sweeping and trying to find what was touching it. Taelo stabbed it. He lost count somewhere around 30. He just stabbed. Fast and precise and without stopping, because stopping was worse, because if he stopped he might think about what he was doing and if he thought about what he was doing his hands might get opinions about it. The creature screamed. Not intelligently. It screamed the way things scream when the pain is happening in a place that the brain has decided is important. It reached for him. It missed. It reached again. It stumbled against the wall. It went to one knee. Taelo did not stop. He was still stabbing when the creature's movement became something different. Slower, less coordinated, the weight shifts of something that was transitioning from fighting to falling. He got off it before the fall, dropping to the corridor floor and stepping back, spear out, breathing hard and watching. The creature hit the ground with a sound that traveled through the stone floor and up through his feet. Then the system window appeared. It appeared with the calm self-satisfaction of a piece of software that has been waiting to deliver good news. It told him that he had landed the killing blow on a dungeon troll, that the experience had been calculated and distributed, and that his strength stat had increased. From 10 to 11. 1 point. A single integer in a grid of numbers. The smallest possible unit of measurable growth. Taelo looked at it. A smile came onto his face. It was small and controlled and it did not belong on the face of someone standing over a dead troll in a dungeon corridor wearing a canvas bag full of stolen supplies. But it was real. It was the smile of someone who had just proven a hypothesis to their own satisfaction. The system worked the way he thought it worked. The math would scale the way he thought it would scale. The gap between him and everyone in that first room who had grabbed the good weapons and selected the powerful classes and run confident into the first room, that gap was real right now, today, at level 1. But level 1 was a single session. He had perception, 16. He had a skill that could read every monster and every ally in the dungeon at a glance. He had a working understanding of how power curves behaved in systems designed to be climbed. He had a spear, a stolen bag of supplies, and a walking wall named Bowen who had just watched him stab a troll in the eye several dozen times with the focus of a man completing a spreadsheet, and had not yet left, which meant the arrangement was still operational. He bent down, checked the corridor in both directions, and picked up the bag. Bowen had not moved from his position against the wall. He was standing with his back against the stone and his club in his hand and an expression on his face that was trying to select from a range of available responses and finding none of them adequate. He had watched a man with strength, 10 and a plain spear and a stolen bag climb a troll and systematically dismantle it through pure application of a reading that told him where to aim. He had watched the same man steal a survival bag from a half-conscious person 30 minutes earlier without slowing his stride. He was processing the fact that these two pieces of information belonged to the same human being. Taelo walked back toward him, wiping the spear on his jacket. His voice, when he spoke, was quiet and matter-of-fact. He said that they needed to keep moving, that the noise the troll had made would draw attention, and standing in the corridor next to a large dead thing was worse than moving. He said that the portal they'd come through had connected rooms and that the dungeon probably had a structure, levels or zones, with something at the center or the bottom or the end that the system wanted them to clear. He said that every kill they made from here would compound, not linearly, but exponentially if they were strategic about which fights to take and when. He said, picking up his pace down the corridor and trusting that Bowen would follow because the math of following versus not following was obvious even without a perception. 16, that they were going to be fine. Bowen looked at the troll one more time. Then he followed. Behind them, the troll stayed dead on the corridor floor, one eye ruined, enormous and unmistakable proof of something that had happened in this dark stone hallway between a man with near-bottom stats and something that should have killed him in 2 swings. The torchlight from the wall sconce nearest to it caught the iron of Taelo's spear point and threw a small bright reflection across the ceiling. Ahead of them the corridor went deeper. The dungeon was not finished with them. Not even close. But Taelo's smile, small and controlled, was still there, because the dungeon was not finished with him either, and for the first time in a long time something was giving him the opportunity to show what he could do with enough information and enough patience and not nearly enough people underestimating him quite as hard as they should. Strength, 11. Room for improvement. The dungeon did not care that they were tired. That was the thing Taelo kept having to remind himself as they moved through the corridor system, because his legs were starting to have opinions and his legs were not in charge. The torches set into the walls were spaced just far enough apart that the shadows between them had real depth, the kind of dark that could be hiding 3 goblins or 30 and would not tell you which until it was relevant. Every sound echoed wrong in stone corridors. Footsteps came back at different angles, drips from somewhere above sounded like movement, and Taelo's perception. 16 was both a gift and a form of psychological warfare because it picked up everything and left him to sort out what mattered. Bowen moved quietly for a big man. That was something Taelo had noted in the first room and was now confirming. He had the kind of body awareness that people developed from actually using their bodies rather than just having them, and he placed his feet with care rather than just putting them down and hoping. His club was resting on his shoulder. His breathing was measured. He was not happy exactly, but he was functional, and functional was the only currency that spent well in here. They had gone maybe 400 meters from the troll when the screaming started. Not the background screaming of the first room, which had been mass and directionless and existed as a kind of ambient feature of the catastrophe. This was a single voice, high and specific, carrying the very particular quality of someone who was still running while screaming, which meant they had not yet stopped to process the fact that they were screaming, which meant the thing behind them had not yet given them a moment to stop. Taelo slowed his pace. Bowen looked at him. Taelo looked at the corner the sound was coming from. Then he looked at the direction they had been going, which was away from the corner. He did the math that everyone does in these situations, the private and somewhat shameful math of proximity versus responsibility, and he started to move forward again because the math came out the same way it always does when you are honest about it. Then Mind's lens did something unexpected. It activated on its own. Not fully, not the focused, deliberate activation he had used on Bowen and the troll, where he pointed his attention at a target and pulled the data in. This was passive activation, the background scan he'd barely had time to notice he had. Somebody had come close enough, moving fast enough, that the skill had read them without being asked. A partial result dropped into the edge of his awareness like a notification he hadn't opened yet, and something in it made him stop mid-stride. He focused. He pulled the data in deliberately. A girl came around the corner at a dead sprint, dark hair flying, one shoe missing, jacket ripped at the shoulder, and behind her, not far behind her, maybe 20 feet and closing, was a pack of creatures that looked like someone had taken a greyhound and then given up on the project halfway through. Lean, long-necked, with jaws that hinged wrong and fangs that pointed in too many directions to all be functional but clearly were. There were 6 of them and they ran the way things run when they are enjoying it. The girl was not going to make the next corner. Taelo was reading her stats. Her name, according to the system, was Daria. Her physical numbers were what the system would describe charitably as civilian baseline, which was the polite version of the troll's assessment of Taelo. Speed was marginally elevated, which tracked. Being chased was apparently an adequate motivation to find new athletic reserves. Her endurance was already in the red. She had maybe another 30 seconds of that pace before her legs negotiated a different outcome. Her magic stat was 10. Which was fine. Average. The number of someone who had been assigned a class with a magic component and had not yet had the chance to develop it. Nothing remarkable. Taelo was about to file the profile and keep walking when he saw what was sitting underneath it. The system tracked 2 layers of information for each participant. The surface layer was the current state, the numbers as they existed right now, the stats and skills that were active and measurable. And then underneath that, set apart by whatever architecture the system ran on, there was a secondary line. Usually it was blank or held minor trait information. Social tendencies. Psychological flags. The steadfast that Bowen carried. Underneath Daria's magic stat of 10, glowing with an intensity that had no business existing in a passive system readout, was a single word. Legendary. Not a rating. Not a skill name. A classification. The system's way of flagging raw potential so far above the current expression of it that the gap between what she was and what she could become was not a gap, it was a chasm. Her magic stat was 10 because she had not had the conditions or the training or the catalyst to develop it. The underlying capacity that the stat would eventually express, the thing the system could see in her baseline that she could not yet see in herself, was legendary. Taelo stopped walking. His brain performed a very fast calculation and reached a conclusion that reversed the direction his feet had been pointed. He grabbed Bowen by the collar. He said, moving his chin toward the girl and the fang things behind her, that Bowen needed to go deal with that right now. His voice had the particular quality of someone delivering an instruction they consider obvious. Bowen opened his mouth. Taelo's grip on his collar remained constant and his expression added, without additional words, that there was a reason and he would explain it when there was time and the reason was good. Bowen pulled his collar free and charged. He hit the first creature while it was still in mid-stride, club swinging from the shoulder with the full rotation of someone who was not experimenting with the weight of the thing anymore. The sound it made was wet and decisive. The creature went sideways into the wall and the pack behind it stumbled over the disruption, the tight chase formation breaking apart as the lead runners adjusted to the new information that something large and hostile had appeared in front of them. Daria hit the wall on the far side of the corridor and put her back against it and did not fall, which Taelo respected. Falling was an option she had earned. She chose not to. Her eyes went to Bowen and stayed there with the focused attention of someone who had just been handed something to look at other than their own death. Taelo moved to the corner and stayed there, off the center line, where the creature's attention was not going to track to him unless something changed. He activated Mind's lens on the pack and pulled their data the way he'd done with the troll. Fast, reading for the specific detail that mattered, ignoring everything else. The creatures were called snaphounds. The name was on the nose. Their stats were moderate, not the raw terror of the troll, not the easy numbers of the goblins. They were fast and they operated in group coordination, which meant taking them one at a time was going to be annoying because the ones he wasn't targeting would be covering for the one he was. But there was. Every profile had one, if you read far enough into it. Every system that was complex enough to track traits and weaknesses would eventually tell you something useful if you were patient enough to look for it. The snaphounds had a vulnerability notation. The back of the neck, where the spine connected to the skull, was rated as a critical weak point. The anatomy there was apparently thin, lightly muscled, the bone structure different from the front where the jaw made everything reinforced. Hit them from behind at the neck and the damage modifier was flagged at elevated, which meant they needed to be turned around. Taelo called out to Bowen. Not with a name, not with preamble, just a directional instruction, specific and fast. He told him to push left on the one he was engaging, get it spinning, use the wall as a backstop. He told him to let the second one come in high and duck under it instead of trying to block. He gave him the neck information in one compressed sentence that had no words in it for context or explanation because context and explanation were for situations where the thing trying to kill you was willing to wait. Bowen, to his genuine credit, heard all of it and applied it in real time without asking clarifying questions. The left push worked. The creature's response to being shoved was to over-rotate trying to keep its balance, and for 1 full second it was turned away from Bowen and toward the wall. Bowen brought the club down on the back of its neck. The creature dropped like something had cut its power. Bowen looked at Taelo with an expression that asked how, and Taelo's expression said later, and Bowen was already ducking under the second one because the instruction had been given and his body had filed it. The fight took about 3 minutes. This is longer than combat sequences sound in retrospect. 3 minutes of 6 things that want to bite you, moving fast in a confined space, while you are operating at levels that have barely increment past day 1, 3 minutes is a long time. Bowen took hits. He took them the way he took hits, which was with a fundamental stubbornness that the system called immovable and that in practice looked like a man deciding on a philosophical level that he was not going to be inconvenienced. Taelo worked the edges, prodding with the spear at openings Bowen created, landing the neck strikes when the angles came available, pulling back when they didn't. Daria, against the wall, watched this with her hands pressed flat against the stone and her breathing doing its best to normalize. They pulled the last two creatures into a corner, which was less a deliberate tactic and more the result of the corridor's geometry cooperating with them, and finished them in quick succession. Then it was quiet. The particular quiet of aftermath, where your heartbeat is the loudest thing and everything else is still catching up to the fact that the immediate emergency has passed. They moved to the broken stone pillar that jutted from the corridor wall about 10 feet back from the action, and they got Daria behind it, and they crouched. She was shaking. Not collapsing, shaking. The kind of tremor that happens when adrenaline has been running at operational capacity for too long and the body is trying to down-regulate before it crashes. Her hands were doing it more than the rest of her. She pressed them together, interlaced her fingers, made herself hold the position. Taelo looked at her. He was not looking at her the way Bowen was looking at her, which was with straightforward human concern. He was looking at her the way he looked at everything now that he had a skill that made looking mean something. The surface data was updating, her stamina was recovering, her speed would come back once the adrenaline settled. The legendary marker under her magic stats sat there in his perception, unchanged, with the quiet certainty of information that does not need to be emphasized because it is true. He needed her with them. This was the conclusion. Not because she needed them, though she did, but because legendary potential in a dying world with a system that rewarded growth was not something you walked away from because the math was inconvenient. He was going to help her survive, and he was going to do it sincerely, and the sincerity was going to be real even if the initial motivation for the sincerity was calculation. These two things were not mutually exclusive and Taelo had made his peace with that some time ago. He offered her the water container from the stolen bag. She took it with both shaking hands and drank and was grateful in the raw, uncomplicated way that people are grateful for water when they needed it. Taelo had questions. He was going to ask them. He was going to ask about where she had come from in the dungeon, whether she had seen other groups, what she remembered about the creature behaviors, because she had been running from those things long enough to have observed them even if she hadn't had the context to interpret the observations. He organized the questions in order of priority. Then the last snap hound, one he had not realized was still operational, clipped rather than finished, recovering in the shadows between two of the corridor torches, lurched out of the dark. It was damaged. It was not finished. It came at them with the specific momentum of something that has stopped caring about tactics and is running purely on the instruction to keep going. It did not make it to them. A sword came out of nowhere. This was not hyperbole. One moment there was a snap hound at speed and the next moment there was a sword where the snap hound's neck met its skull, and the motion was so clean and so economical that Taelo's perception, 16, almost missed the intermediate steps. Almost. He caught the follow-through, a short rotation, a retraction, a step forward out of a shadow he genuinely had not been aware was deep enough to hold a person. The man who stepped out of the shadow was not large. That was the first thing. Medium build, the kind of proportions that read as unremarkable until you watched the thing he had just done and recalibrated. Dark clothing, practical, nothing about it was meant to be noticed. His face was composed in the specific way that faces are composed when the person behind them is not making an effort to compose it, when it is the resting state. He was not performing calm. He was calm. He looked at the dead snap hound with mild professional interest, like a plumber observing a drain he had just cleared. He looked at them. He said his name was Cassiel, and his voice had the quality of someone who rarely spoke more than was necessary and was choosing his current sentence count with intent. Taelo activated Mind's lens on him before he finished the introduction. The data came back and Taelo nearly dropped his spear. He did not drop his spear. He held it at the same angle, with the same grip, and his face did not change, because his face had a long-standing policy of not reacting until he knew what the reaction should be. But internally something shifted the way furniture shifts in an earthquake, nothing in the same place it was before the data resolved. Every stat Cassiel had was either heroic or legendary. Not one. Not a standout number with average context. Every single category, from strength to agility to endurance to intelligence to perception, the numbers were in ranges that were not compatible with someone who had been pulled from a normal life yesterday and thrown into a dungeon. The distribution was not the lopsided shape of someone who had been lucky or who had one exceptional gift. It was the flat-topped shape of something that had been developed. Intentionally, thoroughly, over time that should not have been available to someone who arrived when everyone else did. And then Taelo read the title. The system attached titles to participants the way it attached traits, as notations, as classifications, as the system's attempt to categorize things that the raw numbers didn't fully capture. Most people Taelo had scanned had no title yet, or a basic one generated by their class selection. Bowen had a minor title related to his guardian class. Daria had nothing yet. Cassiel's title read, Regressor of the First Cycle. Taelo held this information inside him and said nothing for exactly as long as it took him to decide what nothing should look like. He did not know with certainty what regressor meant. The word implied going back. The first cycle implied that there had been subsequent cycles. The system rating this encounter as a rare privilege for someone of Taelo's current level implied that the system knew something about who it was assigning the privilege to and that Taelo's ability to have it was being tracked as exceptional even for where he was. The simplest interpretation, and Taelo was a person who respected simple interpretations when they fit the evidence, was that Cassiel had done this before. That the dungeon, or the world, or the system, or all three, had cycled somehow, had reset, and that Cassiel had survived a previous run and been brought back to the beginning with at least some of his capability intact. That the stats Taelo was reading were not a first-day number. They were the distilled result of someone who had already climbed this mountain once and knew every switchback. Taelo smiled. He introduced himself warmly. He told Cassiel that his timing was genuinely excellent. He made his voice easy and his posture open, and he asked about the shadow he had come from in a tone of mild impressed curiosity, like someone who had noticed a good card trick. Cassiel told them, with the brevity of someone who had made decisions about how much to say and was sticking to them, that he had a camp. 30 people, give or take. A mix, some fighters, some who were not, pulled from the same initial room but separated during the chaos and consolidated over the last period in the dungeon into a functional unit. Food was limited. Space was manageable. He was extending an invitation to people he identified as capable, and his identification process appeared to have been watching the corridor for long enough to see what Bowen and Taelo had just done, because the invitation came immediately after and not before. Taelo said yes before Cassiel finished the sentence. Not desperately. Not with relief. With the casual decisiveness of someone who had been moving toward an answer and had just received the last piece of information needed to finalize it. A camp of 30 people meant resources, meant information, meant warm bodies between him and the dungeon while he continued to develop his read on the situation. A camp being led by a regressor of the first cycle meant being proximate to someone who had a map in his head that no one else in this dungeon could access. There was nowhere else to be. Daria, who had been leaning against the pillar and getting her feet back, stood to join them and immediately discovered that one ankle had specific opinions about that plan. She had twisted it sometime in the run, either during the run or when she hit the wall stopping, and it had been running on adrenaline's numbness and was now filing its complaint. She wobbled. She reached out for the nearest stable object. The nearest stable object was Taelo. She grabbed his shoulder and stabilized, looking mortified, and began to say something about being fine. Taelo said she was clearly not entirely fine and that it was a twisted ankle and they were walking anyway. She could lean if she needed to. He said it without ceremony, adjusted the bag on his other shoulder, and started walking. Bowen, falling into step behind them, made a face that he thought was private. It was not private. Taelo saw it without turning around because the corridor geometry gave him Bowen's reflection in a flat section of wet stone wall, and the face was the specific face of a person who found a situation funny and was choosing not to make it an issue because the situation was ongoing. Taelo chose not to acknowledge it. Daria did not see it because she was focused on the architectural project of walking while approximately 70% weight-bearing on her left side. The camp was another 10 minutes into the dungeon system, deeper into the corridor network, in a section where 3 passages converged into an open chamber that was larger than the others they'd moved through. Someone had found or fashioned light sources beyond the wall torches, a couple of improvised setups involving materials Taelo catalogued as possible supplies from grabbed bags and dungeon materials. The chamber had roughly 30 people in it arranged in the natural clusters of strangers who have been through something together, small groups of people who had found each other early, 1 or 2 people sitting apart with the energy of someone who was not yet ready to be part of any group. The camp was functional in the way that things are functional when the people making them were smart enough and scared enough to figure out the basics. Not comfortable. Not well supplied. Functional. A woman appeared from the far side of the chamber moving at a pace that implied she had been watching the entrance. She was put together in the specific sense of someone who maintained their appearance as a conscious practice rather than a passive default, under circumstances where most people had completely stopped thinking about it. Hair ranged. Posture deliberate. Her face was configured into an expression of warm relief that hit Cassiel like it was aimed at him because it was. She said his name, or rather a shortened version of it, a nickname that implied familiarity and was delivered in a register designed to make the familiarity apparent to observers, and moved to him with the energy of a person greeting someone they have staked a significant interest in. Taelo scanned her. Habit. Her stats were average across the board. Not embarrassingly so, not the bottom of the range, but nothing that would stand out in a profile review. She had a class, something combat adjacent that she had selected but which her stat distribution did not particularly support. And she had a trait. Just one, but the system had bothered to note it, which meant it was something the system considered worth tracking. Selfish ambition. Taelo read the descriptor that followed it. The system was not editorializing. It did not use negative or positive language for traits the way it might for vulnerabilities or strengths. It was descriptive. Selfish ambition meant, in the system's clinical notation, a strong prioritization of personal advancement and security above collective welfare, combined with a high aptitude for identifying and leveraging social capital. The system flagged it as a survival-relevant trait in early dungeon conditions. And then it added a note. The system did not usually add comparison notes to individual profiles. It had added one for Taelo's own profile, the one calling him a genetic mistake, and he had assumed that was a special case. But there was a note here too, short and factual, sitting underneath the trait description with the neutrality of a system that genuinely did not understand why this might be interesting. It said that the trait profile showed strong similarity to participant Taelo's own trait distribution. Taelo read this. He decided he was mildly offended by the comparison and also that the system was probably right and that both of these things could be true simultaneously. He filed it. Petra, she had introduced herself to Cassiel by name while touching his arm, so Taelo had her name now without asking. Took approximately 4 seconds to scan the new arrivals before her attention pattern shifted. It was subtle. If you were not paying attention with the specific quality of attention that Taelo was paying, you would have missed it. Her eyes went to Daria first and the warmth in her expression went briefly absent before it returned. A recalculation, a category assignment, a decision made in real time about Daria and then filed under continue monitoring. Then her eyes went to Bowen. The warmth came back with interest applied. She looked at Bowen the way someone looks at a resource they have just identified and are deciding how to approach. She complimented his size, something about the way he carried the club, phrased as impressed curiosity rather than a direct compliment about his body, which was more sophisticated than the direct compliment would have been. Bowen responded with good-natured confusion because Bowen was someone who received things at face value when they were delivered at the right frequency. He thanked her. Taelo watched all of this with the private and complicated reaction of someone who has just watched a person deploy a playbook that is similar to their own and is uncertain whether to be impressed, irritated, or professionally respectful. He landed on all three simultaneously and kept his face neutral. They were given a section of the chamber. Cots, and he used this term generously to describe the sleeping arrangements, which involved improvised padding and ground surfaces that had been swept as flat as dungeon stone gets, and a portion of the food supply that Cassiel distributed with the fairness and mild sorrow of a man who knows the math of 30 people and limited provisions and is doing it anyway. The camp meeting happened organically. People gathered around the light sources in the middle of the chamber and Cassiel stood at one end without standing in a way that was performing leadership, but the information arranged itself around him the way information tends to arrange itself around someone who has it and knows how to hold it. He laid out what he knew. He knew more than he should have been able to know from one day of dungeon experience. The structure of the system, the likely progression of the dungeon's zone system, the behavior patterns of the creature types they'd encountered, all of it came out in language that was specific enough to be useful and vague enough not to sound like first-hand experience from a previous run. Taelo sat at the edge of the group and listened and did not ask questions. He stored answers. Then Cassiel got to the part about strategy. About what they needed to do next, which was to push forward rather than hold the camp. The dungeon did not reward stasis, resources would not replenish here, and a defensive posture in an aggressive system was a long death rather than a quick one. He said they would need their fighters at the front. He said the non-fighters would need to contribute in other ways, managing supplies, treating injuries, maintaining the camp's functionality. Taelo said, from the edge of the group, that people who could not contribute to advancement were a drain on the people who could. He said it without raising his voice or changing his tone. He said it as clearly as he would say anything else that was factually obvious. The chamber went quieter than it had been. Cassiel looked at him with the expression of someone who has heard this argument before and has already decided where they stand on it. He said that every person in the room had been pulled from their normal life into a situation they had not chosen, and that the measure of a group in a crisis was not its efficiency metrics but its decision about who it was willing to leave behind. The tension that rose between this and Taelo's next potential response was a specific kind of tension, the kind that has competing moral architectures underneath it rather than just competing personalities. Bowen, sitting between them with the expression of a man watching two electrical wires that are too close together, said something about how they could probably figure out a system where everyone was contributing, and maybe what Taelo meant was that they needed to organize roles better rather than make any decisions about anyone. He said it cheerfully and diplomatically and in a tone that asked both of them to accept the reframe as a way to move forward. Taelo looked at Bowen. He decided Bowen was more politically skilled than he had initially given him credit for, and updated his assessment accordingly. He said that was probably what he meant, yes. He did not add anything to it. He let it sit. Cassiel let it sit too. He continued the meeting. Petra, from her position close to Cassiel's side of the group, watched Taelo with an expression that did not change and which he therefore found significantly more interesting than expressions that did. She had heard exactly what he said and exactly what he had not said after the correction, and she was thinking about what the gap between those two things meant. He could see her doing it. It was like watching someone else use a skill he recognized. He looked away. The camp wound down in the way that exhausted people wind down, Not gradually and peacefully but in sudden drops, people going horizontal before they had finished their sentences, the particular mercy of a body that has run too long insisting on its due. The torches burned low. Someone on watch rotated in from the corridor entrance with nothing to report. The chambers settled into the ambient sounds of 30 people trying to sleep on stone floors after the worst day of their collective lives. Taelo lay on his cot and stared at the ceiling. He was not sleeping. He was not trying to sleep. Sleep was something that would happen when the calculation was finished, and the calculation was not finished. He went through it. Daria, sitting up against the far wall with her ankle wrapped in cloth from the medical kit, not quite asleep, staring at the light sources with the look of someone who was processing rather than resting. Her magic stat was 10. Her legendary potential was sitting underneath it like a coal that had not been given air yet. She did not know it was there. The system would probably not make it obvious to her directly. Potential was not always surfaced to the person who carried it, especially early, especially when the development pathway had not been activated. What she needed was the right conditions. The right fight or the right instruction, or the right catalyst that introduced her nervous system to what it was actually capable of. Taelo did not know how to teach magic. He did not have magic. He had perception, 16 in mind's lens and a plain spear and a stolen bag of supplies. What he had was the knowledge that legendary was there, which meant he knew something about her that she did not know about herself, which was a position he intended to be very careful about and also very useful. Bowen, asleep already, because Bowen was someone whose body had a clean relationship with sleep and did not have complicated feelings about lying down after combat. His system data was stable, good endurance, recovering well, the health regeneration modifier doing its work. He had fought today without complaint and had listened to Taelo's tactical shorthand mid-combat and applied it without requiring explanation, which was either trust or pragmatism, and Taelo was not currently distinguishing between the two because the outcome was the same. He was the most reliable known variable in the current configuration. Cassiel. Not in Taelo's line of sight, he had positioned himself near the corridor entrance, either on watch or close to it, and was not visible from the cot. Regressor of the first cycle. Taelo turned this over. If it meant what he thought it meant, Cassiel had information that no one else in the dungeon had. He knew outcomes. He knew sequences. He knew which fights were survivable and which ones weren't. He knew what was coming before it announced itself. He was leading the camp with the confidence of someone who had already taken the test and was now retaking it, which explained the composure and the specific knowledge and the sword strike that had arrived out of shadow at exactly the right moment. The question Taelo could not answer yet was why. Why come back? What had gone wrong the first time? Badly enough that the system had cycled, badly enough that the world had needed to be reset to beginning. And what was Cassiel doing differently this time, or trying to do differently, that had him building a camp with 30 people instead of moving alone with the clear capability to do exactly that? Taelo did not have enough information to answer these questions. He noted them and left them in the section of his brain reserved for pending. Petra, asleep, or performing sleep, near Cassiel's usual position in the chamber. The selfish ambition trait and the system's commentary about similarity made him think about her more carefully than a set of average stats would normally warrant. She had identified Cassiel as the most important person in the camp within presumably the first hour of being here. She had positioned herself proximately and established familiarity. She had immediately threat assessed Daria and then redirected to Bowen with the speed of someone who was comfortable pivoting when the initial angle was not going to work. She was operating in the camp the way Taelo would operate in the camp if Taelo were someone who led with warmth and beauty rather than information and positioning. She might be useful. She might be a problem. She was almost certainly going to be both at different times, and the key was going to be knowing which one she was being in any given moment, and the only way to know that was to keep watching. He stared at the ceiling. He was in a room with a woman who did not know she was legendary, a man who had survived this once already and was not saying so, and a woman who operated with the instincts of a natural calculator and was currently pointed at the man with the best stats in the dungeon. And he was the person with strength, 11, a plain spear, and one skill that let him read all of them. He thought about what Cassiel had said, about not leaving people behind, about the measure of a group being its decision about who it would carry. He did not think Cassiel was wrong. He also did not think Cassiel was operating with the complete picture, which was that sentiment, in a system this unforgiving, had a weight limit. The question was not whether to have it. The question was whether you could afford it at your current level, and if not, how quickly you could grow to the point where you could. Taelo intended to grow to that point quickly. He intended to grow to the point where his strength, 11, was a historical anecdote. Where Mind's Lens was ranked high enough that the data it returned was dense and specific and actionable in ways that the current surface read could not match. Where the gap between him and the people who had grabbed the great swords and the warrior classes on day one was a gap that had been bridged and then reversed and then made embarrassing. He needed Daria developing. He needed Bowen healthy and mobile. He needed proximity to Cassiel because Cassiel was carrying a map that Taelo was going to need access to, and the best way to access it was to make himself useful enough that Cassiel kept him close without making himself threatening enough that Cassiel's first cycle experience flagged him as a variable to be managed. This was the line. Useful without threatening. Smart without obvious. Present without intrusive. He was good at this line. He had practiced it in different contexts, in jobs he'd been underestimated in rooms where people had decided who he was before he'd had a chance to demonstrate otherwise. The dungeon was just a different room. The stakes were the ceiling of the dungeon instead of the ceiling of someone's opinion, but the mechanics were familiar. From somewhere in the corridor outside the chamber, a sound. Distant and directionally ambiguous. Something moving through stone passages at a pace that was not alarmed and not urgent. It faded. Whatever it was going somewhere else. Taelo closed his eyes. He listed what he knew. He listed what he did not know and needed to find out. He listed the order in which the unknowns would need to be resolved based on which ones were time-sensitive and which ones could wait. He organized the list until it had a shape he was satisfied with. Then, with the composure of someone who had solved enough of the equation to sleep, he let his breathing even out. Tomorrow the dungeon would have more rooms. More monsters. More system windows dropping stat notifications into people's fields of vision like an ongoing performance review from an employer who was also trying to kill them. Tomorrow Daria would wake up with a twisted ankle and a legendary potential she did not know about and a terrifying amount of room to grow if the conditions were right. Tomorrow Cassiel would make decisions based on knowledge from a life he had already lived, and Taelo was going to watch how he made those decisions the way he had watched everything else, carefully, thoroughly, and without letting on how much he was seeing. Tomorrow Petra would wake up and immediately begin managing the social geometry of the camp, and she would probably look at Taelo at some point with the specific look of someone who has a theory about him, and he was going to need to decide how to respond to that look in a way that was informative without being confirming. Tomorrow, if the math worked, his strength was going up to 12. Maybe 13 if something interesting came through the corridor and Mind's lens had something useful to say about its neck. He did not smile. He did not need to. The calculation was satisfying enough without expression. The camp breathed around him. 30 people sleeping in a dungeon on the first night of a survival situation that none of them had signed up for, led by a man who had survived it before and was not saying so, watched by a man who could see all of them and was not saying that either. Just outside the reach of the torchlight, at the edge of where the darkness started to mean something, the dungeon waited with the patient disinterest of a system that had been running long enough not to be impressed by any individual entry. Taelo was fine with that. He had been underestimated by things that were paying attention. Being underestimated by something that didn't care was practically a head start. The dungeon did not do mornings. That was the first thing Taelo confirmed upon waking. There was no light shift, no temperature change, no biological cue that the outside world was cycling through its rotation without them. The torches burned at the same height they had burned at midnight. The stone held the same cool. The only way to know that time had passed was the particular grayness of 30 people coming back to consciousness after insufficient sleep on an insufficient surface, blinking at a ceiling that had not changed because ceilings in dungeons did not have the courtesy to change. He was already running the numbers before he was fully upright. Last night's list, the organized one, the one he had finished before sleeping, was still there in his head exactly where he had left it, which was one of the things Taelo's brain did that he considered a reasonable trade for everything else it did poorly. He could store a decision tree overnight and retrieve it intact in the morning with no loading time. The list said, watch Cassiel's leadership decisions for information about what he knows. Watch Daria for any sign the system is surfacing what she's carrying. Watch Petra for the moment she decides she has enough data on him to make a move. Watch everything else because the dungeon is trying to kill them and the dungeon does not take mornings off either. He rolled off the cot and stretched and picked up his spear. Cassiel was already standing. Not pacing, not checking supplies, standing near the corridor entrance in the posture of someone who had been standing there long enough that the standing had become structural. He was looking at a section of wall that did not have anything on it, which meant he was not looking at the wall. He was looking at something interior. A calculation. A map. The particular focused vacancy of a person who has a database they are querying. He noticed Taelo had gotten up. He moved from the wall with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting for conditions to be met. He said they were doing a resource run this morning. He listed what they needed: food, medical materials, anything that could be used for weapon maintenance or camp defense. He said there was a zone accessible from the eastern corridor that he paused a fraction of a second, that his read of the dungeon's structure suggested would have an outpost. He said outposts in this dungeon system were the equivalent of supply caches, placed there by whatever architecture had built this place for exactly the situation they were in. He picked names. He picked Taelo and Bowen, and 2 fighters from the camp, a woman named Solia who moved with the economy of someone who had done physical work outdoors most of her life, and a compact quiet man called Rendell who had said approximately 11 words since Taelo had arrived at camp, and all 11 of them had been relevant. Petra, who had been awake and listening from a position that was not obviously close enough to be eavesdropping and was close enough to be eavesdropping, said she would come along. She said it while making eye contact with Cassiel. Not a long look. A fraction of a second, the kind of contact that was establishing rather than communicating, making sure the look was registered rather than transmitting content. Cassiel nodded and did not uninvite her. Petra smiled with the warmth of someone who had just gotten what they came for and was gracious enough not to show it obviously. Taelo filed this under Petra, monitoring Cassiel's decisions and positioning herself inside them. He picked up the supply bag. The eastern corridor opened into something that was not what he had been expecting, which was more stone. The corridor changed character about 200 meters from the camp. The walls became less regular, the floor less flat, and then the ceiling opened, and the ceiling kept opening, and the torches gave way to something that was not daylight but was performing the function of daylight with enough commitment that his eyes adjusted to it as if it were. Bioluminescent growth covered the upper surfaces of what had become an enormous cavern, and the cavern was full of trees. Not stone trees. Actual trees, or whatever the dungeon had produced that occupied the category of tree, tall, dense, with root systems that had cracked the floor of the cavern into uneven terrain and canopies that filtered the glow into patterns on the ground. The air was different here. It smelled like green things, which after 2 days of stone and torch smoke was almost aggressively pleasant. Taelo activated Mind's lens and swept it across the zone. Most of what he got back was background data, the dungeon's biome information, creature classifications associated with the area, a topographic assessment of the terrain that the system coded as moderate difficulty for his level. He noted the creature classifications and stored them. Giant mutated wolves, which the system described with the academic neutrality of something that had catalogued many wolves and found the mutation component unremarkable. Vine creatures, which had their own subsection that included a notation Taelo read carefully. Terrain integration capability. The ability to blend into the physical environment to the degree that the system flagged passive detection as unreliable. He closed the sweep and kept his eyes moving. The group moved through the trees in a formation that Cassiel organized with hand signals. Solia and Rendell on the flanks, Cassiel at the point, Bowen behind him, Taelo and Petra in the middle. It was a formation that made tactical sense and also placed Taelo and Petra in the same structural position, which Taelo noticed and did not react to because reacting to things Petra did was the kind of feedback that told her the thing she had done was correct. The wolf encounter happened first. 2 of them, coming from the right flank with the coordinated approach of creatures that had hunted in groups long enough that the coordination was instinct rather than communication. Solia caught the movement. She had the peripheral awareness of someone who had spent time in actual forests where actual things tried to eat you, and called it with a short sound before they were in range. Cassiel handled one. It was not complicated to watch him work. The sword did what swords do when the person holding them has already made every relevant mistake and learned from all of them in a previous lifetime. Clean lines. No wasted motion. The wolf hit the ground before it had fully processed that the angle of its attack was not going to work. Bowen and Rendell handled the other one together, which was a Messier operation but a successful one, and Solia put a knife into it during the scramble that was either an instinctive contribution or a very fast tactical read. Taelo kept his spear ready and watched the trees because the system had said vine creatures and the system had also said passive detection unreliable, and these 2 pieces of information combined into a conclusion that the trees were not just scenery. He was right about the trees. The vine creature came from above. This was the specific scenario that Taelo had identified as the worst-case application of terrain integration capability, an attack vector that bypassed the horizontal plane where everyone's attention was trained and used the vertical one, which people stopped monitoring when they were occupied at eye level. It dropped from the canopy onto the fighter it had selected, which was Rendell, which was bad timing for Rendell because Rendell had just come off the wolf encounter and his weight was loaded wrong for a downward impact. Rendell hit the ground with a creature on top of him that was about the size of a large dining table if the dining table were made of corded muscle wrapped in vine and had developed opinions about people entering its territory. It pinned him with the flat efficiency of something that had done this before. Its exterior surface, where it made contact with the ground and with Rendell, was uniform and armored. A dense weave of vine and something harder underneath that the system, when Taelo hit it with Mind's lens, rated as high resistance to external blunt and piercing damage. The underside was different. The system flagged it in the same clinical notation it used for everything, which was that the ventral surface of the creature showed significantly reduced defensive integrity due to the absence of exterior vine coverage, and that this surface was currently in contact with the ground and the fighter underneath it. The creature had put its most vulnerable surface flat against the only person in the group who could not currently move. Taelo shouted. Not Rendell's name. Not a warning. He shouted Bowen's name and a direction, He told him to get under the left side and push it up, get it to rotate, get the underside exposed, and he told him this in the compressed sequential format he had developed in the last 24 hours of shouting tactical information at a large man who was already doing something else. Bowen hit the side of the creature with his shoulder and the full weight transfer of someone who had used their body as a physical argument many times. The creature, which had been designed by whatever built this dungeon to pin things to the ground, was not designed for lateral resistance. It rolled. Not completely, it caught itself, reoriented, but for one full rotation it was briefly, incompletely lifted, and the underside was exposed. Taelo was already moving. He went under the edge of the creature while it was still in the middle of deciding whether the roll had worked or not, and he put the spear into the exposed underside with the specific targeting that the mind's lens had given him, not anywhere on the underside, but at the juncture point the system had flagged as the central nervous cluster, the place where all the vine cords ran together before they separated to the extremities. One point of failure for a system that looked like it had none. The creature's movement became immediately and comprehensively different. The coordinated tension left it all at once, which was both a victory condition and a practical problem because the weight of it was still present and it came down on Taelo's side rather than staying upright. He rolled clear. The spear came with him, which surprised him. He was on his feet before he had decided to be, which was new, and he realized as he was standing that his body was starting to learn the reaction time that his perception score had been promising but his experience hadn't yet delivered. Rendell was already getting up. His face had the expression of a man who had been on the ground under something and had a thorough new understanding of his own opinions on that experience. He looked at Taelo and then at the creature and then back at Taelo, and he said one of his 11 words, which was a short acknowledgement that in context meant considerably more. Cassiel had watched the whole sequence. He had been in a position to assist. Taelo registered this, knew it, and he had not. Not because he was waiting for them to fail. Because he was watching Taelo work. His expression had made a journey during the vine creature encounter that it was now covering the return trip of, resettling into the composed neutral it usually held. But Taelo had perception, 16, and he had caught the intermediate states. The initial assessment when the creature dropped, Taelo registered as the weak link, account for him, position to compensate. The shift during the shout and the positioning, ? The moment Taelo went under the creature with the spear, recalibration in progress. The kill, revised assessment, file for later action. Cassiel was smart enough not to be loud about updating his model of someone. Taelo was smart enough to notice it happening anyway. They moved on. The rest break came at a natural clearing in the forest zone, a circular area where the canopy was thinner and the bioluminescent light came through stronger, and the ground was flat enough to sit on without committing to it. Everyone took water from their supplies, assessed injuries. Rendell had bruising across his ribs that made his breathing audible, and ate small portions of the food that had come from the stolen bag, which Taelo noticed everyone was eating without asking where it had come from, which was the social agreement that groups in survival situations make about supply provenance. Petra sat down next to him. She did it with the ease of someone who sits next to people all the time and finds it natural, which meant she sat next to people strategically all the time and had practiced finding it natural. She had a small portion of food and she was eating it and she looked at the clearing with the relaxed face of someone who was not planning anything. She asked about his skill. She framed it casually, the way you frame questions you consider important when you want them to land as conversation. She said she was curious what everyone's skills were, what they were working with, whether there were overlaps that could be leveraged. She said she had asked Bowen and he'd told her his, the Guardian passives, the endurance modifiers, and she was just getting a picture of the group's toolkit. Taelo told her his skill was basically useless. He said it without self-pity or excessive disclaimer. He said it the way you report a functional fact. He said the skill showed him system information, but only what he could already observe. It ran a read on things and returned data he could have worked out from watching long enough. He said it was the dungeon's equivalent of being told something you already knew right before it stopped being useful. He said he was mostly working on raw stat growth and staying out of the way of people with actual combat capabilities. He ate his food while he said this. He did not look at her while he said this, which was part of it. Not avoiding her gaze, just not particularly investing it in the conversation, the way someone describes a boring item they own. Petra listened with the attentiveness of someone who was recording. She said that made sense, actually. She said support types were underrated and he shouldn't be too hard on himself. She said it with warmth. He said thanks and looked at the clearing. She moved on. She shifted the conversation to Cassiel, asked Taelo what he made of him, whether he thought the camp leadership structure was going to hold up as the dungeon got harder. She asked it like she was thinking out loud. Taelo said Cassiel seemed capable. He said he thought the camp had a reasonable chance if people pulled their weight. He said it neutrally, the way you say things you believe without having strong feelings about. She accepted this too. She smiled and thanked him for the company and moved to sit near Rendell and check on his ribs, which was either genuine concern or a pivot to the next conversation she wanted to have, and Taelo's read was that it was both simultaneously, which was the most efficient use of the impulse. He stared at the clearing. She had not believed a single word he said about his skill. He knew this because he had delivered the story correctly, underplayed, specific, given with just enough authentic-sounding self-deprecation that a person taking it at face value should have taken it at face value. The fact that she had not asked follow-up questions was not satisfaction. It was the termination of a data collection session because she had everything she was going to get from this line. She knew his skill was not what he said it was. She did not know what it was. She was now going to watch him to find out, which meant he needed to be more careful about the gap between when he knew something and when he acted on it. That gap was going to get smaller in her observation and he needed to account for that. He was, marginally and privately, impressed. He also needed to watch his back more, which was annoying but expected. The outpost appeared around the edge of a dense cluster of trees, announced first by a change in the ground, the irregular stone of the cavern floor becoming deliberately flat, laid stone, the kind that had been placed with intent. Then the structure itself, carved into the cavern wall, low and wide, built from the same material as the dungeon corridors but with architectural details that suggested function over uniformity. Storage racks were visible through the open entry. Containers stacked in organized columns. The particular smell of preserved food items in sealed vessels, which Taelo's nose catalogued as significantly better than what they were currently working with. Cassiel moved through the entry first. He checked the space with the efficiency of someone who had cleared rooms before. Then he waved them in. The jackpot revealed itself in stages. Canned equivalents, containers sealed with something that was not metal but served the same purpose, filled with preserved protein and vegetable matter that the system flagged as high nutritional value. Medical supplies in organized pouches. Wound sealants, anti-infection agents, something the system called a regeneration compound that Taelo earmarked as important immediately. Weapon materials, iron stock, hardening agents, grip material. 2 bladed weapons hanging on the wall that were better than anything most of the camp was currently using. A stack of something folded that turned out to be lightweight armor panels. Everyone started loading. Systematically, because Cassiel organized the loading with the same hand signals he used for combat formation and people had already learned them. Bowen was moving stacks with the efficiency of someone whose physical capabilities made supply runs a somewhat different experience than average. Solia was selecting the weapon materials with the assessment of someone who knew what they were looking for. Rendell was managing the medical supplies with a care that suggested either training or experience. Taelo was on armor panels when the alarm triggered. It was not a sound. It was a system notification, not targeted at him specifically but broadcast to the zone, the dungeon architecture announcing something the way the goddess had announced the whole situation, arriving in everyone's perception simultaneously as a fact rather than a message. The dungeon boss has appeared. The entry will remain sealed until the encounter is resolved. The entry sealed. Not dramatically. A section of stone slid across the opening with a mechanical inevitability that was worse than dramatic because it was functional. It did not suggest panic. It suggested a system that was doing what it was built to do and would continue to do so regardless of anyone's feelings about it. The golem materialized in the space between them and the sealed entry. It built itself from the stone floor, which was a specific variety of terrible, not arriving from outside but assembling from the material of the room itself, rising out of the floor in sections that locked together with sounds like geological events. By the time it was fully constructed, it was approximately twice the height of Bowen, which made it roughly 3 times the height of Taelo, with arms that were not designed for dexterity and a mass that made the floor register its presence with each shift of weight. Its face was a suggestion of features rather than features. 2 recessed areas that might be eyes and a horizontal line that might be a mouth, carved into stone that had been compressed enough to look polished. Everyone looked at Cassiel. Cassiel drew his sword. The first engagement told Taelo several things quickly. Cassiel was not performing confidence. He was genuinely calibrated to something this size, had a read on its movement patterns that was too immediate for first contact, and he engaged it the way you engage something you have a manual for even if the manual isn't something you can show anyone. His sword struck the golem's arm and the stone chipped. Not much, but it chipped. He was doing damage. The golem's arm came back at him with the speed that things that size should not have, and Cassiel moved out of it the way water moves around something, no wasted adjustment, just not being where the arm was. He struck again. Another chip. He circled, struck, circled. Then the stone regrew. The chips filled in. Not instantly, there was a delay, maybe 3 seconds, where the damage sat visible in the golem's surface. Then the stone material migrated from somewhere internal and sealed the gap. Like the impact had not happened. Cassiel struck again. The same result. Another chip, another 3 seconds, another seal. Bowen entered the fight with the club, targeting the golem's legs with the logic that lower targets were lower targets and the legs were what was keeping the rest of it standing. He connected solid hits. He was strong enough to leave actual impact marks, shallow craters in the stone surface. The golem registered him, turned partially toward him, brought an arm across at an angle that required Bowen to dive rather than duck, which he did, rolling clear with the practiced gracelessness of someone who has learned that graceless and alive beats elegant and dead. The stone regrew. The legs sealed. Solia tried the back, which was smart tactically and achieved nothing materially. Rendell, who was moving carefully around his ribcage, was working the perimeter trying to find a seam or a gap in the stone construction that the regeneration wasn't covering. It was covering everything. Taelo had been hitting Mind's lens since the moment the golem finished assembling. He was not in the fight yet. He was back near the supply stacks, in the space between the golem's attention and the wall, processing the data that was coming back. The system was giving him the golem's full profile, and the profile was, in the aggregate, a wall. Every external surface was rated at maximum resistance. The regeneration was systemic. The system described it as a passive external repair function that drew from the golem's core material reservoir to restore surface damage. It was not infinite. The reservoir would deplete if sufficient damage was taken. The time this would take was listed as longer than they had. Then he found it. He almost missed it because the system buried it in the architecture data, the breakdown of what the golem was made of structurally, which was not a single block of stone but a network of compressed stone material surrounding a central component. The core. The system noted it with the neutral interest it applied to all structural facts. The regeneration function was driven by the core and operated exclusively on surface damage, as the repair mechanism required an intact core to process external inputs. Damage to the core itself bypassed the repair function entirely, as the repair mechanism required an intact core to process external inputs. The core was in the chest, centered, about 6 inches in diameter in a mass that was otherwise 7 feet of solid stone. Taelo looked at Cassiel. Cassiel was still working. His breathing had changed, not labored, but honest, the breathing of someone who was operating at a level that had requirements. He was not going to tire out immediately. He might tire out eventually. The golem's reservoir was not depleting fast enough. The math, at current rate, favored the golem. Taelo did not announce this to the room. He moved along the wall, staying out of the golem's peripheral stone vision, keeping the supply stacks between himself and its arm range. He reached Cassiel's position during a window when Cassiel had just executed a strike and the golem was in its recovery rotation. He spoke quietly, not whispering because whispers in stone rooms had their own acoustic issues, but quiet and direct and very close to Cassiel's ear. He said the regeneration was core-driven. He said the core was in the center of the chest. He said external damage was healing because the core was processing it, and the core couldn't do that to itself. Cassiel looked at him. Not a long look. Half a second, maybe less. The look of someone who has been given a piece of information and is running it against what they already know and finding that it fits and also that they are interested in where it came from. Then the golem's arm came back around and Cassiel was moving again and the look was over. He repositioned. His approach changed from the circling perimeter work to a more direct angle, still moving, still avoiding, but working his way toward the chest each time he struck rather than distributing damage across the surface. The golem tracked him. 2 strikes, 3, each one landing closer to center, and the golem was trying to adjust to the shift in pattern, but the intelligence running it was not sophisticated enough to identify what the pattern was changing to, only that it had changed. The 4th strike went straight through. Cassiel's sword entered the stone of the golem's chest with a sound that was wrong for stone, not chipping, not cracking, but the sound of something being entered that was not expecting entry, a density violation. He drove it to the hilt. He held it there for 1 second. The golem went still. Not falling still, not collapsing. Processing still, the way a machine goes still when the component running it has been interrupted. Then the stone surface began to crack. Not from outside in. From inside out. The fracture lines originated at the chest and ran outward to the extremities in branching patterns that looked like a diagram of something biological, veins or roots, or the path that damage takes through a system when the thing holding it together is no longer holding. It shattered. The sound was large and final and the stone fragments came down in all directions with enough force to require everyone to cover their heads and find cover, which they did with varying degrees of elegance, and then there was a silence that had a different quality to it than the silences before. The seal on the entry retracted. The stone slid back. The dungeon, having administered the encounter and received the correct outcome, moved on. For a moment nobody said anything. Then Bowen exhaled loudly with the energy of someone releasing pressure they had been maintaining for several minutes, and Solia said something in a language Taelo did not have but recognized as satisfied, and Rendell sat down on a supply crate and breathed. Cassiel pulled his sword free from the chunk of stone that had been the golem's chest and was now floor material. He turned to look at Taelo. The expression on his face had made a different journey than the one after the vine creature. That one had been recalibration, revising an estimate upward. This one was assessment of a different category. The kind of look that someone gives when they are deciding not just whether you are useful but what kind of useful you are, and the second question is harder and more important than the first. It was the look Taelo recognized, of a person who has survived something once already deciding whether the addition of another person to their model of the current run requires them to change anything. It lasted about 2 seconds. Then Cassiel said, in his economy of words way, that the observation had been well-timed. He said it the way someone says something when they mean more than the sentence contains. Taelo said he just read the room. He kept his voice level. Petra, who had been behind the supply stacks during the fight and had therefore been watching all of it from an angle that gave her a clear line to Cassiel's expression and then Taelo's response and then the exchange between them, was looking at Taelo with a face that had gone back to neutral. Not angry. Not threatened. Recalibrating in the same direction Cassiel had just gone, but with different variables. Taelo picked up his spear and started helping load the final supplies. The walk back was quieter than the walk out, which was the mathematics of people who had just fought a dungeon boss and were now carrying heavy supplies on top of combat fatigue on top of the baseline toll of being in a dungeon at all. Bowen carried more than anyone, which he seemed to find straightforward rather than burdensome. Solia walked with her new blade unsheathed and at her side, getting a feel for the weight. Rendell moved slowly because his ribs had opinions about carrying things. Daria was beside him when she appeared at his left, which surprised him not because he hadn't heard her approach. He had, perception, 16, but because he hadn't expected her to seek out his company specifically rather than Bowen's, which was where most people seemed to land when they wanted to walk beside someone they felt good about. She walked with him for a while without saying anything, and Taelo did not fill the silence because the silence did not need filling. Then she said, looking ahead rather than at him, that he was smarter than he looked. He glanced at her sidelong. Her face was doing the thing people's faces do when they have thought about how to say something and have decided to say it directly rather than at an angle. She meant it as a compliment. She also meant it as an observation. She had watched the golem fight from the camp entrance, had caught the moment he moved to Cassiel's ear, had seen the result. He told her she had no idea. Not arrogantly. Not as a performance. Just as a statement of fact that was true and that he delivered without modifier because modifiers would make it something other than what it was. She looked at him then, sideways and brief, and her expression had the quality of someone who has been given exactly the answer they expected and has found the confirmation interesting. Then she looked ahead again. They walked. The camp was warm when they got back, or as warm as stone chambers could be with enough bodies and torchlight, and the arrival with supplies caused the kind of response in a group of hungry and anxious people that supplies tend to cause, not celebration exactly, because they were still in a dungeon, but a loosening, a drop in the ambient tension that had been running at a consistent level since day one. People sorted supplies. People ate. Daria's ankle was rewrapped by someone who had identified themselves as having medical background. Cassiel gave a quiet briefing to the full camp about the zone they had cleared, what it held, what they knew now. Taelo sat at the edge of the camp against the far wall and was alone and quiet and was not resting. He was reviewing the day. The vine creature. The positioning call. The information moving from his lens to his mouth to Bowen's body in the time available. It had worked cleanly, which meant the communication channel between what he knew and what the group could act on was functional at current combat speeds. That was new. Or not new, he had done it before in the first room, but it was more confirmed now. He had a working process. Cassiel. The moment of the golem fight. The information delivery and Cassiel's response time. Half a second, which was either exceptional trust for a person he had known for 2 days or the response time of someone who already knew on some level that the advice was going to be right. Either option was information worth holding. The look afterward. Cassiel had updated his model of Taelo. This was good and also a complication. Useful proximity to a regressor was an asset. Being watched more carefully by a regressor was a cost. The cost was worth paying. He filed the update and adjusted his internal estimates of how transparent he could be going forward. Petra and the conversation at the rest break. She knew the skill story was wrong. She was going to watch for the tell, the moment between knowing something and doing something about it that revealed what the knowing was. He needed to be more careful about his latency on information. The vine creature call had been fast enough that it read as instinct. The golem tip to Cassiel had been quiet enough that she might not have full context. But the pattern was accumulating and she was a person who watched patterns. Then he felt the shift. It was not physical. It was not loud. It arrived with the quality of something becoming clearer rather than something becoming different, like an image that had been slightly out of focus sharpening on its own because the conditions for clarity had finally been met. The mind's lens had been running passively all day, constantly pulling partial data on everyone and everything in range, and the accumulated work of that had apparently constituted something the system considered sufficient for a threshold crossing. The notification arrived with the understated satisfaction of a system that considered rewards a transaction rather than a celebration. It said that Mind's Lens had reached the next stage of passive integration, that the scan duration had increased, he could now hold a focused read for longer before it degraded to baseline, that the resolution of hidden traits had improved, meaning trait data that had previously required active focus to surface would now surface more fully at passive range. That the system's capacity to cross-reference observed data with behavioral pattern analysis had expanded. He sat with this for a moment. He had used the skill all day, not just in the combat windows but constantly, every person he spoke to, every creature he scanned before and during engagement, every passive sweep of the forest zone for the terrain integration flag. The upgrade had come from application rather than from sitting still and hoping the system would reward him for existing. He noted this because it suggested the growth path was active rather than passive, which meant rate of use correlated with rate of development, which meant he needed to be using the lens more, not less. He ran the upgrade. He turned Mind's lens on the camp. It was different from the last time he had done this. The first night, lying on the cot, his passive read had been impressionistic, shapes rather than details, feelings rather than facts. Now the data came in with more resolution. Traits that had been blank in people's profiles populated. Minor skills appeared where he had not been able to see them before. Personality flags that the system tracked but had previously been below his red threshold showed up in the new clarity. He went through the camp. Bowen. Updated profile. A new passive skill had appeared that Taelo had not clocked before, a combat-adjacent trait the system called battlefield empathy, which was the system's notation for an instinct that read allies' positioning and adjusted accordingly without deliberate analysis. This explained why Bowen had been applying the tactical shouts so well, not just listening and following, but doing something automatic and useful with the spatial information that Taelo was providing. Better than he had modeled. Solia. New data. A skill that was combat relevant and developing, centered on terrain use and ambush tactics, which aligned with the read she had gotten from watching all morning and the way she'd moved through the forest. She was going to be more useful in the dungeon's outdoor zones than the corridor sections, which was information worth knowing. Rendell. Still 11 words of personality surfaced in his profile, but his skill set had more depth than Taelo had been able to see before. Something the system called Precision Strike, passive, which modified his damage output when attacking weak points. The ribs were a problem, but Rendell was more capable than his quiet presence suggested. He went to Daria. The upgrade had changed what he could see of her profile. The surface data was the same, magic. 10, civilian physical stats, the recovering ankle. The legendary tag under the magic stat was clearer now. Its notation expanded with contextual information the system had not previously surfaced to him. He read the expansion. It told him that the legendary rating was not potential in the generalized sense but potential of a specific type, that the raw magic capacity was not distributed evenly across magic types but was concentrated in a single element, and the element had a magnitude rating that the system expressed in language it reserved for things that were structurally significant. He was reading this when he saw the second trait. It was beneath the legendary notation. Not a separate category. Underneath it, embedded in the deeper architecture of her profile the way foundational information sits under the surface data. He had not been able to see it before the upgrade. The resolution had not been sufficient. Now it was there, and it was clear, and it read in the system's consistent neutral language. Unawakened elemental core. He read the descriptor. The system said, with the calm certainty of something reporting a fact it considers self-evident, that an unawakened elemental core was a condition present in fewer than one in every several million individuals across all worlds the system had administered. That it represented a concentration of elemental affinity so complete that upon awakening it did not simply grant the individual access to an elemental attribute but restructured their entire magical system around it. That the elemental core in this individual was currently dormant. No trigger event had occurred, no conditions for activation had been met, no catalyst had been introduced. That the system estimated its classification upon awakening would be World Tier. He read this last part again. World Tier was not a classification the system had used anywhere else in his scans. He did not know its precise definition within the system's architecture. He knew what it sounded like. He knew that legendary was the rating the system used for things at the top of normal ranges, and that the system had used an entirely different word for this, a word that implied a different category rather than a different position within a category. He looked at Daria across the camp. She was sitting with her ankle propped, talking to one of the camp members who had brought her food, laughing quietly at something, her face in the torchlight doing the unremarkable things faces do when they are at rest and unaware. She did not know. She did not know about the legendary tag, had no reason to suspect that the modest magic stat the system had handed her at class selection was a floor rather than a ceiling. She absolutely did not know about the elemental core sitting dormant underneath everything else, waiting for whatever the system was waiting for before it decided the conditions for activation had been met. Taelo stared at her for a long time. Not with the calculation of the first scan, when he had reversed direction in a dungeon corridor because a single word in a passive read had rearranged his priorities. That had been a fast decision about a single piece of information. This was something different. This was the feeling of holding a piece of information that was too large to immediately fit into any existing framework, that required the framework to be rebuilt around it before the information could be properly organized. A world-tier elemental core. In a dungeon in a dying world. walking around not knowing. He looked away from her and looked at the ceiling and breathed through his nose the way he breathed when his brain was doing something intensive and needed the rest of his body to stay out of its way. He was standing in a camp with 30 people, surrounded by a dungeon that wanted them dead, in a world that was dying fast enough that a goddess had grabbed 200 people from their dinner tables and their showers to fix it. He had strength, 11 and a plain spear and a stolen bag and a skill that the system had called useless in the same breath as telling him he was a genetic mistake. And he was the only person in this dungeon, possibly in this world, who knew what was sleeping inside the woman with the twisted ankle. He did not move for a long time. His face, in the torchlight, gave nothing. But somewhere behind the stillness, in the organized space where he kept his lists and his hierarchies and his long-game calculations, something had just been moved to the top. They heard the new group before they saw them. Not because they were loud, exactly, though some of them were, the trailing members calling back and forth to each other through the corridor with the loose communication of people who had not yet learned that dungeons had opinions about noise. It was more that the camp had developed, in 3 days of collective terror, a very sensitive read on the sounds that corridors produced, and 20 people with gear and weapons and the particular acoustic signature of a group that had been moving together long enough to develop a rhythm was not a sound the camp's nervous system filed under nothing to worry about. Everyone was upright before the first of them came through the corridor entrance. They came in like a tide coming in, the first few fast and scout positioned, then the bulk of the group spreading into the chamber with the instinctive spatial awareness of people who had been operating in hostile environments long enough that entering any new room meant immediately knowing where the walls were. 20 people. The math was visible on everyone's face in the camp. 20 more mouths was 20 more claims on supplies that were already not abundant. But the math that was more immediately visible was the physical one. About half of them looked like they had been through actual war. Not the video game version of it. The real version, the one where the damage is asymmetric and some of it is invisible and the people who have come through it carry a specific quality in the way they hold themselves, like they have internalized the knowledge that the ground underfoot is not guaranteed. Bruised, scratched, one man with his arm in an improvised sling, 2 women supporting each other in the specific way that people support each other when one of them cannot quite manage alone but will not say so. The gear was functional and had clearly been through more than a supply run. Someone had lost a weapon recently and was carrying what they had grabbed as a replacement, which was a situation Taelo recognized from day one. The other half looked tired and frightened and grateful to have arrived somewhere that had walls someone else had already checked. Cassiel moved to the entrance to meet them. He did it the way he did everything, without theatrical hospitality, without the aggressive posture that would have communicated this is our space, with the neutral competence of someone who understood that the first 30 seconds of contact between 2 survivor groups set the terms of everything that followed. The man who came to meet him from the new group's side was built in the way that some men are built when they have spent their life knowing their body was their most significant asset and have treated it accordingly. Broad shoulders, deliberate in their breadth, the kind of neck that exists to support a head that expects to be listened to. He was not the largest person in his group. There was a fighter behind him who had 3 inches on him easy, but he moved at the center of the group's gravity the way that certain people move when they have been in charge long enough that being in charge has become a physical property of their presence rather than a title they hold. His name was Gareth. He supplied it first and with the confidence of someone who has found that leading with their name is a kind of claim. Cassiel gave his own. He said the camp had food and space. He said there were protocols for how resources were managed and that he would explain them once everyone was settled. He said it with the warmth he always had and the specificity he always had, which was the combination that made him effective at this. The warmth opened doors and the specificity made clear that the doors opened into an existing structure. Gareth listened to this with the expression of someone letting someone else finish before they say what they came to say. Then he looked around the camp. It was a specific kind of look. The kind that is not taking an atmosphere or making itself comfortable with a new environment. It was inventory. His eyes went to the supply stacks first, quantity, organization, how well distributed. Then to the sleeping arrangements, how many people, how they were positioned, whether the positions communicated anything about internal hierarchies. Then to the fighters, identifiable by their weapons and their posture and the way they oriented when his group came in. He went through all of this in about 15 seconds and arrived, at the end of the inventory, at Taelo. 3 seconds. That was what he gave him. 1 to register, 1 to categorize, 1 to file and move on. His expression during those 3 seconds was not contemptuous exactly. Contempt requires enough investment to produce an emotion, and Gareth was not investing. He was filing. The file he opened was labeled something close to hanger-on, which was the specific category for people who were present in a survival situation by the grace of people around them rather than by the contribution of their own capabilities. His eyes finished the 3 seconds and continued their inventory. He said, to Cassiel and to the room in general and to no one in particular, that they had managed 15 room clears on the way here. He said it with the delivery of a man who understands that establishing a record early saves time later. Taelo smiled. Not broadly. Not with the warmth of someone who had found something funny. The small controlled expression of someone who has just received a piece of information they find interesting and is deciding what to do with it. He put it away and looked at other things because looking at Gareth longer than the moment required was a form of engagement, and engagement was not yet on the agenda. He looked at the rest of the group. He went through them with the passive sweep he had been running on every new person since Mind's Lens developed its first day legs, quick reads, partial profiles, the system pulling whatever it could at ambient range and flagging the items worth attention. Most of the 20 came back as expected. Varied stats, multiple classes, a distribution that reflected a random cross-section of people who had been thrown into the same situation and were surviving at different rates for different reasons. He noted the fighters, noted the standout numbers, filed the ones with unusual trait flags for closer attention later. Then he reached the woman standing at the right edge of the group, and the passive sweep did something it had never done before. It hesitated. This was not a thing Mind's Lens had done in any previous scan. The skill processed and returned, quickly and without drama, regardless of what it was scanning: goblins, trolls, a dungeon boss made of stone. It did not take longer on some things than others. It did not pause. It returned data at a consistent speed that Taelo had started to rely on the way you rely on any tool that behaves predictably. The passive sweep hit the woman at the right edge of Gareth's group and stopped. For 1 full second, which in Mind's Lens time was an eternity, nothing came back. Taelo felt it like a loading screen. Like the system was handling a file size that exceeded normal parameters and was running additional process to manage the read. He stood there with his face neutral and felt his skill working harder than he had ever felt it work. Then the data came. It came in the way that very large amounts of information come when a system that wasn't built for real-time scrolling is asked to display it in real time, sequentially, line by line, more than he had space to hold at the full read, but more than enough to see the shape of what he was being shown. He caught it in sections as it moved through his perception. Name: Seraphine. Class: Knight. The class notation had a secondary tag that said Peak Evolution, which was a designation he had not seen on any profile before, which he interpreted as the system's way of saying that the class had been developed to its theoretical limit and then kept going. Rank. He absorbed this. SSS was not a letter he had seen in any other profile. The system's rank notations had gone up to S on the most capable members of the camp, which had been remarkable enough. SSS was the notation of someone for whom the standard scale had run out of room. Elemental affinity: Ice. Primary, exclusive. The system flagged the exclusivity with a notation that said total integration, which in the context of what he knew about Daria's unawakened elemental core meant he had some sense of what total integration implied even without a dictionary. Combat record. This section scrolled and he caught fragments. The system was listing engagements, numbers of opponents, dungeon zone classifications, and what he caught made a specific comparison surface in his mind. The comparison was to Cassiel, who he had already placed at the top of his read of this camp's capabilities, whose regressor title and heroic to legendary stats had landed as a threat and an asset and a map all in one. What Seraphine's combat record showed, in the fragments he was catching, was that Cassiel was not outmatched, not necessarily, but that the gap between them was the kind of gap that required more than natural talent to cross. Cassiel's numbers came from surviving once and returning. Seraphine's came from somewhere else. From something that had built longer. Then the final line of the profile, and this was the one that made his jaw want to move. Hidden status, partially obscured. The system flagged it with the notation it used for information it could see but could not fully surface, like data encoded in a format that required additional processing to decode. What came through was partial. The field was labeled with a category Taelo had not encountered before, and beside the category, the only word the system could render: bound. He locked the jaw down. He locked everything down. His face continued doing what it had been doing, which was the mild ambient attention of someone watching a new group settle into a space. His spear was in his hand at the same angle. His weight was distributed the same way. He had received a scan that had told him the woman standing at the right edge of Gareth's group had a hidden status that the system could not fully read, labeled with a word that meant constrained or obligated or tied, and he was standing in a dungeon chamber showing none of this. He watched her. Seraphine was not doing anything that would make her interesting to a casual observer. She was not speaking. She was not the one making diplomatic contact with Cassiel or asserting the group's record or reading the room with Gareth's inventory efficiency. She was standing where she had come to stand, and she was present in the way that some people are present, not physically larger than they are, not performing attentiveness, just there in a way that was complete. Still, the stillness was not passive. This was the distinction. Taelo was still when he was processing, and the stillness was active. It was the stillness of a running engine rather than a stopped one. Seraphine's stillness had the same quality. She was doing something inside it. Her eyes moved through the camp with a rhythm that was too consistent to be casual and too slow to be anxious. Methodical was the word. She was cataloging. Not the same inventory that Gareth had done. His had been resources and capabilities and leverage points. Hers was something more specific. She was looking for something in particular. He could see it in the pattern. The way her gaze moved and then returned, not with the repetition of someone who had lost their place but with the repetition of someone who had a criterion and was checking each element against it and moving on. Whatever she was looking for, she had not found it yet. Gareth was talking to Cassiel. The conversation had moved from introductions to logistics, which was a transition that Gareth had managed by the simple expedient of beginning to discuss logistics while Cassiel was still in the introduction register and leaving Cassiel to either catch up or redirect. It was a conversational technique Taelo recognized as effective and slightly rude. Gareth was discussing the camp's supply distribution in terms that were not quite orders but were not quite suggestions either, which was a tone that occupied a productive middle space where the speaker could claim either depending on the response. Cassiel was managing it. Not easily. Gareth was good at this, had the practiced quality of someone who had spent time in rooms where conversation was a form of competition and had won enough of those competitions to be relaxed about it. But Cassiel had the particular advantage of someone who knew how this story went, even if he wasn't saying so, and knowing how a story goes makes you harder to surprise. Petra was positioned near the back of the camp's audience for this exchange, which was the optimal position for someone who wanted to hear everything and be required to commit to nothing. Her face was in its social warmth configuration but her eyes were doing their actual work, which was assessing. She was reading Gareth. She was reading his group. She was doing the math on the merge that everyone in the room could feel was the direction this conversation was moving whether Cassiel wanted it to or not. Taelo watched her watching them and added to his running total. Seraphine's eyes came back to him. It was not the first time they had moved in his direction. He had caught 2 previous sweeps where the methodical scan had passed through his position as part of the pattern. This time was different. This time the scan paused. Not long. The duration of a blink, maybe 2. Her eyes met his and they were, not warm, not cold, not the particular calibrated assessment that he recognized from Petra or the diplomatic consideration that Cassiel deployed. They were even. The expression of someone who had registered a specific piece of information and was deciding how to categorize it. He looked away first. Deliberately. Not because the eye contact was uncomfortable, he had had uncomfortable eye contact in his life and this was not it, but because looking away first was the right move, was the move that gave less information than holding the contact would have given. She was already reading something in him that he had not decided to show her. He did not know what she had seen in those 2 seconds and he was not going to give her 2 more to confirm it. He looked at the wall and breathed through his nose and filed the moment. Bound, he thought. The words sat in him like a stone dropped in still water, the ripples moving outward from it into everything else he knew about her. SSS rank, ice elemental, knight at peak evolution, combat record that outpaced a regressor, and a hidden status that said bound. Not cursed. Not damaged. Bound. There was a difference. Curses were inflicted without consent and worked against the person. Bindings were imposed but they implied an originating relationship. Something was restraining her. Something had been placed on her or she had been placed under it. And the system could see it was there but couldn't fully surface what it was, which meant it was either encoded in a format that predated the current system's architecture or it was something the system had been instructed not to display. He did not know what Gareth was to Seraphine. He had not seen a connection notation in her profile and he had not had the stability to read the profile cleanly enough to catch everything. But Gareth gave orders and she followed them with an expression that was 0, which was a different thing from the expression of someone who agreed with the orders. The political drama started after the meal. The meal itself was the first significant supply stress test, 20 more people drawing on stores that had been calibrated for 30, which pushed the distribution into territory where Cassiel's fairness and Gareth's arithmetic came into visible conflict. Gareth's arithmetic was the kind that prioritized fighters above non-fighters, which was not a position without a certain cold logic but which Cassiel had already come down on the other side of in his conversation with Taelo, and the collision of these 2 positions did not happen loudly but it happened clearly. By the time the meal was done the edges were showing. The actual conversation, if conversation was the right word for a slow-building territorial assessment conducted through diplomatic language, happened in the center of the chamber while everyone else found reasons to be nearby. Gareth's position was simple and he stated it without apparent embarrassment. His group had more fighters, had cleared more rooms, and had operated as a functional unit for longer. Combined groups needed leadership. Leadership should reflect capability. He was proposing a structure, not demanding it. He used the word proposing. Cassiel's response was the kind of response that politely declined every element of what had been proposed while appearing to engage with its logic. He said the camp had a system. He said the system had kept 30 people alive. He said any merger of groups needed to account for the people in the camp who had been operating under that system, who had not been consulted, whose stake in the outcome mattered. He did not say no. He said let's discuss this further, which in political language means I am not agreeing but I'm not fighting here. Gareth's expression during this was the expression of someone who recognizes a stall when they hear one and is deciding whether to push through or let it sit. He let it sit. For now. Petra, observing from her optimal position, was running the calculation that Taelo could see her running even from across the chamber. Gareth had more fighters. Gareth was aggressive in a way that would produce outcomes. Gareth was also the kind of man who would not be interested in Petra's particular set of capabilities unless she made those capabilities look like exactly what he needed, which was a higher bar to clear than the one Cassiel presented. Cassiel valued the non-fighter contributions. Cassiel had already demonstrated that he wouldn't make decisions that left people behind. Petra was not a fighter. The calculation at first glance seemed clear. But Petra was not a first-glance calculation person. Bowen dropped down next to Taelo sometime during the latter portion of the political standoff, coming over from the supply area where he had been helping inventory the new group's contributions. He sat with the comfortable lack of ceremony of a man who had decided that the space next to Taelo was a reasonable place to be and had no particular anxiety about whether that was welcome. He said, quietly enough that it stayed between them, that things were getting complicated. Taelo said yes. Bowen asked what his play was. Taelo told him he did not have a play yet. Bowen was quiet for a moment, processing this, and his expression communicated some uncertainty about whether this was a tactical response or an honest one, because with Taelo the gap between those two things was not always navigable. He said he was waiting. That was the play for now. Waiting. Bowen asked for what? Taelo said for that woman to do something. Bowen looked at the chamber. He considered the various women present, Daria, Petra, Solia, the fighters who had come in with Gareth's group, several others in the camp. His face moved through a brief cataloging exercise that arrived at no confident conclusion. He said he didn't know which woman. Taelo didn't tell him. He looked at the place across the chamber where Seraphine had positioned herself during the meal and the discussion, which was slightly removed from Gareth's orbit, close enough to be affiliated, far enough to not be engulfed. She was sitting with her back to the wall, one knee up, the sword she carried resting against the stone beside her. Her eyes were open and at rest, which meant they were not at rest, which meant she was doing the same thing she had been doing since she arrived, which was the methodical scan that had found something in Taelo's direction twice now and had not yet told him what it had found. He looked away. Bowen gave up on the witch woman question and went back to the supply inventory, because Bowen had a practical relationship with unanswered questions that allowed him to set them down when they weren't immediately actionable. Taelo stayed where he was against the wall and was quiet and let the camp settle into its uneasy nighttime configuration around him. Sleep came in sections. The two groups maintained an informal perimeter inside the chamber, not a wall, not a line, but the invisible boundary that forms when people who do not fully trust each other are forced to share a space. Gareth's people on the east side, Cassiel's people on the west, and the buffer of the supply stacks and the light sources in between. Taelo noted the boundary and noted where Seraphine had positioned herself relative to it, which was closer to the center than the rest of Gareth's group. Not crossing. Not conspicuously separate. Just slightly less committed to the east side than everyone else. He stored this. He lay on the cot and stared at the ceiling and ran the word bound through every context he could construct for it. Bound to Gareth? That seemed too simple and also inconsistent with the system using a dedicated hidden status field for it. The system did not notate obvious social relationships in hidden fields. It notated things that were structural. Bound to a contract, a system agreement, a class obligation, a power structure that existed at the system level rather than the interpersonal level. Something that had been formalized somewhere in the dungeon's architecture and was therefore trackable by the system even if it was not fully decipherable. And she had an SSS rank at peak evolution night class, and she was following a man named Gareth who had dismissed Taelo in 3 seconds and called him a hanger-on. These two pieces of information were not compatible unless there was a third piece he couldn't see yet. He closed his eyes. The tremor came in the pre-sleep hour, which was the hour when half the camp had managed to get unconscious and the other half was still approaching it, and which was therefore the worst possible hour for something to announce itself in the lower levels of the dungeon with the volume and ground feel of a geological event. It started as a vibration. The subtle kind that you register in your back before your ears get involved. A frequency coming up through the floor and the cot and into the body, low enough that it read as wrong before it read as loud. Then the sound arrived behind the feeling, deep and resonant, not the crack of stone or the impact of something specific but the sustained roll of something massive in motion far below them, something so large that its movement through the dungeon's lower architecture was translating as a tremor several levels up. Everyone who was asleep woke up. Everyone who had been approaching sleep arrived back from the approach at speed. The chamber was immediately loud in the specific way of 50 people in a confined space all processing the same alarming stimulus at slightly different speeds. Some were upright fast, weapons in hand, combat ready, the fighters whose reflexes had been conditioned by 3 or 4 days of dungeon life into a hair-trigger relationship with anything that came from below. Others were slower, confused, the non-fighters and the ones who had been deeper asleep scrambling to understand the input before they could respond to it. The floor shuddered again. Harder this time. A section of the corridor beyond the chamber's east entrance cracked. A new fracture line running vertically up the stone face, dust raining from it. A container in the supply stacks shifted and fell, the sound of it in the already loud chamber adding to the noise. Cassiel was moving. He was assessing, positioning, getting to the corridor entrance to look into the eastern passage where the structural disturbance seemed most concentrated. His voice was cutting through the noise without raising past what it needed to be. Clear instructions to the camp's fighters, positions, the non-fighters directed to the supply area, which was the most structurally reinforced section of the chamber. Gareth was also moving. Different direction. He went to the west entrance, his fighters sorting themselves behind him with practiced speed, the disciplined reorganization of a group that had done emergency scrambles before and had a muscle memory for it. He was shouting things at his people in shorthand that Taelo did not have the context for. Taelo was on his feet with his spear before he had fully registered being awake, which was the dungeon's ongoing effect on his relationship with consciousness. He moved to a position near the center of the chamber where both entrances were visible and neither had a direct line to him, and he activated Mind's lens on the general direction of the disturbance and sent the sweep downward, through the floor if the system would allow it, trying to get a read on whatever was moving down there. The system gave him incomplete data. The range was insufficient, the source too far below for a full profile, but it gave him what it had. A size classification that used a notation he had not seen before, which was simply large with a double marker beside it, meaning the system considered the single notation insufficient. A movement speed that suggested deliberate travel rather than combat engagement. A depth estimate that put it several levels below their current position. Coming up or moving laterally, or stationary, he couldn't tell. The data wasn't good enough. He was running the incomplete data when he became aware of someone standing beside him. Not behind him. Beside. In the exact position that a person takes when they have assessed the space and identified the same location he had identified. Center of chamber, sight lines to both entrances, maximum reaction time to anything coming from either direction. Standing there with the same orientation he had, facing the same vectors, with a stillness that was not the stillness of confusion or paralysis. Seraphine. She was not looking at him. She was looking at the chamber in the same systematic way she looked at everything. The east entrance, the west entrance, the structural crack in the corridor wall, the position of Cassiel's group and Gareth's group, the supply stacks, the non-fighters. Her assessment moved through all of these with a speed and precision that his perception, 16, could clock as exceptional even without the mind's lens telling him what it was. She was reading the room. The same room he was reading. Through the same kind of process. From the same position. Neither of them spoke. The chamber around them was loud, Cassiel's voice, Gareth's shouts, 50 people reorganizing under threat, stone dust falling from the crack in the east corridor, another tremor rolling through the floor that everyone responded to and the two of them absorbed without moving. They stood in the center of it and they were both processing and neither of them was pointing at the noise. For seconds. That was the duration. He counted them without deciding to, the way you count things that matter. For seconds of standing beside a woman who had a hidden status labeled bound and a combat record that outpaced everyone he had ever scanned and who was, in this exact moment, reading the same dungeon chamber he was reading through what was clearly the same kind of deliberate analytical attention. Not the same skill. He did not know what she had. But the output, the stillness, the systematic sweep, the absence of the reflexive panic that was reasonable and present in almost everyone else in the room, was the output of someone who had trained a capability to the point where crisis produced clarity rather than chaos. She was not looking for Gareth. He caught this in the second, processed it in the third. Her scan had not gone to Gareth's position on the west wall. It had gone everywhere else, had covered the chamber in the methodical pattern she always used, but it had conspicuously not gone to where Gareth was. Not because she had missed him. Because she was not worried about him. Or tracking him for his safety. Or looking to him for instruction. She was operating independently. At full capacity. Every bit of what she was, and the system had told him what she was, had told him in a scrolling profile that was still the largest red mind's lens had ever produced, every bit of it was present and running, not held back, not diminished, not subordinated to the man who had spent the previous evening giving orders in a voice that expected them to be followed. The hidden status was there. The binding was there. And she was standing in a dungeon tremor reading vectors and timelines exactly the way he was reading them, independently and completely, which meant the binding was not the same as the binding of capacity. Whatever it was not making her less than she was. His mind was moving fast now. The 4 seconds were doing work that most conversations took 10 minutes to do. He was revising everything he had filed under Seraphine since she arrived, running the updated red against the earlier data, finding places where the revision changed the meaning. In the 4th second, her scan came back around toward him. Not past him this time. At him. And he understood, in the half-second before the ground moved, that whatever she had been scanning for since she arrived in the camp, and whatever she had found twice before in his direction, she was not looking past it anymore. The crack in the floor appeared between them. It was not the polite kind of crack that stone develops under pressure, a thin line, a warning. It was the kind that arrives already committed to its outcome. The stone between their feet split with a sound like a gunshot, and the gap that opened was immediate and real, 6 inches of nothing where there had been floor, and both of them stepped back from it simultaneously with the automatic competence of people whose bodies had learned that sudden changes in ground surface required immediate response. Then the crack kept going. It ran east toward the corridor, and west toward the supply stacks, and it was not alone. 2 more appeared parallel to it, the floor of the chamber fracturing in a pattern that suggested the thing in the lower levels was not stationary anymore, was not moving laterally, was moving in a direction that had an endpoint, and the endpoint was not somewhere else. The chamber became chaos in the specific way it becomes chaos when 50 people in an enclosed space all receive the same information, that the floor is not reliable, at the same time. Cassiel was shouting something. Gareth was shouting something different. The cracks were running and branching, and the sound from below was no longer a distant tremor but a rising thing, getting louder at a rate that said the source of it was getting closer at a corresponding rate, and the only relevant question in the room was in which direction any of them were supposed to run. Taelo had lost the position beside Seraphine the moment the floor cracked. He was moving, following the path that his read of the chamber's structural situation suggested was most intact, spear in hand, supply bag hitting his back with each step. The chamber was in motion. Everyone in motion, everything in motion, the improvised infrastructure of 3 days of camp life coming apart as cots and containers and light sources were knocked and grabbed and abandoned. He glanced back once. Seraphine was moving in a different direction. Not Gareth's direction. Not Cassiel's. The direction that she had, from the 4 seconds, from the systematic scan, from whatever she was doing when she read the room, identified as the direction that made the most sense for reasons he did not yet have. The ground between them was a fracture field. And below it, getting louder with every second, something that the system had flagged as large with a double marker was announcing its arrival with the patience of something that had not needed to hurry before and was not hurrying now. The floor kept cracking. The crack in the floor did not stop. That was the thing about geological events in dungeons. They did not have the courtesy of stopping at a reasonable point, of producing a clean division that could be assessed and responded to. The fracture ran the full width of the chamber in under 4 seconds, and it ran deep, and when it finished running, the chamber was not one space anymore. It was 2 spaces with a void between them, the void anywhere from 3 feet wide at its narrowest to 8 feet at its widest, with edges that were not reliable and a depth that the torchlight did not illuminate completely, which was its own kind of information. Taelo landed on the east side of the crack. He landed there because the crack had come from below, and the instinct, his instinct, the one perception, 16 had been developing into something operational, had been to step away from the direction the stone was separating toward, which was west. So he had gone east. And found himself on the east side of a new void in the floor of the chamber, with the knowledge arriving immediately after the feat that the bulk of the camp had gone the other way. He did a fast count. 6 people on his side. Not the 6 he would have chosen, not Bowen, not Cassiel, not Solia, not Rendell. The 6 the chaos had sorted, 2 of Gareth's fighters who had been in the eastern part of the chamber when the crack ran, a young man from Cassiel's camp named Orlin who had been on supply watch near the eastern stacks, a woman named Fane who had a healer designation and had been treating Rendell's ribs when the floor moved, and 1 other person from Gareth's group whose name Taelo had not yet had occasion to learn. And Seraphine. She was standing at the edge of the crack on the east side, looking across at the other section with a calm assessment that was beginning to read to Taelo as her default state rather than a crisis response. The other side of the chamber held the bulk of everything: Cassiel, Bowen, Gareth and most of his fighters, Petra, Daria, the 30-odd people who had been in the western half when the floor decided to have opinions. He could see Bowen across the gap, the big man looking at the void between them with an expression that combined concern, frustration, and the particular helplessness of someone whose physical capabilities are not applicable to the current problem. Cassiel was talking to someone beside him. Gareth was already reorganizing his people into a tighter formation, his voice audible across the gap though not intelligible at this distance. The gap was too wide. 8 feet at its narrowest, with edges that were still shedding stone fragments and would not be trusted with the weight of a person trying to cross them. The dungeon was still shaking, not the acute rupture violence of the crack appearing, but the subsonic tremble of whatever had caused it, still present, still indicating that something below them was doing something that the architecture of several floors was communicating upward. Taelo looked at the gap, looked at the 6 people on his side, and ran the numbers. Crossing was not currently an option. Finding another route around was eventually an option if the dungeon's architecture allowed it, which it may or may not, which meant the first order of business was not crossing but surviving long enough to find out. Then the dungeon alarm sounded. Not the boss alarm from the outpost. This one had a different register, lower and more sustained, the kind of sound that a system makes when it is announcing something that has already begun rather than something that is approaching. The crack in the floor had opened a passage from below and something had used it, and the dungeon was informing them of this fact with the neutral efficiency of a system that considered notification and intervention to be different departments. The serpent came out of the crack. It came out slowly, which was worse than fast would have been, because fast suggested urgency and urgency suggested manageable scale, and what emerged from the crack in the floor of the dungeon chamber was not manageable in the way that word was usually meant. The head appeared first, broad and flat, armored in overlapping plates that caught the torchlight in a way that was almost beautiful before the scale of what they were attached to began to be apparent. Then the neck. Then more neck. Then the body, banded in armor that was not separate from the creature but had grown from it, dense and continuous, and from all of it, head, neck, body, the plates themselves, came cold. Not metaphorical cold. Actual cold. The temperature of the chamber dropped in a way that was physical and immediate, the air around the creature behaving differently than the air 4 feet away from the creature, and the frost that formed on the chamber floor where it moved was not condensation but ice, real ice, spreading from the creature's contact with the stone as a direct result of its presence. The 6 people on the east side of the crack did what people do when something very large and very cold emerges from the floor. They made noise and moved backward and held weapons in positions that were more emotional than tactical. Seraphine stepped forward. She did not announce this. She did not draw a weapon, which was the detail that everyone else registered first, because a person stepping toward an armored frost serpent without drawing a weapon was an input that the brain tried to correct before accepting. She stepped forward, and she rolled her left sleeve to the elbow in the specific way of someone who is preparing the tool that will be needed, and she looked at the serpent with the expression that Taelo had been cataloging since she arrived and that he now understood was not neutrality. It was targeting. What followed was not a fight. Taelo had seen Cassiel work, had watched the clean economy of a man who had already learned every lesson this dungeon had to teach and was retaking the test. He had watched Bowen operate, the patient physical competence of someone whose body was designed for exactly this. He had fought himself, such as it was, had made the cold calculation of what he could reach and how fast and where the weak point was and put himself in motion. He understood combat at the level of someone who had been studying it for 72 hours in conditions that encouraged rapid education. Seraphine was not operating at any of those levels. She was operating at a level that made those levels look like they were still choosing what to study. She moved toward the serpent the way that water moves through existing space, not fighting the architecture of the situation but using it, her feet finding the stable sections of the cracked floor with a certainty that suggested she had already mapped them, her body continuously in transition between positions, never static long enough to be a target in the way that static things are targets. The serpent struck at her, fast, the head coming down and forward with the speed that things this size should not have, and she was not where the strike went, had not dodged so much as arranged in advance to be elsewhere. Her hands made contact with the serpent's neck. And the cold that the serpent radiated, the frost that had been coming off it as an ambient byproduct of its existence, turned inward. Whatever ice elemental affinity meant at total integration, what it looked like in practice was this. The temperature gradient that had been flowing from the creature outward reversed. Not slowly. The section of the serpent's neck where her hands rested became visibly different within 2 seconds, the armor plates lightening in color, a crackling sound coming from beneath them, the frost not radiating but concentrating, compressing, becoming structural in a way that organic material was not designed to accommodate. She stepped back and struck the section with her elbow. The frozen section of the serpent's neck shattered. Not cracked. Shattered. Into pieces. The armor, the flesh, the structure beneath, everything that her hands had processed for 2 seconds came apart into fragments that hit the floor and did not move, because frozen things that have been shattered do not move, and the serpent registered this with the full biological alarm of a creature that has just lost a section of itself and cannot process why or how. It tried to reorient. Its mass made this slow, and she was already somewhere else, had already found a new point of contact. The body this time, below where the neck had been, lower down where the banding was tighter and the armor more continuous. She held longer here, maybe 4 seconds, and the temperature sounds were louder, the crackling more sustained, and when she stepped back and struck this section the shatter was larger, more material, and the serpent's movement became suddenly asymmetric, the damage to its structure interrupting the signals running through it. The 6 survivors on the east side of the chamber were completely silent. Not the silence of people who are afraid. The silence of people who have had their reference point for what a person can do completely and irrevocably updated and are still in the process of updating it. Orlin had lowered his weapon to his side. Fane's hands were pressed flat to her sternum. The 2 fighters from Gareth's group were looking at each other with expressions that were asking each other if they were seeing what they were seeing, and the answer from both of them was clearly yes and also somehow still insufficient. Taelo watched. Not with the same expression as the others, because his brain had already filed exceptional and moved on to observational because exceptional on its own was not actionable and observational was. He was watching her move. Not the power. He had the system's word for the power, had SSS rank and total integration and a combat record that scrolled, and none of those words needed demonstration. He was watching the mechanics. The way she distributed her weight, the way each approach positioned her for the next, the way she managed the serpent's movement by using its momentum rather than opposing it. And he watched the last approach. She went in for the third contact point, the base of the skull, the top of the head, the plates there thicker than anywhere else, and the reach required putting her fully extended on her right side. She held the contact. The shattering sound this time was terminal, not a section but the core of the thing, the concentrated freeze applied to the place where the serpent's biological command structure was housed. She stepped back. The serpent collapsed. Not dramatically. Not with a last convulsion or a cinematic final strike. It simply became a thing that was no longer organized around a purpose and dropped into the posture of all things that had stopped, and the cold it radiated dissipated with it, the temperature of the chamber beginning its slow return to dungeon normal. Seraphine stood with her back to the 6 survivors and the gap and the other side of the chamber where Bowen and Cassiel and everyone else had watched the same thing from across 8 feet of void. She stood for a moment that was not dramatic, was not held for effect, was simply the moment between the end of something and the beginning of what came after. Then she rolled her right shoulder. Twice. The rotation of someone checking range of motion after it has been asked to do something it found disagreeable. The second roll had a pause in it. Not a full stop, not a wince exactly, but the involuntary micro-hesitation of a joint that has delivered a report about its current status and the report is not entirely good. Taelo filed it. He did not look at her shoulder longer than he looked at anything else. He was already looking at the chamber, the crack, the dead serpent, the structural situation they were in, because all of those things also needed looking at, and looking at her shoulder longer than once would be a signal, and signals given to people with SSS rank readings were signals that got received. He filed it in the same gesture he filed everything, smooth and quick, into the organized space where it would stay until he needed it. The situation was, they had 6 people, a dead serpent, a gap they could not cross, and a dungeon that had just demonstrated it had additional opinions to share by producing a mid-boss from the floor of the chamber. The route back was not the route in, the crack between sections was not crossable and would probably not become more crossable as time went on. The dungeon was not going to wait for them to figure out the logistics. The system was running whether they were positioned well for it or not. He moved toward the eastern corridor, the passage that had been a secondary entrance to the chamber before the tremor, and activated Mind's lens on the space ahead. The data came back with the environmental scan he was developing the habit of doing before moving through any new section. Creature classifications, terrain hazards, structural integrity. The corridor ahead was old. The system flagged it as a pre-existing tunnel system that predated the dungeon's current configuration, which in practical terms meant it was built differently, with mechanisms rather than monsters as the primary hazard. The system flagged trap mechanisms, pressure-sensitive floors, spring-loaded panels in the walls. He turned to the 6 people behind him. He said they were going around, through the old tunnel. He said it with the brevity of someone who has decided and is informing rather than proposing. He said there were traps in the tunnel and to step where he stepped and not where he didn't, and that this was not a suggestion. Seraphine, who had been standing at the edge of the dead serpent's zone of frost residue doing what she always did, reading the room systematically, finding whatever she was looking for, turned and looked at him. Then she looked at the corridor. Then she walked to a position behind him, slightly to his left. No words. No acknowledgement that this was a decision she had made. She was simply behind him now, in the position that said, I am moving through this space with you and trusting the route you identify. It was not obedience. He could feel the distinction even at arm's length, could feel that the capability behind him was fully present and fully online and could end most things in this dungeon in under a minute if it chose to. This was something else. This was a person who had recognized a red and was deciding to use it rather than replicate it from scratch. The others fell in behind. The old tunnel was low-ceilinged and narrow, which was a different spatial problem than the corridors they had been navigating. The scale that had made the armored serpent feel enormous would compress here into something more manageable for 6 people in single file. The walls were cut differently than the dungeon stonework, older lines, less uniform, and in the floor and walls at irregular intervals were the mechanisms the system had flagged. He could see them now that he knew to look. Slight discolorations in the stone, sections where the surface had a different texture, the geometry of concealment that was designed to fool a casual eye but that his perception, 16, was reading with increasing reliability. He called them as he found them. Not loudly. The tunnel had its own acoustics and loud was not required. Step left here. Then right foot only on the raised section there. Avoid the wall on the left for the next 4 feet. He called them without stopping, keeping his pace deliberate but continuous, because stopping in a trap corridor was its own kind of problem. Seraphine moved behind him and she moved exactly as he called. Not with the slight delays that the others behind her showed, the brief processing time between receiving the instruction and acting on it. She moved with it, as if the call and the action were the same moment, as if she had already been preparing to go left before he said left because she was reading the same tunnel he was reading and was arriving at the same conclusions a fraction of a second behind. He found a 3-plate section about halfway through, 3 consecutive pressure plates set close enough together that a normal walking stride would hit all 3 in sequence and set off whatever the system had waiting. There was a gap between the second and third plate, a literal gap in the floor that was not a trap but a natural fissure in the old stone, and the gap was jumpable if you knew it was there and positioned correctly. He said, 3 plates, jump from before the first, land past the third. There's a gap between 2 and 3 but the edge past 3 is solid. He jumped. He was not a natural mover. His agility was a 12, which was not embarrassing but was not exceptional, and the jump was functional rather than graceful, clearing the plates and landing on the far side with enough stability to immediately continue. Turned. Seraphine jumped. There was no equivalent way to describe what it looked like compared to his jump without the comparison being embarrassing for his jump. She cleared the plates with the ease of someone for whom the relevant measurement was the ceiling rather than the floor, and she landed in the space past the third plate with the completeness of someone who had landed where they intended to be. She kept walking. They navigated the rest of the tunnel in the same rhythm, him calling, her moving, the others behind with their processing delays and their varying degrees of trust in the man with the plain spear reading a tunnel for traps. The tunnel curved south and then west and opened through a narrow passage into a section of corridor that his orientation told him was on the western side of the chamber, the far end of the route around the crack. He stopped at the passage entrance and checked the corridor ahead with mind's lens. No creature classifications flagged, the structural data unremarkable. He looked back at the 5 people behind Seraphine. They were looking at him with the particular expression of people who have just been led through something by a person whose qualifications for leading through it were not obvious in advance and have arrived at the other side with an updated opinion. Orlin had an expression that was close to grateful. Fane looked like she was revising a file. The 2 fighters from Gareth's group looked like they had a question they hadn't decided to ask yet. He turned and walked the corridor toward the main camp section. Seraphine came beside him. Not behind, beside, which was a change in her position from the tunnel and a change he noted. Shoulder to shoulder, slightly off, the natural spacing of 2 people walking a corridor together rather than in formation. She asked him what his skill was. Not aggressively. Not with the angle that Petra had used, the conversational framing that was a collection mechanism in disguise. Directly, with the brevity that he had observed she applied to words the same way she applied it to motion, the minimum required. He said it was observation. She asked what that meant practically. He said it meant he noticed things. She was quiet for a moment. Not the silence of someone who was satisfied by this. The silence of someone who had registered an incomplete answer and was deciding whether to push it. She asked him what he had noticed. He said he had noticed that she favored her left side in the last 30 feet of walking the tunnel. She stopped. Not a stumble. A decision to stop, clean and complete, her feet settling into a stationary position with the same deliberateness they did everything else. She looked at him. He stopped beside her because stopping when the person next to you stops was the appropriate response and continuing would have been a statement he was not ready to make. Her expression did not change in the ways that expressions usually change when someone has been caught noticing something they consider private. There was no defensive contraction, no flash of irritation, no recalibration of warmth. There was a quality of assessment. The same methodical quality that she applied to dungeon chambers and living serpents and 6 people on the wrong side of a crack in the floor. She looked at him for 3 seconds. Then she started walking again. He walked beside her. Neither of them said anything for the rest of the corridor, and it was not the silence of a conversation that had ended badly. It was the silence of 2 people who had exchanged enough information for the moment and were processing it without needing additional words to fill the space. The main camp was audible before it was visible, voices, movement, the ambient signature of 40+ people in a stone chamber. They came through the western approach, and the camp resolved around them, and the first thing that happened was Bowen. Bowen crossed the chamber in the specific way that large men cross spaces when they are relieved but presenting as practical, his stride covering distance efficiently and his expression doing the thing where it was trying to be matter-of-fact about something that it was not entirely matter-of-fact about. He reached Taelo and put both hands on his shoulders and looked at him in the direct assessment way he had. Then he said, with the compressed emotion of a man who had watched 6 people disappear behind a crack in the floor and then heard very large combat sounds and then waited, that Taelo needed to tell him what happened on the other side. Taelo told him. Briefly. The serpent. Seraphine. The tunnel. Bowen looked at Seraphine during the part about Seraphine, and his expression made an adjustment that was large enough to be visible but that he managed to keep below the threshold of obviously visible, which Taelo credited him for. He said, still quietly and still looking at Seraphine, that she had just, and he gestured, the hand motion of someone indicating the act of killing a large frost serpent with bare hands. Taelo said yes. Bowen said right. Cassiel came from the other direction at a pace that was not urgent and covered ground quickly. He moved to the returned 6 and spoke to each of them briefly, the check-in of a group leader accounting for people who had been out of his sight in a dungeon, and when he reached Taelo his eyes went briefly to Seraphine with an expression that Taelo's perception clocked as interesting. Not surprised. Not the recalibration that Taelo's performance had produced in him. Something more like recognition. Like Cassiel had had a file on Seraphine already, had read her or had a memory of her from the first cycle, or both, and the file was being updated with new entries. Cassiel looked at Seraphine's posture. Then at the way the 6 survivors who had been on the east side were distributing themselves relative to her, not avoiding, not clustering, but with a spatial relationship that did not match the spatial relationship they'd had with her before the crack. Before the crack, Gareth's fighters had treated her as part of the Gareth group. Now they were treating her as a fixed point in the room. As something that occupied the center of their awareness the way relevant things occupy the center of awareness. He looked at Taelo with the expression of someone who has clocked a shift and is noting that someone else was present for it. Taelo looked back at him with the expression of someone who doesn't know what you're talking about. Cassiel let it go. For now. Gareth had been watching from the position he had taken during the wait, the western edge of the chamber, surrounded by the tighter formation of his fighters, the regrouped unit of a man who had been displaced from events he considered within his operational scope and had responded by consolidating what he controlled. When the 6 came through he had done his own accounting. His fighters present, Seraphine present, and the accounting was technically complete and practically unsatisfying because the accounting did not tell him what had happened in the time his group had not been under his observation. He pulled one of his fighters aside, the one who had come back with them, one of the 2 who had been in the eastern half when the crack ran, and spoke to him in the shorthand of a commander gathering a report. The fighter talked. Gareth listened. His face during the listening was the face of a man who was hearing something he had not expected and was deciding what to do with the expectation adjustment. His eyes went to Seraphine. She was not looking at him. She was standing at the edge of the Cassiel side distribution of the camp, which was approximately as far from Gareth's western formation as the chamber allowed, and she was doing the systematic scan she always did, the methodical catalogue of the room's contents. She had not reported to Gareth. She had not acknowledged him across the chamber. She had arrived with the 6 and stood where she stood and was doing what she did. Gareth's jaw tightened. The movement was small. Taelo was across the chamber and saw it because perception. 16 was a resource that worked constantly whether he directed it or not. He noted the tightening. He noted its significance. He noted that the distance between where Seraphine was standing and where Gareth's formation had consolidated was not accidental, and that neither of them was moving to close it. He went to find a wall to put his back against and did not think about any of this loudly. The camp's evening was the tense variety. 2 groups in one chamber, the division that had been informal before the crack was now structural. Not because anyone had declared it but because the tremor and its aftermath had sorted people in ways that were now visible. The east side people had an experience that the west side people had not shared. The west side people had watched from across a gap. These were different things and the room knew it. Meals were distributed by Cassiel with the fairness that he always applied to distribution, which meant they were distributed equally and Gareth's assessment of equal was visible in his expression and was not positive. Conversations ran in clusters. Petra moved between them. She was the only person in the chamber who crossed the informal divide freely, which was its own form of capability, and Taelo watched her do it with a private acknowledgement that she was good at this. He ate alone. He had a specific relationship with eating alone that was not loneliness, it was efficiency. Eating alone meant his eyes and his peripheral awareness were not committed to managing a social interaction and could be elsewhere, which for someone running mind's lens at passive background constantly was not nothing. He watched Seraphine from across the chamber. She ate. She was not alone. Fane had positioned herself nearby, the natural gravity of people who had been through something together, and they were exchanging words in the sparse way of people who do not know each other well but have been established as safe by experience. Seraphine said few words and the words she said were direct, and Fane's expression during them was the expression of someone who was learning the grammar of a new communication style and finding it clarifying rather than cold. Gareth watched Seraphine once during the meal. The watch lasted approximately 4 seconds, which was the same duration Taelo had given him when Gareth had dismissed him across the chamber. Taelo noted the parallel with the particular amusement of someone who collects these things. The camp organized for sleep with the efficiency that 3 days of practice had developed, positions understood, watch rotation established, the infrastructure of a group that had been doing this long enough to have infrastructure. The 2 groups maintained their informal divide in the sleeping arrangement, which the physical fact of the chamber encouraged. No one had to make a decision about it. The room made it. Taelo lay on the cot. He ran the day in the organized way he ran days, sequentially, with notes, filing the significant points in their relevant categories. The serpent, Seraphine's power, the shoulder, the tunnel navigation, the corridor beside her, the eye contact when he mentioned her left side, the silence after, The camp settled. The torches moved through their slow burn. Outside the chamber, in the levels above and below, the dungeon continued to be a dungeon, continuing to run its system and generate its events and move its creatures through its architecture without reference to the comfort or inconvenience of anyone inside it. He was in the half place between thought and sleep when the system notification arrived. It came the way all mind's lens data arrived. Not as sound, not as visual in the way that the original system windows had been visual, but as information deposited into awareness, the skill's output dropping into his perception the way his own thoughts arrived. He was accustomed to this now. It didn't startle him anymore. This one was short. It said that mind's lens had recorded an update to a previously scanned entity's profile. That a data point marked as dynamic, the kind of tag the system applied to status fields that it expected to change, had registered a change. That the hidden status field, previously rendered as the single word bound, had updated. It now read, searching. He lay on the cot and the word sat in him and he looked at the ceiling and let it sit. Bound had been a static word. It had described a condition, a state, a thing that was. Searching was different. Searching was motion. Searching was active, was ongoing, was a description not of what something was but of what something was doing. The system had tracked the change and flagged it, and the change was from a condition to a behavior, which meant something had shifted between the two readings. Something between her arriving at the camp with Gareth's group and now had moved whatever the system was tracking from the first word to the second. He thought about what had changed. The serpent fight. The tunnel. The corridor beside him. The 30 feet where he had watched her favor her left side and told her he had watched it, which had produced 3 seconds of that direct assessment and then the silence and then walking again. Searching. The ceiling was stone and unchanging and he looked at it the way he looked at things that required sustained attention. An SSS-Rank knight at peak evolution with a hidden status that had updated from bound to searching was standing approximately 40 feet from his cot on the other side of a chamber in a dungeon in a dying world, and the system had decided this was worth telling him about. The system did not offer commentary. It did not explain why the update was relevant or what searching meant in the specific context of the binding it was attached to or what the search was for or whether it had found anything in the methodical scan that had swept the camp twice in her direction since she arrived. He thought about her eyes meeting his across the chamber the moment she arrived. The scan that had stopped instead of passing through. The way she had positioned herself at the edge of the east side when they returned, which was as far from Gareth as the chamber allowed. He thought about the corridor, walking beside him, the minimum necessary words. He thought about the tunnel, moving behind him without being asked, following the route he called without the processing delay that meant someone was thinking about whether to trust. He thought about 3 seconds of eye contact when he told her he had noticed her left side, and then walking again, and the silence that was not the silence of a conversation that had ended badly. Searching. He closed his eyes. The words sat with him in the dark behind his eyelids, quiet and specific and pointed in a direction he was not ready to fully turn toward yet, and the dungeon breathed around him with the patience of something that had been running longer than anyone in it had been alive, and somewhere on the other side of a chamber that used to be 1 space and was now 2, an SSS-Rank knight who had shattered a frost serpent with her bare hands and followed a man with strength. 11 through a trap corridor. Without being asked was searching for something that the system had decided was worth tracking. He did not know yet what she was looking for. He was not certain. But the words sat in him like the first word does when a sentence is still being written, like a direction before the destination has been named, and Taelo, who organized information for a living that he had not chosen and could not put down, held it there in the dark and let it mean what it meant. Searching. Gareth announced the plan at morning assembly and he announced it the way he announced everything, which was from the center of the room with his voice carrying to the edges in a register that was not raised and did not need to be because it assumed the room would organize itself around it. He said there was a gate key. He let that sit for a moment the way people let things sit when they know the weight of what they've said and are giving the room time to feel it. Then he explained, the mid-level boss chamber, accessible through the dungeon's lower transit corridors, was guarded by a creature the system classified as a zone guardian. Zone guardians, in the architecture of this dungeon system, carried a drop item when killed. The drop item for this zone's guardian was a gate key. A gate key opened a portal. The portal was an exit, not a between-zone transit, not a shortcut to another dungeon room. An exit. Back to wherever the dungeon's origin point connected to in the dying world above. The room was quiet in the specific way rooms go quiet when they've received information that is simultaneously what they most wanted to hear and too good to sit with comfortably. Cassiel asked how he knew this. Gareth said his group had found a dungeon schematic in a room 3 levels down before the tremor, a carved notation in the wall that the system had translated into readable form. He said it with the evenness of someone who has anticipated the question and prepared for it, which was either preparedness or performance, and the difference mattered. Cassiel's expression during this answer was the expression of someone who was not satisfied and also understood that pressing in the current room dynamic was not the optimal move. He said that the supply situation made the raid a necessary risk regardless of the certainty of the reward. He said this with the quality of a man who had already run the numbers and was acknowledging reality rather than endorsing enthusiasm. He said they would go. Gareth said they needed everyone who could fight. The raid party assembled in pieces through the morning, the fighters accounting for themselves, weapons checked, supplies distributed for the transit. 22 people who had combat capability at any level, which was the full fighting roster of both groups combined and which left the remaining non-fighters in the camp under watch with enough supplies for the time the raid required. Taelo put his hand up when Gareth was taking names. Gareth looked at him. The look lasted longer than 3 seconds this time. Not because Gareth had revised his assessment upward. His expression communicated that the assessment had not changed. It lasted longer because Gareth was deciding how to say the thing he was going to say, and the deciding took a moment because he was in front of a room and the way you said things in front of rooms mattered for the position you occupied in them. He said he had seen nothing from Taelo in the time since his group had arrived. He said a raid on a zone guardian was not a training exercise. He said he could not carry dead weight in a 22-person unit where every person needed to be a net positive to the group's survivability, and that Taelo, by every metric Gareth had been able to observe, did not clear that bar. He said it without malice. That was the thing. He said it with the pragmatic directness of someone who considered honesty about capability a form of respect, and from the inside of his own framework he was probably right about that. Taelo registered this. He registered it and he filed it, and his face produced the mild expression of someone receiving information they do not find surprising. Cassiel said Taelo was coming. He said it the same way he said everything, without raised voice, without theatrical backing, with the specific weight of a person who has decided and is informing. He said that Taelo had gotten 11 people through the vine creature encounter and the tunnel trap system and had been the deciding factor in the golem fight, and that his operational contribution to the group did not look like what Gareth was looking for and was not less valuable for that. Gareth looked at Cassiel. The political architecture of the moment was visible. This was the kind of disagreement that, depending on how it resolved, told the room something about how the combined group actually worked and who was actually at its center of gravity. Gareth understood this. He was making the calculation. Seraphine said a word. She said it from the position she had been occupying during the assembly, which was to the side and slightly back, present without being in the geometric center of anything. She had not spoken during the discussion. She had not moved during the discussion. She had been in the posture she was always in, standing, reading the room, that systematic stillness, and then she produced one word into the assembly in a voice that was not loud and did not need to be. Useful. That was the word. One syllable. No subject, no qualifier, no sentence built around it. Just the word, delivered with the quality of a notation rather than an argument. The assessment of someone who had been watching and had reached a conclusion and had decided the conclusion was worth one word. Gareth looked at her. The look between them was not simple, and Taelo was reading it the way he read everything. Fast, from the sides, cataloging without pointing his full attention at it. There was the political layer, which was the same layer as the Cassiel disagreement, the question of who said what and what that meant for the room's understanding of how authority worked. There was the layer underneath that, which was something specific to Gareth and Seraphine that Taelo still did not have enough data to fully name, but which the word bound in his mind's lens file suggested had structure he couldn't see yet. And there was the layer underneath that, which was whatever Gareth's response to hearing Seraphine speak was, and the response was not simple either. It was not the response of a man who had been contradicted by someone he considered beneath him, because the expression was not anger. It was something more complicated. Something adjacent to the expression people produce when someone they have a claim on demonstrates autonomy in a way they were not prepared for. He backed off. He said, turning back to the room with the smoothness of someone changing a subject, that they were burning time. He said the assembly was complete. He started moving toward the transit corridor. Taelo filed the moment. He filed it with the care he reserved for things that were going to matter later, the things that sat at the intersection of the immediate and the structural and revealed something about the underlying architecture of a situation. He filed it and he let it go for now because the raid was beginning and the raid had its own requirements. He picked up his spear. The poison corridor announced itself before they reached it. The smell arrived first, not the dramatic chemical assault of industrial poisoning but the organic bite of something living and releasing, the particular quality of air that has been processed by plant matter that evolved to discourage being breathed. The corridor opened from the transit passage into a longer section where the walls had been colonized by growth, dense and low-lit, the bioluminescence here amber rather than the forest zone's clean glow, giving everything a color temperature that was already slightly wrong before the air got worse. 3 people coughed within the first 20 feet. The growth was everywhere. Vining plants packed into the crevices between stones, broader leafed matter anchored to the floor, several species of something fungal clustered in the upper corners where the ceiling met the walls. All of it was alive and most of it was doing what living things in dungeons did, which was producing byproducts that were not friendly to the respiratory systems of everyone who wasn't the plant. Taelo activated Mind's lens on the corridor as a whole. The system gave him the environmental breakdown it gave for any biome zone: creature classifications, terrain hazards, atmosphere composition. The atmosphere flag came back with a toxicity marker that was rated moderate, which in a dungeon meant it would not kill them immediately and would not leave them unaffected, and the gap between those 2 points was where the problem lived. The system also gave him the species breakdown of the corridor's plant life, which it catalogued with the interested neutrality of a system that found biology as relevant as combat data. He read the catalog. 14 species represented in the corridor's growth. 11 of them were either producing the toxic atmospheric compounds or were neutral. 3 of them, he cross-referenced the system's description with the visual data his eyes were giving him from the corridor, matching species against the amberlit shapes along the walls. 3 of them were flagged as producing a compound the system classified as a moderate atmospheric neutralizer, which in practical terms meant they were scrubbing the air around them of the same toxins the other 11 were producing, and the scrubbing radius was approximately 3 feet in any direction. From the plan's surface, he started moving through the corridor and calling them out. He did it while walking, which was the only way to do it. Stopping in the poison section was its own problem. He pointed at growth sections along the walls and said, "Breathe near here, breathe near this one, stay within arm's length of the right wall for the next 10 feet, then cross to the left." He gave the calls the same way he gave trap navigation calls: continuous, directional, without the explanatory scaffolding that would have made them take twice as long to deliver. The first few people to respond did so with the tentative quality of people who were not sure if the instruction made sense but were willing to find out, because the alternative was breathing unfiltered and their respiratory systems were already registering opinions about unfiltered. Then someone breathed near the first plant he had pointed to and their cough stopped, and the people behind that person updated their cooperation level immediately. He walked the corridor and called the safe breathing zones, and people moved through them like water, finding a path, awkward and crowded and nothing like elegant, but arriving on the other end with their lungs intact. 3 fighters did not make it through. They had taken too much before the pattern was established, their systems already tipping toward the point where continuing would compromise rather than contribute, and they retreated back to the transit passage with instructions to wait. 19 continued. Gareth came out of the corridor on the other side and stood in the clear air beyond it with his face doing the thing where it was doing nothing, which was a decision that took more effort than doing something would have taken. He said nothing. He turned and moved toward the next zone. Taelo noted the nothing and continued. The rotating blade room was not subtle about what it was. The corridor opened into a chamber that was almost perfectly circular, and the blades, long, horizontal, mounted on rotating mechanisms set into the walls at 5 different heights, were visible from the entrance in the way that things are visible when they have been designed to be visible, when the point is not concealment but the specific variety of terror that comes from seeing exactly what is going to happen to you before it happens. They rotated continuously, 5 layers of them, each layer at a different speed, each blade spanning enough of the circular chamber's diameter that the space in the center, the traversal space, the gap you had to cross to reach the far exit, was narrow and constantly being moved through by something that would remove whatever occupied it if the timing was wrong. The 19 people at the entrance to this room had a collective expression that Taelo could have described in a single word, and the word was not printable. He stood at the entrance and watched the blades. Mind's lens gave him the mechanical data the way it gave him biological data. The system classified the blades as a dungeon mechanism and catalogued their operational parameters: rotation speeds, arc widths, the interval between blade passes at the center point. He absorbed the system data and cross-referenced it with what his eyes were doing, which was watching the actual blades and finding the rhythm that the system's numbers described in practice. Numbers were one thing. The translation of numbers into the moving geometry of 5 blade layers operating at different frequencies was another thing, and the second thing was what he needed. He watched for 30 seconds. The 19 people behind him watched the blades for 30 seconds. He was aware of this. He was aware that Gareth was among the 19 and that 30 seconds of a person standing still looking at a room full of blades was 30 seconds that accumulated a specific kind of credit or debt depending on what happened at the end of them. He found it at second 24. The rotation speeds were not random. They were not even independent. The 5 layers were operating on a common interval, each one a multiple of a base frequency, which meant that at a predictable point in every cycle all 5 layers aligned in their positions in a way that opened the center traversal space fully. The alignment lasted approximately 3 seconds. The cycle between alignments was approximately 7 seconds. He told the group. He said, 3 seconds of open. 7 seconds between. 1 person per window. He said they would move on his call and stop on his call, and the person who moved when he did not call would be a problem for everyone else behind them. He said it in the tone of someone outlining a traffic pattern, not a performance, not a prep speech. Just the information organized into actionable sequence. He called the first window. Solia went through because she was fastest, and he sent the fastest first as a proof of concept that the window was what he said it was. She moved, she crossed, she hit the far wall and turned and gave the thumbs up of a person who has just received confirmation of a theory in the most direct way available. He called the second window. And the third. And on through the 19. The rhythm of it was the most functional thing Taelo had been part of since arriving in the dungeon, not the chaos of the first room, not the improvisation of the vine creature or the troll, but something that worked because the information was right and the application was clean and the people on the receiving end were scared enough to follow precisely. One person per window, each window called exactly when the alignment was real, each person crossing in the 3 seconds that were available and not in the 4 seconds that were not. The last person through was Gareth. He went through the window that Taelo called and he reached the far side and he turned and Taelo was still on the entrance side, alone, because he had spent the entire exercise calling windows for everyone else. He waited for his own window. He called it for himself in his own head and went through it and arrived on the far side and did not look at Gareth. 0 casualties. Not 0 injuries. The corridor had produced enough anxiety to be physically taxing and one of the fighters had nicked their shoulder on a blade's wake turbulence and was bleeding in the inconvenient rather than critical category. But 0 people left behind. 0 people removed from the raid party by the blade room. Gareth's expression was the expression Taelo had been watching for since the blade room started. He had been expecting irritation. What he got was more interesting. It was the expression of a man who is revising a model he has invested in and does not like the revision but cannot avoid it, and who is managing the gap between the old model and the new data with the internal friction of someone who values being right and has just received evidence that he was not. He said nothing. He turned toward the next corridor. Taelo followed and did not rub it in because rubbing it in was not the economy he was running and also because the gravity shift chamber was next and he had read the system flag on it and the flag had not been encouraging. The gravity shift chamber made itself known through a sound that had no equivalent in normal architecture. A deep periodic thrum, resonant and physical, felt more in the chest and inner ear than heard in any conventional sense. The kind of sound that you register as wrong before your brain has categorized what wrong means. They heard it with 50 feet of corridor still between them and the chamber entrance, and the sound got louder as they walked, and the corridor walls began to show horizontal striations, marks in the stone at ceiling height and at floor height, symmetrical, as if the room had been drawing lines on the walls from both directions for a long time. The chamber was large. Larger than the blade room, larger than the camp chamber, with support pillars running at irregular intervals from floor to ceiling, and the floor was stone and the ceiling was stone, and for approximately 4 seconds after entering those two facts remained distinct and relevant. Then the gravity flipped. There was no warning phase to it. No gradual shift, no gentle introduction to the concept that the direction of down was a facility rather than a fixed property. The gravity of the chamber simply changed direction. What had been pulling them toward the floor began pulling them toward the ceiling, and 19 people who had not experienced this before found out about it all at the same time. The chamber became chaos in the vertical axis. People who had been walking became people who were falling upward, and the ceiling was real stone that had impact opinions, and the people who hit it did so with the force of falls that their bodies had been trained to expect would go the other direction. 2 fighters hit the ceiling hard enough to go unconscious. Not dead, the system rated consciousness loss separately from death, but out of the raid for the duration and requiring someone to keep track of where they were. The others grabbed at support pillars, at each other, at anything that the new gravity had not dislodged. The room was full of people and noise and the particular disorientation of a vestibular system receiving inputs it had no framework for. Taelo grabbed a support pillar. Both arms around it, legs locked, the full commitment of someone who had felt the first shift and had moved to the nearest fixed point before the second shift completed. The pillar was cool and solid and went from floor to ceiling, which meant it was equally valid in either gravitational direction and was therefore the best available object in the room. He locked himself to it and he held on and he activated Mind's lens on the chamber mechanism and sent the query in the same direction he had been sending queries all day, looking for the pattern, looking for the interval, looking for the thing the system knew about the mechanism that the mechanism was not advertising. The system gave him the gravity pulse data. Interval, 7 seconds. Stable window between pulse, 3 seconds. He almost laughed. He did not laugh because laughing on a pillar in a gravity shift chamber with 17 conscious people trying not to die was not the appropriate use of the moment. But the parallel was so exact, 3 seconds of stability every 7 seconds, matching the blade room's parameters to the number, that the dungeon system architecture was either deeply consistent or deeply ironic about it, and he made a note to think about that later when later was available. He found the window. He counted the interval against the pulses, verified the pattern across 2 cycles while hanging from the pillar with the calm that Mind's lens gave him when he was running it hard, the focus narrowing to the specific problem and the noise around it becoming secondary. Then he shouted. He shouted the pattern the way he had called windows in the blade room, but louder, because the chamber was larger and louder and the people in it had less composure to spare for attention. He shouted 3 seconds, then lock, then 3 seconds, then lock. He shouted the timing as it was happening, a real-time call against the actual pulses, his own count synchronized to the system's interval data so the calls landed exactly when the stable windows opened. People grabbed pillars on the lock calls. People moved on the 3-second calls. Not elegantly, this was not the Blade Room's ordered single file, this was 17 conscious people in various states of gravitational distress making their way through a chamber that was periodically trying to throw them at the ceiling by holding on and moving and holding on and moving, and the order of it was approximate at best. But approximate in a space where the alternative was full chaos was functional. People made ground. The far exit was visible. On the third round of 3-second windows the bulk of the raid party was most of the way across. On the fourth round they were through. The exit corridor on the other side was normal gravity and they collapsed into it with the collective exhalation of people returning to a consensus reality they had not appreciated sufficiently before being shown the alternative. The 2 unconscious fighters were carried through in the final windows by the largest members of the raid party, which was not graceful but got them through. 19 conscious people, 2 unconscious and being held, all present on the other side of the gravity shift chamber. Nobody removed from the party by the mechanism. Nobody left behind. Gareth stood in the exit corridor with the 2 unconscious fighters settled at the wall beside him, and he looked at Taelo, and the expression on his face was the one Taelo had not been able to fully read from across the boss chamber door's comment. He understood it now that he was closer and the context was complete. It was not irritation. It was not the friction of a model being revised. It had moved past that. It was assessment. Real assessment. Not the 3-second dismissal of the morning or the inventory of the first night. Gareth was looking at Taelo the way Gareth probably looked at things when he was actually looking at them, with the full weight of a mind that was capable and had been operating in survival conditions for long enough to know what survival required. He was revising from scratch. The man he had called Deadweight had shepherded 19 people through 3 dungeon mechanisms, a poison corridor, a rotating blade room, a gravity shift chamber, without swinging his weapon once, and the casualty count for all 3 combined was 2 unconscious fighters who had hit the ceiling before the pattern was identified. Neither of them said anything. Gareth turned and looked at the doors at the end of the corridor. They were large. Not in the way that dungeon doors were large as a matter of scale, this was intentional, designed, the kind of large that communicated that whatever was on the other side of them was worth the architectural announcement. Stone, carved with notations that the system presumably could have translated but that Taelo had not asked it to because the translation was not the current priority. Sealed at the center with a mechanism that was probably the dungeon's version of a lock. The raid party had 20 seconds of catching its breath against the corridor walls before the assembly began moving toward the doors, the gravity of the situation pulling everyone forward regardless of how recently they had been upside down on a pillar. Seraphine moved to stand beside him. She had been through the chamber on her own terms, he had not needed to call windows for her, had known this from the first pulse when she had identified the closest pillar and moved to it with the efficiency of someone who had already registered the pattern from the room's initial configuration. She had crossed when it was time to cross and had not required the calls. She had arrived on this side intact and unremarked, which was what she always did. She stood beside him in the corridor with the boss doors 30 feet ahead and the raid party organizing itself around them, and she did not look at him. She looked at the doors. She asked, without looking at him, how he knew all of this. He said he paid attention. She was quiet. Not the quiet of accepting the answer. The quiet of someone who has received an answer and is sitting with its quality and has reached a conclusion about that quality. She said that was not an answer. He looked at the doors. He thought about what the real answer was, the mind's lens, the system data, the accumulated scans of every room and creature and mechanism they had moved through, the skill that the system had called useless in the same line as calling him a genetic mistake and which had just moved 19 people through 3 death mechanisms without a casualty. He thought about the full architecture of what he was and what he was doing and what he was planning and what he had noticed about her and what the system had told him and what the word searching sat inside him like. He said it was the only answer he had. She looked at him then. Just for a moment. The same even quality she had given him in the corridor when he mentioned her left side. Not warm, not cold, the assessment of someone who has received information and is cataloging it into a file that is growing without having been requested. Then the raid party reached the doors. The mechanism on them engaged, not by anyone's touch, but by the dungeon's recognition that the correct number of fighters had arrived at the correct location, the system marking a threshold crossed and responding accordingly. The lock sound traveled through the stone in both directions from the center and the doors moved inward, slow and complete. The motion of things that were very heavy and very certain about where they were going. Light from inside the chamber, different from the torchlight and different from the bioluminescence of the forest zone. Something colder, deeper, with a color at the edge of the spectrum that implied temperature rather than wavelength. The kind of light that a room produces when the thing living in it has strong opinions about the ambient atmosphere. The cold came through the open doors a second after the light, and it was the specific cold that Taelo had felt before, Not the dungeon's ambient cool but the temperature of something alive and large that considered cold to be a statement about its environment rather than a byproduct of it. The doors finished opening. The chamber beyond them was enormous and what was inside it had not yet moved, had not yet acknowledged the open doors or the 19 people standing in them, was present in the way that things that have been waiting in rooms for a very long time are present, not tensed for what was coming, not surprised by it, simply there, having been there, constituting the room's actual architecture more than the stone around it did. Taelo stood in the doorway with his spear in his hand and the cold on his face and Seraphine at his right and the raid party behind him and in front of him the thing they had come to kill. The obsidian warden did not move when the doors opened. It stood in the center of the chamber the way landmarks stand. Not waiting, not watching, simply occupying its position with the permanence of something that had been there long enough that the chamber had organized itself around it rather than the other way around. 4 arms, each one proportioned wrong in the way that things designed for power rather than precision are proportioned wrong, hanging at its sides with the relaxed weight of tools that were not currently in use but were always available. Black stone armor, not worn over a body but grown from it, the surface continuous and dense and moving in the light from the red fractures that ran across where its face should have been, because there was no face, just a flat slab of stone with cracks in it that glowed from the inside the color of something hot at its center that had not cooled in a very long time. Taelo stood in the doorway and read it. Mind's lens gave him what it had immediately, the system's profile on the obsidian warden loaded with the weight of something the system considered significant, the data coming in denser than any creature he had scanned before. Level flagged as Zone Guardian, which he already knew. Combat classification, Sustained Defensive, which told him the creature's design philosophy was endurance and attrition rather than burst defense. Armor rating, Regenerative, Continuously, which he could see in the surface of the stone. It was not static, it was moving, the microscopic rebuild of a surface that was constantly refreshing itself from internal reservoir. Weakness flags, none listed at this stage, which was the system's way of saying he would have to find those himself. He was reading the profile when the creature decided the doorway full of people was relevant. The sonic shockwave had no visual precursor. The warden's chest cavity simply compressed and released, and the result was a wave of force that traveled the width of the chamber in approximately half a second and hit 19 people at different intensities depending on where they were standing and whether they were braced. Taelo was not braced. He was reading the system profile. The wave hit him and he hit the corridor wall behind him, which was not pleasant but was better than the 8 people who hit the chamber floor because the chamber was larger and the wall was behind him and the floor was in front of them. 8 people down in the first second of the fight. Not unconscious. The shockwave was force, not targeted damage, and force distributed across a body registers as disorientation and impact rather than wound. But 8 people going from upright to horizontal in the first second of a boss fight was information that everyone still standing received and filed under. This is going to be expensive. Gareth was upright. He had been far enough forward that the shockwave had hit him before its full expansion and the narrower blast had been easier to brace against, and his physical stats were the kind of stats that handled force differently than average. He looked at the 8 people on the ground and he looked at the obsidian warden and he made the call that a man who had led a group of fighters through 15 room clears makes when the boss opens with a shockwave and people are already down. He went forward, because forward was the only direction that led anywhere, and his heavy hitters went with him. The charge was not reckless. Gareth was not a reckless operator, whatever else he was. He went forward in a configuration. His 3 best physical fighters distributed across the angle of approach, himself at the center, the objective being to split the creature's attention before it could select a single target and commit to it. It was tactically sound. It was the correct instinct for the first engagement of a creature you had not fought before. The obsidian warden hit the first fighter with its lower left arm and the fighter became briefly airborne and then became a person on the floor of a boss chamber 20 feet from where they had been standing, which was a different problem than the first 8 but belonged to the same category. Cassiel was in the mix within seconds of Gareth's charge, not with Gareth's line. From a different angle, the flanking approach of someone who understood that 4 armed creatures had attention management problems and that the right time to exploit those problems was immediately. His sword found the joint between 2 armor plates on the creature's right side and got purchase and he drove it and the armor cracked. A piece came free. It was the size of a dinner plate and it hit the floor and Cassiel was already repositioning before it landed. The piece grew back. Not slowly. Not in the 2 or 3 seconds that would have been manageable. Within 1 second the crack was smaller, within 2 it was closed, within 3 the surface of the armor was continuous again as if Cassiel's blade had never found it. The warden's internal regeneration was not supplemental. It was the primary system. Everything else, the 4 arms, the shockwave, the size, was secondary to the architecture of a creature that could undo damage faster than most fighters could apply it. Seraphine was on the left flank and she had found the same understanding from the first 3 seconds of watching, that conventional damage was not going to accumulate against something that regenerated continuously, and that what she had was not conventional. She reached the creature's lower left arm as it was recovering from the swing that had launched the fighter, and her hands made contact with the stone surface, and the cold she applied to it was not ambient frost but the directed application of what total integration meant in practice. The arm's temperature dropped 15 degrees in 2 seconds, 20 in 3, and at the threshold the stone stopped being dynamic and started being brittle in the specific way that cold makes materials brittle. The crystalline structure that forms when temperature drops faster than a material can accommodate. She stepped back and Bowen was there, which was not a coincidence. Bowen had been watching her work since the serpent and had developed a functional understanding of what her positioning meant, and the positioning meant incoming fragmentation. He hit the arm with the club at the angle that delivered maximum force to a surface that was currently at its most vulnerable. The arm below the elbow shattered. The creature produced a sound that was not a scream. It was the sonic register of something that had not been damaged in a long time and was registering the input without having a framework for the appropriate response to it. The arm remnant fell. The regeneration mechanism engaged immediately. Taelo could see it, the stone material migrating from the torso reservoir toward the damaged extremity, and within 4 seconds a new lower arm was forming, less detailed than the original but structurally present and operational. Gareth's formation was burning through their stamina at a rate that was visible. This was the math of the problem. Every piece of the creature they removed came back within seconds, which meant the energy cost of removing it was pure expenditure with no accumulated return. They could fight perfectly and the warden would outlast them by the arithmetic of regeneration that never ran out versus fighters whose stamina did. Taelo was in the back of the chamber not fighting. He was watching. Specifically, he was watching the creature's regeneration cycle, the timing of it, because Mind's lens had given him the combat analysis and the analysis had flagged one thing that the system considered worth noting and that Taelo considered the only number in the room that mattered. The warden could not regenerate and attack simultaneously. The two systems ran from the same internal reservoir, the same source that powered the stone and the force and the continuous rebuild, and when the regeneration engaged at full capacity the attack systems pulled back, and when the attack came the regeneration slowed. The gap was 1.5 seconds. Between the end of the armor rebuild cycle and the beginning of the next attack sequence, there was a window of 1.5 seconds where the creature was in transition, the regeneration complete, the attack system spooling up, the reservoir committing to offense rather than defense. During that window the armor was at its lowest integrity. The stone that had just rebuilt was newer, less compressed, not yet integrated with the structural layers below it. 1.5 seconds was enough. He moved to the front. Not dramatically. He moved through the fight the way he moved through everything. Along the geometry of available space, staying out of the direct engagement lines, using the movement of the fighters around him as cover. He reached Cassiel's position during a repositioning moment and he grabbed Cassiel's arm and Cassiel turned with the immediate alertness of someone who has been fighting and felt unexpected contact. Taelo spoke 6 words. Hit on the rebuild gap. He held up 1.5 fingers, which was not a conventional quantity but was the right quantity, and he let go of Cassiel's arm and stepped back. Cassiel looked at him for half a second. This was the moment. The half second where a person decides whether to ask why or trust the source that has told them things before and been right. It was the same half second that had happened in the golem fight, the same calculation running on a processor that was fast because it had done this before and knew what the data looked like when it was good. He turned back to the warden and he watched the cycle. The next rebuild completed. The stone surface sealed. The attack system paused. Cassiel drove his sword into the center of the warden's chest in the gap. The blade found purchase in a way it had not found in any of the previous strikes, not chipping, not surface damage, going in, the newer stone of the fresh rebuild not yet hardened enough to stop a blade with that kind of intent behind it. The warden's response was the sonic compression again, shorter this time, involuntary, the sound of a system encountering something it was not prepared for. Cassiel pulled back. The next cycle started. He watched it. Seraphine had seen him do it. She didn't ask. She observed the timing the way she observed everything, once, completely, and then stored as operational knowledge, and when the next rebuild gap opened she was at the creature's left side and her hands were on the chest panel, and the cold she applied in 1.5 seconds dropped the newly rebuilt stone past its integrity threshold. She struck it and the chest panel fractured. The warden's regeneration lurched. The reservoir that had been managing everything, the armor, the arm rebuild, the atmospheric cold, was now receiving competing damage signals from the chest, which was the structural center, and the system was prioritizing the wrong things, pulling material toward the surface damage while the chest fractures continued to deepen. Gareth's fighters felt the change without knowing its source. The creature's movement became slightly less coordinated, the arm swings arriving at angles that were half a step late, the attention management that had been tracking multiple targets simultaneously developing gaps. They pressed harder because pressing harder was what you did when the thing you were fighting started showing strain, and it was the right instinct even if they didn't know why it was right. The warden shifted. It did not announce the shift. The 4 arms reconfigured, 2 staying forward to manage the engagement that Gareth and Cassiel and Seraphine were pressing, 2 rotating back toward the rear of the chamber. Toward the back wall where the non-fighters had been positioned, where Fane and Orlin and 2 others were doing the non-fighter work of staying out of the way and managing the injured and trying to exist without taking up space that the fighters needed. The backline. Taelo saw the arms rotate and he was moving before the first spike launched. The spikes came from the warden's lower arms in a volley, not projectiles from a weapon but extensions of the creature itself, stone spurs launching from the surface of the arms with the force of something that had been compressed and released. They were not precise. They were area suppression, a volley across the back section of the chamber, the kind of attack designed not to target one thing but to make a section of the room hostile to occupation. There were no shields in the backline. There was a fallen fighter between Taelo's current position and the back wall, one of the 8 from the opening shockwave, not unconscious but not back on their feet, their round metal arm shield lying beside them where it had fallen. Taelo grabbed the shield. He did not have the arm strength to carry it the way it was designed to be carried, so he did not try to carry it that way. He wedged it into a gap between 2 broken floor stones that the tremor had left, angled it against a support pillar at the angle that covered the most ground behind it, and pushed Fane and Orlin into the space behind it with his body and his arms and the force of a man who was not asking permission. The volley hit. Most of it hit the floor, the wall, the supply containers that had been staged near the back. 2 spikes hit the shield and the shield held, the metal producing the deep resonance of stone hitting metal at force, the pillar behind it cracking but not giving. 1 spike clipped Taelo across the upper arm. Not the angle of a direct hit, the angle of something that had already transferred most of its force into the shield and was deflecting along the surface, but the edge of it was stone moving fast and the edge opened a line across his arm that bled immediately. He registered the blood, registered the pain at the functional level of injury assessment rather than the experiential level, and turned back to the main fight because the main fight was the thing that determined whether the blood mattered. He started calling positioning from the back. The gap timing, again, he had the cycle in his head now, had watched enough of it that his count was synchronized to the warden's actual rhythm, and he was calling the windows the way he had called windows in the Blade Room, a real-time track laid over the chaos of the fight. Gareth's fighters could hear him. Some of them were following the calls. The ones who were following the calls were landing hits during the gap. The ones who weren't were swinging into full integrity armor and wasting stamina. Bowen saw the arm. Not immediately. The fight was not a situation that permitted comprehensive awareness of everything in the chamber simultaneously, and Bowen had been engaged with the creature's forward arms for most of the fight, doing the work of a Guardian-class fighter who had developed a very practical understanding of how to exist in a melee with something much larger than himself. But in a repositioning moment, a 3-second window where the creature's attention had committed to the Cassiel Seraphine pressure on the chest, Bowen's eyes crossed the room and found Taelo. Found the blood on his arm. His expression changed. It was a small change and a significant one. Not anger in the way that anger is performed, not the jaw set and the eye narrow and the deliberate decision to be more aggressive. It was the change that happens when someone you have decided to be responsible for takes a hit and your nervous system adjusts its operational parameters without consulting your reasoning, the involuntary upward shift in the intensity register that the body makes when something it cares about is threatened. Bowen's next swing was harder. Not reckless. His accuracy did not drop, the fundamental competence that the system tracked as battlefield empathy did not switch off, but the force behind it increased by a margin that was visible in the result. The arm he hit cracked. The crack ran further than any previous hit had run. Bowen hit it again in the same place before the regeneration could engage and the crack became a fracture and the fracture became a separation and the lower arm came off at the joint with the full separation that Seraphine's cold had been setting up for the last 2 minutes of concentrated application. The warden's movement was asymmetric now. 3 functional arms, 1 in rebuild, the chest fractures that Cassiel and Seraphine were working in tandem widening with each gap time strike. The regeneration reservoir was clearly not keeping pace. The system data that Mind's Lens was feeding Taelo in real time showed the rebuild times extending, the armor surface looking rougher between cycles, the fresh stone not integrating as completely as it had been. Cassiel and Seraphine had found the rhythm between them without speaking. This was the thing Taelo watched in the gaps between calling windows and checking the backline. The 2 of them operating on the creature's chest with a synchronization that had not been discussed, that had emerged from both of them watching the same cycle and reaching the same conclusion and finding that their responses to the same conclusion were complementary. Cassiel's strike opened a point of entry. Seraphine's cold lowered the integrity of the material around the point of entry. Cassiel's next strike went deeper than the last one. The chest fractures were reaching the interior. The warden's response to this was the response of the thing the system had called a sustained defensive creature reaching the threshold where sustained was no longer sufficient. The full reservoir commitment, pulling everything from everything, the remaining arms slowing their attack rhythm as the power went to the attempt to keep the core sealed. The creature was playing defense now, And playing defense meant Gareth's fighters had windows that did not require Taelo's timing calls because the creature's own reduction in offensive output was creating them. Cassiel hit the chest. Seraphine hit the chest. At the same time. Not coordinated by signal or by word, coordinated by the shared read of the same moment, two people who had been tracking the same pattern arriving at the same conclusion simultaneously because the pattern had produced a conclusion that was the same for both of them. Cassiel's blade and Seraphine's cold strike hit the chest fracture at the same point of maximum weakness simultaneously, and the force of the two combined was more than the sum of its parts because cold weakened stone fractures differently under impact than room temperature stone, and impact cracked stone conducts cold differently than intact stone, and the combination created a failure cascade that the regeneration reservoir could not respond to fast enough. The obsidian warden's chest caved inward. The collapse was not the slow cinematic crumbling of things that go down in stages. It was sudden. The structural integrity of the core failing and the rest of the creature following the core the way all things follow the thing that holds them together, the four arms dropping, the flat slab face losing its light as the fractures went dark, the entire mass of black stone armor coming down in the way that very heavy things come down when they stop being held up. The impact of it hitting the floor traveled through the stone and up through everyone's feet. Then the chamber was quiet. Not the quiet of things being over, the quiet of people who have just been in something and are still in the register of it, still running on the chemistry of it, still breathing at the rate the last 5 minutes required even though the last 5 minutes was done. It was the quiet of a room catching up to its own status. People were sitting, leaning, checking injuries, making the small sounds of exertion winding down. Gareth was breathing hard in the center of the chamber, his weapon still in his hand because putting it down required a decision and decisions required a moment he had not yet taken. His fighters were doing inventory of themselves and each other with the automatic thoroughness of people who had learned to do this immediately after fights because later was when you found out something was worse than it felt in the moment. Cassiel was walking toward the shattered remains of the warden, where the system would place whatever the creature was designed to drop. Seraphine was standing where she had been when she struck the final hit. She had not moved from the position. Her face was in its usual configuration, the even, systematic quality of someone whose default state was readiness rather than rest. Her right shoulder she held slightly forward, which was a small deviation from her standard posture, and Taelo noted it from across the chamber the way he noted everything about her shoulder from across any distance since he had first filed the wince after the serpent fight. Gareth looked at Taelo. He looked directly across the chamber, through the aftermath and the people moving through it and the settling dust from the warden's collapse, and he found Taelo with his eyes with the directness of a man who had decided to find him and was not being subtle about having decided. The look lasted longer than any of the previous looks. It lasted long enough that it was not assessment and not revision. It had moved past both of those into something that did not have a clean name, something in the space between acknowledgement and question. He still said nothing. He turned and walked toward Cassiel and the gate key and whatever came after the key. Taelo looked at his arm. The cut from the spike deflection was the kind of cut that was going to need Fane's attention, not the kind that required urgency, not deep enough for that, but real and bleeding and present in the way that wounds present themselves when the adrenaline of the moment that made them tolerable begins to wind down. He pressed his sleeve against it, which was the immediate solution available, and watched Cassiel crouch over the shattered warden and extract the gate key from the debris. The key was not what he would have imagined, not a literal key, not a physical object that looked like what it did. It was a shard, dark and crystalline, that pulsed with a frequency the system recognized because the system window that appeared for everyone simultaneously described it as a gate actuator and provided information about its function and range and activation requirements. The information was useful and he read it fully and filed it. Then the second notification appeared. This one was not for everyone. It was the specific address of a system update to his personal profile, the notification that came when something he had developed passed a threshold the system had been watching for. It told him, in the neutral language of a system that did not distinguish between small developments and large ones in its announcement, that Mind's lens had evolved. The evolution had registered from sustained active use across multiple high-intensity engagements, the accumulated application of the skill in real combat conditions producing the next level of integration. The new capabilities were listed without emphasis, skill level reading, which would tell him the development stage of the abilities other participants held. Hidden class paths, which would surface alternate class trajectories that the system had calculated for participants based on their current stat and trait profiles but that the participants themselves had not been shown. And emotional state reading, which would give him the system's assessment of the current emotional register of any scanned individual. He sat with the evolution for a moment. Not a long moment. The chamber was still active, people were still moving, Fane was going to need to know about his arm, the gate key logistics required a conversation. But a moment, the acknowledgement of a threshold crossed, the specific thing that happened in him when the growth he was working toward made itself visible in a form that was measurable. He activated Mind's lens. He had run it on almost everyone in this chamber at some point in the last week. He had read stats and traits and hidden designations and class selections and the word legendary under a magic stat and the word bound under a hidden status field. He had filed all of it in the organized structure he maintained for this information, the ongoing model of every person he was sharing a dungeon with. He turned it on Seraphine. The profile loaded with the same weight it had always loaded, the system dedicating more processing to her than to any other scan he had run. The stats were as they had been: SSS, peak evolution, total integration, the combat record that scrolled. The hidden status he had been watching since the first scan and that had updated from bound to searching was still there, searching still the operative word, and the new resolution that the evolved lens gave him did not add more words to it but made the ones that were there feel more specific somehow, more current, as if the update was recent. He moved to the emotional state field. It was new. It was something the skill had not been able to give him before today. He looked at it with the attention he gave to every new category of information, careful, complete, without projecting what he wanted it to say over what it actually said. The system displayed one word: interested. He read the word. He read it again, not because it was unclear but because words that hit a certain way deserve the second read, the one where you make sure you received it correctly and did not substitute something simpler or something more comfortable. The system had given him the emotional state of a woman with an SSS-Rank designation and a combat record that outpaced a regressor and a hidden status that had moved from bound to searching since she arrived at the camp, and the emotional state it had returned was not relief or strategy or calculation or any of the words that Taelo had run the dungeon organizing himself around. Interested. He lowered the lens. He looked at Seraphine across the chamber. She was still in the position she had been in, still holding her shoulder the small degree forward that he had noted, and she was not looking at him. She was looking at the gate key in Cassiel's hand, tracking the logistics of the situation with the systematic read she applied to everything. She was not looking at him. And the system, which did not have opinions and did not editorialize and had called him a genetic mistake with the same neutral tone it had used to tell him a woman he had not yet spoken to carried a world-tier elemental core sleeping inside her, had looked at whatever it looked at when it assessed emotional states and had returned one word for the woman who had said useful in an assembly that was going to eject him, who had asked what his skill was in a corridor outside a boss room and told him his answer was not an answer, who had moved behind him in a trap tunnel without being asked for the first time since she had arrived. Interested. He pressed his sleeve against the cut on his arm and breathed through his nose and looked at the gate key in Cassiel's hand and thought about what came next. There was a great deal that came next. He started making the list. The gate key did not open the portal immediately. It did what system items did when they were designed to deliver information before delivering the thing the information was about. It pulsed once in Cassiel's hand and the system window appeared for everyone simultaneously, the full group notification that the dungeon used when it had something to say to all 47 people at once rather than to individuals. The window explained the key. It explained the portal. And then, in the neutral language of a system that considered relevant information and inconvenient information to be the same category, it explained the catch. 10 people per activation. 6-hour cooldown between uses. The math resolved instantly and visibly across 47 faces. 10 per trip, 6 hours between trips, 47 people total, 5 trips minimum, the last one a partial, 30 hours of portal cycles if everything went perfectly and nothing interrupted the cooldown and the dungeon cooperated with the schedule, which the dungeon had not demonstrated any interest in doing. 30 hours in a dungeon that had just produced a zone guardian and a gravity shift chamber and a frost serpent and a crack in the floor of the main camp. The argument started before the system window closed. Gareth moved first, which was not surprising. He said his fighters had taken the most risk in the boss fight, had carried the engagement, had bled for the key. He said the people who had made the extraction possible should be the people who went through first. He said this with the tone of someone stating a principle rather than making a demand, which was the most effective way to state a demand. He said his fighters needed to be out, needed to regroup and recover in conditions that were not a dungeon, needed to be at full capacity for whatever came after the portal. Cassiel said the injured went first. He said it the same way he said everything, without raising his voice, without theatrical backing, as a fact that he was informing the room of rather than debating. He said the 2 fighters who had been knocked unconscious in the gravity chamber were still not fully recovered. He said Fane needed proper medical resources that the dungeon did not provide. He said the non-fighters, the people who had never had combat capability and had been surviving in the camp through proximity to people who did, had the most to gain from exit and the least to offer if they stayed. He said the people who could fight could also fight for another 6 hours. Petra had been standing near the middle of the room when the system window appeared and she was still standing near the middle of the room but she had moved approximately 4 feet in the direction of the people she wanted to be near when the first group was selected, which was a movement so gradual and so plausibly incidental that most people would not have tracked it. She was talking to one of Cassiel's camp members in the tone of someone having a casual conversation that was not about portal rotation, and the person she was talking to was someone Cassiel would listen to when the first group was being finalized, and the content of her conversation was carefully not about portal rotation and was entirely about portal rotation. Taelo sat at the edge of the room on a section of collapsed stone that functioned as a bench and watched all of it. He turned the upgraded mind's lens on the room and let the emotional state data run across the argument the way he had run environmental data across dungeon zones, systematically checking each relevant point, building a picture that the words being spoken were only partially conveying. Gareth, pride and calculation. The system gave him both simultaneously, which meant they were not competing registers but operating together, which was a specific kind of person, the kind where the pride was not vanity but a functional component of the calculation, where self-interest and self-image were the same system running the same process. The argument Gareth was making was the argument that Gareth's read of fairness and Gareth's read of self-interest had converged on, which made it genuinely held and also genuinely self-serving simultaneously. Both things were true. Cassiel, genuine concern mixed with strategic frustration. The concern was for the specific people he was naming, the injured, the non-fighters, the ones who had made it this far by staying close to something stronger than themselves and deserved the exit more than anyone. The frustration was at the architecture of the argument, that the correct position was having to be defended rather than accepted, that the logic of protecting the most vulnerable was not landing as obvious because the room was full of people for whom survival had installed a different hierarchy. Petra, controlled panic. He read this one twice, because Petra's surface presentation was the opposite of panic. She was warm and angled and working the room with the skill that he had identified on day one as genuine and effective and in some ways more sophisticated than his own approach. But underneath the surface, the emotional state the system was tracking was panic. Controlled panic, which was the specific variety that people with high self-regulation capacity produced when their circumstances had moved outside what their planning could accommodate. The portal had finite capacity and a long timeline, and Petra was a person whose survival strategy depended on proximity to high-value assets, and high-value assets were going to prioritize their own departure schedules over hers. The controlled panic was the knowledge of this, managed below the surface, still doing its work. He turned the lens to Seraphine. She was not in the argument. She was standing at the edge of the room in the position she occupied when the room was doing something she was monitoring rather than participating in, and her eyes were not on the argument. They were on him. She was watching him watch everyone else. He read her emotional state. Observing. He held that for a moment. Not interested, which was what the lens had returned in the boss chamber. The word had changed, or the state had changed, or both, and the new word was observing, which was the emotional state of someone who had identified something they wanted more information about and were in the process of acquiring it. She had watched him do what he did in the 3 dungeon zones. She had watched him sit at the edge of the argument and look at each person with the quality of attention he gave things he was reading. She had been in the camp long enough to have accumulated a pattern, and a person with her capability and her systematic read of everything around her was not going to miss a pattern when it was sitting in the same room looking at people with the attention of a man who was receiving data from the looking. He looked away from her. He turned the lens to Daria, who was at the back of the room, which was where she usually was, not hiding, not shrinking, but occupying the space at the edge of the group's center of gravity the way people do when they feel peripheral to a situation. Her ankle was better. Not healed. Fane had managed it well, but dungeon conditions were dungeon conditions and healing moved at the rate it moved. She had participated in the boss fight at the level available to a person with a civilian stat distribution and a damaged ankle, which was the level of staying out of the way and managing the supplies and watching and being afraid while doing a functional job of not showing it. Her emotional state, quietly terrified. Not the acute terror of the first day, when the system had grabbed her from wherever she had been and dropped her in a dungeon with fanged creatures behind her. This was the settled terror of someone who had been frightened for long enough that it had become the baseline register, the thing that ran underneath everything else rather than overriding it. She was functioning. She was doing what needed to be done. And she was terrified in the steady, persistent way that was harder to deal with than the acute kind because there was no peak to it and no resolution, just the ongoing presence of it in the background of every moment. He thought about the unawakened elemental core sitting under the legendary tag under the magic stat that read 10. He thought about world tier and what the system had meant by it, the specific notation it used for things that were structurally significant rather than individually exceptional. He thought about a young woman who was quietly terrified in the back of a room arguing about portal rotation and did not know what she was. On instinct, and partly because the evolved mind's lens had a new capability and he was the kind of person who tested new capabilities thoroughly, he turned it on himself. He did not know what to expect. The skill had never been designed to read its user. The self-scan was not something he had tried before, partly because he had not thought to try and partly because there was something about scanning yourself that felt like trying to look at your own eyes without a mirror. But the evolved version had more integration, more reach, and he aimed it inward as an experiment. The system paused. Not the loading screen pause of the first Seraphine scan. A different kind of pause, the pause of a system that had received a request it was processing through a logic branch it had not frequently used. Then it returned. Calculating. He almost laughed. He did not laugh because the argument was still happening, and laughing alone at the edge of a room of people in a serious disagreement was its own kind of statement. But the laugh was there behind the almost, the private amusement of receiving from an external system the exact description of his internal state that he would have given if someone had asked him sincerely. Calculating was what he was doing. Calculating was what he was always doing. The system had looked inside him and returned the word that was truest about him in any given moment, and it had done it without irony or commentary, with the same neutrality it applied to pride and calculation in Gareth and controlled panic in Petra, and he filed the self-assessment alongside everything else and let it sit. The argument resolved the way arguments resolve when one position has the moral clarity and the other has the self-interest, which is that the position with the moral clarity wins the room and the position with the self-interest wins the corners. Cassiel's framework, injured and non-combatants first, became the first group's selection criteria. Gareth did not concede loudly. He accepted it with the expression of a man who has determined that this is not the hill to make expensive and who is filing the debt for later collection. Petra ended up not in the first group and not in the position of having obviously lobbied to be in it, which was the specific outcome that her controlled panic had been working to prevent and also working to conceal, and the fact that she achieved the concealment while failing the outcome was a partial result she accepted with the warmth of someone who would be processing it for the entire 6 hours until the second portal. The first group assembled at the portal site. 10 people, the 2 unconscious fighters now conscious but unstable, Fane who had been holding the medical function of the camp together and who needed actual resources to keep doing it, Orlin who had never had combat capability and had survived this far by staying useful in non-combat ways, Daria, and 5 others from the combined camp whose injuries or baseline capability made the case for early exit. The portal was open. The key's pulse had activated it. A circle of light that was calmer than the goddess's golden announcement column, more functional, the light of a door rather than the light of a declaration. It held its shape with the patience of a mechanism doing its design job. Daria was at the edge of it. She turned and found Taelo before she stepped through. He saw her turn and he walked to her because she was looking for him, and walking to someone who is looking for you was the uncomplicated thing to do. She grabbed his hand when he reached her, which was not something she had done before and which she did with the directness of someone who had decided to do it before he arrived and was not second-guessing the decision. She did not say anything for a moment. Then she said she knew she was not going to be useless forever. She said it looking at him, not at the portal, with the quality of someone who was not asking for confirmation but making a statement they had arrived at privately and were choosing to share. She said it with the specific dignity of a person who has been peripheral in a situation they did not choose and has decided to have a relationship with that fact that is not defeat. Taelo told her he had always known that. He said it without additional words, without the elaboration that would have made it a different thing than what it was. He said it and met her eyes and let it be what it was, which was one person telling another person a true thing. She held his hand for another second. Then she let go and she went through the portal, and the light closed behind the 10 people in the first group, and the dungeon had 47 survivors in it, and now it had 37. The 6-hour wait started. 2 hours in, the secondary dungeon alarm triggered. It was not the Zone Guardian alarm or the boss chamber signal. It was a different notification, shorter and more urgent. The system's way of announcing that something had moved into proximity that had not been there before and that the proximity was not coincidental. The system called it a wandering elite, a creature not tied to a specific chamber or zone but moving through the dungeon's corridor network, driven by something the system classified as sensory tracking. The boss fight had produced a volume of scent, blood, adrenaline, the specific biological broadcast of a prolonged high-intensity engagement, and something in the levels above had been following that broadcast toward its source for 2 hours. It was close. 12 fighters remaining on the portal side, plus Seraphine. Gareth and his 4 most capable fighters, Cassiel, Bowen, Solia, Rendell with his ribs that had graduated from inconvenient to managed, 3 others from the camp who had combat designations and were functional. And Taelo. Taelo ran Mind's lens on the creature before it arrived, the system giving him the approach vector data and the preliminary profile as the range closed. The profile came back incomplete. Wandering elites had dynamic attributes that the system did not fully catalog until engagement, because their attributes were partially determined by their behavior rather than fixed at their creation. He got size, large, though not Zone Guardian large, and speed rating, which was flagged as exceptional, and a combat classification that used a term he had not seen before. Adaptive mimic. The system descriptor was short, and the shortness of it was a form of emphasis. The creature's combat style was not fixed but calibrated to the opponent it was currently engaging, drawing from observed input to develop counters in real time. He filed this immediately under things that were going to be a serious problem and started thinking about what serious problem meant practically before the creature arrived, so that when it arrived the thinking was done. It came through the eastern corridor and it was fast in the way the system had flagged, not the sustained velocity of a creature designed for pursuit but the burst velocity of something that moved in explosive intervals, the kind of fast that closed distance before the person watching it had fully registered that distance was being closed. It was bipedal, which was not what he had expected from the dungeon's design pattern, roughly humanoid in proportion but with limbs that were longer relative to its body than human limbs and with a surface that was not armor and not skin but something continuous that shifted quality as it moved, almost reflective, almost absorptive, depending on the angle. It hit the line that Gareth had established and the first engagement was Cassiel, who was at the flank and who engaged with the efficiency that he always engaged, precise, economical, finding the angle before committing. For 20 seconds it was fine. At second 21, the creature's movement changed. Not its speed or its aggression, those remained constant. Its style changed. The way it moved its weight, the way it closed distance, the angles it selected for its strikes, all of it reorganized in a window that was fast enough that if you were not watching for it you would have filed it as the creature finding its rhythm. Taelo was watching for it. He saw it happen. And what it reorganized into was Cassiel's style. The precise flank angles, the economical commitment, the way weight loaded before a strike. Not a copy, not a performance, but an adaptation. The creature had watched Cassiel work for 20 seconds and had produced a version of Cassiel's approach and was now using it against Cassiel, which was the specific combat nightmare of fighting something that had studied you long enough to know where you were going before you got there. Cassiel felt it. Taelo saw him feel it, the half-step hesitation of a fighter whose instincts have encountered an input they recognize as wrong, whose reads on the opponent are returning data that is shaped like their own data. Taelo yelled. He yelled stop fighting individually and the volume of it cut through the fight noise because he put everything he had into the volume, because this was the kind of instruction that needed to land immediately or not at all. He yelled that the creature was mirroring whoever it was engaging last. He yelled that it could only hold one style at a time. He yelled that they needed pairs, rotating, switching every 10 seconds, not giving it a single sustained source to calibrate from. The room took this in at different speeds. Seraphine adjusted immediately. She was already moving to a paired position with Cassiel before the instruction was fully delivered, the tactical logic having landed in her on the same timeline as him saying it because she had been watching the creature with the systematic attention she applied to everything and had been 3 seconds behind his conclusion when he announced it. They entered the creature's range together. Cassiel from the left, Seraphine from the right, their approaches different enough in style that the creature's calibration system received conflicting inputs and produced the hesitation of something trying to solve an equation with 2 variables it hadn't expected. The creature's adaptation stalled. Gareth hesitated. It was a small hesitation. The beat. The duration of a man who has been told what to do by someone he categorized as irrelevant and whose pride is running the calculation of whether the instruction makes sense before the competence is willing to accept it. The calculation resolved. The creature's stalled adaptation was visible even from across the chamber, was empirical evidence that the instruction had a basis, and Gareth moved into a pair with his lead fighter and rotated into the engagement. For seconds of hesitation. Taelo counted them and filed them. The rotating pair system was not clean. Clean was for situations with time to practice and nothing trying to kill you while you develop the habit. This was the dungeon version. Approximate, interrupted, the pairs forming and rotating with the clumsy coordination of people who had been told a new rule mid-game and were applying it under fire. But approximate coordination against a mimic creature was better than no coordination, because the creature's adaptation system needed sustained input from a single source and rotating pairs were not giving it sustained input from a single source. Every time the creature began to lock onto a style, the pair changed. The calibration reset. The creature swung at where the style it had been learning would have been and the pair was not there anymore because the pair that was there now moved differently. Taelo stood at the back and called rotations. He called them the way he had called everything in the 3 zones, continuous, real-time, against the creature's actual adaptation pace rather than a preset timer. He watched the creature's movement for the signs of calibration setting, the slight reorganization of its limb angles that preceded a style lock, and called the switch before the lock completed. It was not mechanical. It was reading. It was the specific application of perception, 16 and a skill that had been developing for a week in conditions that made development non-optional. The creature was not winning the fight. It was not losing it quickly either. The adaptive defense it produced when the pairs rotated efficiently was still robust, still a creature that the system had classified as elite for reasons that remained in evidence. But it was being denied the one thing that made it exceptional. Its primary capability was nullified. What remained was a large, fast, hostile creature with a conventional offensive capability, which was a problem the 12 fighters and Seraphine in the room were equipped to address. Then the rotation broke. It broke because Gareth's pair had committed to an angle that the creature had anticipated, not through style mirroring but through simple spatial prediction, the creature reading the room's geometry the way any capable fighter reads geometry, and the commitment left a gap in the rotation coverage on the eastern side of the engagement, and the creature moved into the gap with the burst speed the system had flagged as exceptional, and the gap put it between the main engagement and the eastern, where Seraphine was repositioning from a completed rotation. She was not in a bad position. Taelo registered this immediately. She was not cornered in the way that cornered meant helpless, because Seraphine at any position in any room was not helpless. But she was in the position of having a creature between her and the main group at close range with burst speed that could close the remaining distance before the main group could reinsert, and the creature had been watching her for 30 seconds of rotating engagement and had a partial calibration on her style that the rotation had slowed but not zeroed. It moved toward her. Taelo threw his spear. Not at the creature. At the wall above it. Specifically at the section of the wall above the creature where the boss fight's shockwave damage had left a section of the stone shelf cracked and partially separated from the wall face, sitting at the angle of something that needed one more input to decide to fall. The spear hit the crack point exactly, because perception, 16 and a week of reading dungeon architecture and the specific application of aim that was not about strength but about knowing where the target was before you threw. The stone shelf came down. Not on the creature. Adjacent to it, the falling mass landing at its side, the impact and the noise and the sudden change in the spatial geometry of that corner of the room combining into a stagger, the creature's burst speed interrupted by the requirement to process the new input and adjust its approach vector. 1.5 seconds. Maybe 2. Seraphine did not need them. But she had them, and she used them, and what she did with them was apply her hands to the creature's torso in the window the stagger created, and let the cold do what the cold did when she directed it with total integration at something that had been fighting for the last several minutes and had elevated its body temperature with the effort. The contrast was significant. The effect was immediate and structural. She struck it once. The creature went down with the completeness of things that go down when Seraphine has decided they are going down, and the chamber was quiet again in the specific way it went quiet after combat, and 37 people, 12 fighters, Seraphine, and Taelo were still present and functional on the portal side with 4 hours of cooldown remaining. She looked at Taelo. Not the systematic sweep she used for rooms. Not the observing read of someone cataloging data. She looked at him the way people look at a specific thing when they have decided to look at it rather than when they have arrived at it as part of a pattern. He looked back. The spear was in the wall above where the creature had been. He was going to need to get it down, which was a practical problem he noted and set aside. His arm from the spike clip in the boss fight was reminding him it existed, which was also a practical problem. The 4 hours of cooldown remaining was a third practical problem. He looked back at her. And then the mind's lens did something it had not done before. It was not a scan he had initiated. He had not pointed the skill at himself. He had tried that once, during the portal argument, and received calculating with the neutrality of a system reporting a fact. This was unsolicited. The skill ran on his own profile without being directed to, in the specific way that passive scans sometimes surface things from the edge of the range without deliberate targeting, except the edge of his range did not include himself and the skill had never produced an uninitiated self-read before. The result appeared in his awareness the way all mind's lens data appeared, not visual, not auditory, deposited directly into the understanding. 2 words. Unknown status. He held the result. Not calculating. Not the neat self-description the system had returned 2 hours ago with the dry accuracy of a system that had looked inside him and found what was obviously there. Unknown status. The notation the system used when it encountered a data field it could classify but could not populate, when the category existed in the architecture but the content was outside the system's current resolution. His emotional state was unknown status. He had spent a week reading every person around him with increasing resolution. He had read pride and calculation in a man who had dismissed him in 3 seconds. He had read genuine concern in a regressor who was shepherding 47 people through a dungeon he had already survived. He had read controlled panic in a woman who was better at concealing it than most people were at not having it. He had read interested and then observing and read them both carefully and filed them in the place where he filed things that were going to matter. He had turned the lens on himself and received calculating, which had almost made him laugh because it was so correct. And now, standing in a boss chamber with his spear in a wall and his arm bleeding and 4 hours left on the portal cooldown, looking back at a woman whose system profile was the largest red mind's lens had ever produced and whose emotional state had moved from interested to observing and back to something the system was apparently still updating, his own emotional state had returned unknown status. The system did not know. He was not sure it was wrong. Seraphine held the look for another moment. Then she turned and walked to the position near the portal site that she had occupied since the first group went through, the position that was not affiliated with Gareth's formation or Cassiel's camp section but was its own fixed point that other people distributed around without discussing it. Taelo looked at the spear in the wall. He walked over and worked it loose with both hands, the cut arm registering the effort with the opinion that it had been registering all day, and he held the spear and turned back to the chamber and found a wall to put his back against. He ran calculating. He ran it on the 4 hours remaining, the second group's composition, the wandering elite that was down and the question of whether another one would pick up the scent before the portal cycled, the logistics of 30 remaining people making it through subsequent portal trips. He ran it on Gareth's 4-second hesitation and what that meant for the room's power dynamics going forward. He ran it on Daria through the portal with the unawakened elemental core sleeping inside her and what world tier meant on the other side of a dungeon exit, in a dying world that had grabbed 200 people from their lives because the world needed saving. He ran it on 2 words the system had returned from a self-scan it had initiated without being asked, from a moment of sustained eye contact with a woman whose status field had updated twice since she arrived and whose most recent emotional state read was something the system was apparently still deciding. Unknown status. He had always known what he was doing and why. He had the lists and the hierarchies and the long game calculations and the cold red of every variable in the room. He had the organized space where information lived sorted by relevance and timeline and the connections between pieces that made the whole more coherent than the parts. The system had looked inside that organized space and returned unknown status. He sat with it the way he sat with information that did not yet have a place, not dismissing it, not overanalyzing it, just holding it in the place that was reserved for things that were going to matter in ways he had not yet determined. For hours. He started making the list. The second portal group assembled with the efficiency of people who had already done this once and understood the geometry of it, 10 names, 10 positions, the activation sequence that Cassiel had worked out from the gate keys system instructions during the first cooldown. The light held its shape. The system held its timeline. The dungeon, for 6 hours, had cooperated with the schedule it had imposed. Cassiel called the names. Injured fighters, people whose combat capacity had been reduced enough by the accumulated toll of the boss fight and the wandering elite to make them more burden than asset in another engagement. 10 people with clean reasoning behind their selection, the kind of reasoning that arrived pre-justified, that would survive scrutiny from any direction. Gareth had 6 people in the group. He had placed them there under the language of fairness, equal distribution across both groups, equitable exit, the demonstration of a man who was not playing politics with a portal rotation. He said this while helping Cassiel organize the names with the cooperative energy of someone who had decided, after the confrontation over first group selection, that visible reasonableness was the current asset worth developing. Petra clocked it in approximately 4 seconds. Taelo clocked it in 3, but he had the upgraded mind's lens running and Petra was working from observation alone, so he gave her the credit. 6 of Gareth's fighters in the second group meant 6 fewer people whose primary loyalty ran toward Cassiel when the remaining group's dynamics were determined. Gareth had not made an argument. He had not issued a demand. He had used the fairness framework that Cassiel had established as a moral anchor and redirected it to produce an outcome that the fairness framework had not been designed to produce, and he had done it while appearing to support the framework. It was, Taelo acknowledged privately, a clean piece of work. The second group went through. The portal closed. The counter restarted. 9 people remaining: Taelo, Bowen, Cassiel, Gareth, Petra, Seraphine, 4 of Gareth's fighters. The chamber that had held 47 people 2 portal cycles ago now held 9, and the 9 arranged themselves in the space with the spatial awareness of people who understood that the arrangement was not neutral. Petra came to stand next to Taelo within 20 minutes of the portal closing. She did it gradually, which was her method, not arriving beside him but ending up there through a series of natural-seeming intermediate positions, each one explicable on its own and collectively constituting a deliberate path. By the time she was standing next to him, it felt like the room had organized that way rather than like she had organized it. She said they were in an interesting position, the 2 of them. She said it warmly, the warmth that was her instrument, genuine enough in its quality that analyzing it felt ungracious even when you knew the analysis was necessary. She said they were both underestimated by the people in this room who were running the calculations. She said that people who were underestimated together had a natural alignment of interest. She said it the way you say something you want to sound like an observation and you want to land like a proposal. Taelo said that was a fair point. He said it pleasantly and with the warmth that was his own instrument when he deployed it, which was infrequently enough that it had more force when it appeared. He said that surviving the third portal together was the obvious shared goal. He said that he appreciated her candor. He said it all in the register of a man who was receiving a proposal and was being reasonable about it. He gave her nothing. Not rudely. Not with the cold shoulder of someone who was refusing engagement. He engaged fully and pleasantly and gave her not a single piece of information she had not already possessed, not a single commitment that would cost him anything if she turned it against him, not a single reveal about his read of the room or his read of Gareth's 6-fighter maneuver or his read of the emotional states he had been running continuously since the upgraded lens gave him that capability. She knew she had got nothing. He could see her know it, a micro-adjustment in her expression, the recalibration of a person who has run a line and received a professionally empty response. She smiled and moved to check on the supplies, which was both a genuine action and a graceful exit, and Taelo filed the exchange under Petra. Operating, not hostile, useful in her current direction. Gareth used the downtime the way he used every space he occupied, by structuring it. He assigned tasks to the 9 people with the directness of a man who had decided that the current situation's ambiguity was best addressed by filling it with defined roles, and that assigning the roles was itself a claim about who did the assigning. He gave his 4 fighters perimeter watch, which was the role with the most visible combat implication. He gave Cassiel a coordination task, which was the role of someone important and which simultaneously contained the implication that coordination was something that was being assigned rather than inherent. He gave Bowen heavy equipment management. He gave Taelo supply inventory. Taelo said that was fine and walked to the supply stacks and started counting. The supply inventory was, as Gareth had intended, the least demanding task in the rotation, the work of a person who was being kept occupied and out of the way simultaneously. Taelo accepted this with the equanimity of someone who understood that inventory was exactly the task that required you to touch every item in the supply stack and run your hand across every container and open every bag, and who understood that mind's lens running on every item in a supply stack in close proximity would return more environmental data than a perimeter walk, because monsters came from inside the dungeon and supply bags came from inside the dungeon and dungeon items carried system. Classifications. He found the mineral in the 3rd bag he opened. Not one piece, a collection of them, wrapped in cloth and pushed to the bottom of the bag under rations and tool materials. 12 pieces, each about the size of a large coin, dark with a surface quality that caught the light in a way that was subtly wrong for inert mineral. He held one and turned it and activated mind's lens on it. The system gave him the classification without preamble: resonance stone, dungeon grade, passive emission of sensory attractive frequencies in the range detectable by dungeon creatures with standard tracking capability. The passive emission was continuous and did not require activation. He looked at the bag. He looked at whose bag it was. The inventory task required him to track provenance, which he had been doing since he started. The bag belonged to one of Gareth's 4 fighters. A man named Voss who had been part of Gareth's group since before the camp merger and whose combat stats mind's lens had clocked as solid and unremarkable and who had said nothing that stayed in Taelo's memory since he arrived. Either Voss had found the stones and did not know what they were, or someone knew what they were and had given them to Voss. Taelo put the stones back in the bag exactly as he had found them. He finished the inventory. He brought the completed count to Cassiel under the guise of reporting results, which was the expected behavior of a person who had been assigned the inventory task, and while he was there he said, quietly and with the efficiency he used when information needed to transfer without attracting the attention of the room, what he had found and what the system had told him about it. Cassiel's expression did not change visibly. This was one of his capabilities, the face that processed significant information without broadcasting the processing. He said he understood and thanked Taelo for the thorough inventory, and they separated with the naturalness of a routine exchange. They watched Voss. Not together. Together would have been visible. Separately, from the positions they already occupied, with the peripheral attention of 2 people who had decided to observe something and understood that the observation needed to look like everything else they were doing. Taelo ran mind's lens on Voss's emotional state, anxious anticipation. Not the ambient anxiety of dungeon survival. The specific anticipation of someone waiting for a timer to run. An hour and 40 minutes into the cooldown, Voss stood. He said he was doing a perimeter check of the tunnel entrance, which was within the scope of the watch rotation Gareth had assigned him, and which was therefore not a deviation from his instructions and not something anyone had a clean reason to object to. He picked up his weapon and walked toward the eastern tunnel. Taelo was already moving. Not fast, not the movement of pursuit, which would have been visible. The movement of a person who was going in the same direction for their own reasons. Cassiel came from the other side on a line that converged with the tunnel entrance from the western approach, which also looked like his own reasons. They found Voss at the 3rd section of the tunnel, crouching at the wall, placing the 3rd resonance stone along the path. 2 others were already embedded in crevices behind him, positioned at the intervals of someone who had been told where to put them rather than someone deciding placement on instinct. Voss heard them and stood, and the anxious anticipation in his emotional state became something the system upgraded to caught. Cassiel said his name. Just his name. With the quality he used for things that did not need additional words. Voss broke down in the time it took Cassiel to say the one word, not dramatically, not the collapse of someone who had been holding something large, but the rapid deflation of someone whose plan had required not being caught and who had just been caught. He said it had been Gareth's idea. He said it with the apologetic speed of someone transferring accountability to a location away from themselves as fast as the words could carry it. He said the plan, resonance stones planted along the approach path, would draw a creature to the tunnel entrance during the 3rd portal window. The 4 remaining fighters loyal to Gareth would use the chaos of the engagement to establish a position between the portal and the rest of the group. Priority exit for Gareth's people, whether Cassiel agreed or not, whether the group structure supported it or not. Not a demand, a fait accompli, structured into the situation before anyone had a chance to object. Cassiel picked up the 3 stones from the tunnel floor. He did not say anything else to Voss. He walked back into the main chamber and he found Gareth and he told him, in the quiet direct register he used for things that were not open to discussion, what they had found and what Voss had said. He did not raise his voice. He did not perform the anger that the situation had earned. He delivered the information with the clarity of a man who had already decided that clarity was more effective than volume and was right about that. Gareth did not deny it. He looked at Cassiel and then at Voss and then at Cassiel again, and his expression moved through the progression of a man who has had a plan exposed and is calculating forward from exposure rather than backward from intent. He said the dungeon was running out of time for everyone and that someone had to make hard decisions. He said it in the tone of a man who was not apologizing but was also not escalating, who was moving to the frame of principled pragmatism because that frame had more room in it than caught. Cassiel said that they were not doing this. His voice had a different quality than usual. The same volume, the same economy of words, but with something under it that was not frustration or anger, was the quality of a person who has held a position on something for the length of a dungeon and is arriving at the place where holding it is no longer sufficient and stating it clearly is the only option. He said they were 47 people who had made it this far together, and whatever Gareth's calculation was, his calculation was going to get people killed. Gareth said sometimes people got killed. The chamber went the particular quiet of a room that has just heard the thing beneath the argument stated out loud. Bowen had his club in his hand, which was not a deliberate decision. It was the decision his body made when the room moved into this register, the automatic preparation of someone whose instinct for when situations became physical was reliable. Gareth's 4 fighters had shifted their weight with the same instinct. The 9 people in the chamber were 3 seconds from a different kind of confrontation than any the dungeon had produced. Seraphine stepped between them. She did not touch either man. She moved into the space between Cassiel and Gareth with the same economy. She moved through everything, and she stopped there, and she said something. No one else in the chamber heard it. Not because she whispered. The chamber's acoustics would have distributed a whisper. She spoke at the volume she apparently decided the moment required, and the volume she decided the moment required was the volume that reached 2 men and not the 7 people standing at the edges of the situation watching it. Whatever she said took 6 seconds. Cassiel went still. Gareth went still. The stillness was not the stillness of men who had been silenced or overridden. It was the stillness of men who had received information that required processing before they could continue, who had been told something that reorganized the situation around them into a different shape than the one they had been operating inside. Cassiel's expression moved through something and arrived at a resolution that looked like standing down with purpose rather than standing down with defeat. Gareth's expression moved through something more complicated and arrived at the face of a man who had made a calculation, and the calculation had come out differently than it had been running. Gareth said, to the room and to Cassiel and to no one specifically, that the third group exited together. He said it without elaboration. He walked to the western wall and sat down, and his 4 fighters recalibrated around him, and the room exhaled. Taelo looked at Seraphine. She had stepped back from the space between the 2 men and was in her standard position, off-center, systematic, reading the room through the aftermath. He turned mind's lens on her the way he had turned it on her a dozen times in the last week, the practiced reach of a skill that had developed from the accumulated use of a dungeon's worth of hard situations. The lens ran. It ran longer than a standard scan. Not the loading pause of her first profile, which had been the system handling unprecedented data volume. This was different. The pause of a system encountering an active condition rather than a passive one, of a skill reaching toward a profile and finding that the profile had something running on it that the skill needed to account for. The result appeared. Not an emotional state. Not a word in the category where interested and observing and unknown status had appeared. An error. The first one mind's lens had ever returned. The system's notation for the condition where a scan had been run and had reached its target and had been refused at the point of entry, where the information existed but access to it was blocked by something the skill was not equipped to override. Shielded. He read it. He was not bothered by it. He catalogued it the way he catalogued everything. Accurately, completely, without the editorializing of a response he had not decided to have. The word went into the file alongside bound and searching and interested and observing and the 2-word glitch of unknown status, into the growing document of a person who was becoming less readable to his primary capability the more significant she became to his situation. He was not bothered. He was, sitting against the chamber wall with 4 hours of cooldown remaining and a file that had just returned its first error, profoundly and specifically curious in a way that the system probably would have had a word for if he had been able to ask it. He started making the list. The portal did not deliver them anywhere good. This was apparent in the first 2 seconds, the light of the transit dissolving into something colder and darker than any zone they had moved through, the air hitting exposed skin with the specific quality of cold that had been cold for a long time and intended to stay that way. The floor under their feet was not stone. It was ice, thick, deep-layered, the kind that had been accumulating for longer than anyone in the group had been alive, and below the surface of it, shapes moved. Not creatures. Just movement. Just the suggestion of things that existed in the layer beneath visibility and had no urgency about being seen. The system announced the sealed sovereign layer with the neutrality it used for all announcements, which was the neutrality of something that did not distinguish between good news and the other kind. No exit behind them. The portal had closed. The trial ahead was the only door. Gareth said something about Cassiel. Cassiel ran the numbers with his eyes, scanning the layer with the read of someone who had survived something once and was checking whether the shape of what he was looking at matched any shape he already knew. Taelo was already moving the lens across the environment, pulling the zone data, reading the creature classifications before anyone had finished processing that they were in a new problem. The frozen valley stretched ahead of them. Long, cathedral-misted, with walls of ice on both sides that caught the layer's ambient luminescence, blue-white, sourceless, the light of a place that had decided on a color temperature and applied it without exception. It was beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when they are also trying to kill you. The mist moved between the ice walls with a slowness that was not wind but something else, something with pattern in it if you watched long enough. Taelo watched. The creatures were in the mist. Spectral, the system's classification came with a notation that other dungeon zones did not use. Incorporeal baseline, physical immunity constant, materialization window 4 seconds, trigger, attack initiation. They could not be touched. They passed through weapons and through people and through the ice walls themselves with the indifference of things that existed at a different frequency than the material world. They were immune to everything Gareth's fighters had. They were immune to everything Cassiel's sword could do. When they attacked, they became real. For seconds of solidity, the commitment to physical form that the act of striking required, and in those 4 seconds they could be hit, could be frozen, could be shattered by someone whose elemental affinity was specifically, completely, constitutively ice. Taelo explained the materialization window. Seraphine positioned herself. He called the rhythm by watching the creature's approach patterns in the mist, the drift becoming directional, the directional becoming committed, the committed becoming the lunge that triggered solidity. He called it the way he had called blade room windows and gravity pulse intervals and the regeneration gap on the Obsidian Warden. He called it and Seraphine responded to it, and 4 creatures dematerialized permanently in the way that things permanently dematerialize when she decides they should. For kills. The valley was navigable. Then one of Gareth's fighters charged. Not because he was stupid, because the waiting was a different kind of unbearable than fighting, because he had spent a dungeon learning that forward was the direction that produced outcomes and standing still produced death, because his instincts were correct for every situation except this one. He charged a drifting shape in the mist and the shape dematerialized before he reached it, and the 3 creatures adjacent to it felt the disruption and converged on the source of it simultaneously. Bowen put himself between the fighters and the swarm. This was what Bowen did. The 3 creatures materialized to strike and the 4-second windows overlapped, and it was chaos in the specific way that 3 simultaneous threats produce chaos. Not impossible, not fatal, but the kind of situation where everyone takes something, and what Bowen took was a strike to his left leg that landed in the window where the creature was solid, and his leg registered it with the certainty of bone and stress and an opinion about continued full weight bearing. He kept moving. He said it was fine. His face said it was not fine and would be dealt with later, which was Bowen's relationship with his own damage, a matter for after the immediate situation, always after, because Bowen had decided long ago that his body's objections were relevant information and not a reason to stop. They retreated behind a frozen outcrop. Taelo looked at the leg. Bowen met his eyes and the look said, "Keep going." The cathedral was at the valley's end. Gothic, ice-carved, the doors sealed by the guardian that stood before them, spectral knight, twice human height, with a weapon that Taelo's lens flagged as the exception to the incorporeal rule. Intangible body, tangible weapon, the specific design of a trial that wanted the strongest physical threat neutralized first. It targeted Cassiel. Cassiel could not touch it. He ran the angles, worked the timing, produced the best possible performance of a regressor with heroic stats against an entity that his sword passed through, and the performance was genuinely impressive and accomplished nothing because the physics of the situation were not interested in impression. Gareth's fighters tried and achieved the same nothing with less grace. Seraphine stepped forward. She fought the spectral knight alone, and she fought it the way she fought everything, with the complete application of what she was, no performance, no theatrics, the terrifying competence of total integration against a creature that was made of something she was the natural opposite of. She was not winning cleanly. The intangible weapon hit her on the materialization of its swings with the force of something twice her size that had been built specifically for this trial, and the hits accumulated in the patient arithmetic of sustained damage, and Taelo watched her health degrade in the lens with the precision of a metric he could not stop tracking. He told Bowen to stay. He walked forward. Not running. Not with the performance of urgency. He walked to the position beside her with his plain spear and his perception, 16 and his observation skill, and he stood there and she looked at him with an expression that had something in it he did not have a system word for yet. He said the weapon had a 2-second wind-up before each strike. She knew this. She had known it. She was tired and it was getting harder to hold the timing against the accumulation of everything the fight had taken, and hearing it stated outside her own head gave it the quality of anchor rather than instruction. She started timing it. She started winning. When the spectral night dissolved, the cathedral doors opened with the sound of something that had been sealed for a very long time receiving the correct answer. The light from inside was different from the valley's blue-white, warmer, directional, the light of a space that had a purpose rather than a climate. Seraphine stood in the entrance. Taelo stood next to her. She was breathing with the honesty of someone who had just asked everything she had to be enough and found that it was, barely, and was now in the moment between the barely and whatever came after. She did not look diminished. She looked like exactly what she was, something that had been tested at the limit and had held. She asked him why he had walked up there. He said he had been doing the inventory job Gareth assigned him. He said he had been calculating what the group could afford to lose and making sure the answer was not her. She looked at him. The cathedral waited behind the open doors, warm and purposeful, with the trial's final room somewhere inside it and 8 people at the valley's edge who needed to know the path was clear. Neither of them moved yet. The light from inside fell across them both, and somewhere in Taelo's mind's lens, the field where Seraphine's emotional state had returned shielded the last time he had tried to read it was running a new query, and the query was still processing, and he did not know yet what it would return, and for the first time in a dungeon full of things he had calculated in advance. He was waiting to find out. The cathedral was not what the outside of it had suggested. The outside had been what you expected from a structure built in a frozen valley at the end of a spectral trial, cold, severe, the architecture of something that had been designed to discourage approach. The doors they had just come through were the kind of doors that expressed, in the language of stone and scale, that whatever was inside had opinions about being entered. The outside communicated barrier. The inside communicated something else entirely. The ceiling went up further than the light could follow. Not darkness at the top, not the suggestion of a structural ceiling, but a genuine continuation of space that simply extended beyond what vision could resolve, as if the building had been built from the floor up and whoever designed it had never gotten around to deciding where to stop. The walls were ice, but not the same ice as the valley. This ice had been worked, had been shaped with intent, and what it had been shaped into was a record. Carvings covered every surface from floor to the point where the eye gave up trying to track them, dense and systematic, in a language that was not language but was clearly organized, clearly meaningful, the kind of notation that a system used when it was documenting something it considered important enough to put in stone. The floor was the thing. The floor of the cathedral's central chamber was a diagram. Not a decorative pattern, not geometric abstraction. A diagram in the precise sense of a technical document made physical, with lines and nodes and connecting pathways laid into the ice itself at a scale that required the full width of the chamber to contain. It was lit from below, the same blue-white of the valley's ambient glow but concentrated here, directional, coming up through the ice with the patience of something that had been illuminating this diagram for a very long time and would continue doing so without reference to whether anyone was present to see it. Taelo looked at it and ran mind's lens across it before anyone else had finished processing the ceiling. The system gave him the classification in the same format it gave everything: neutral, efficient, without the drama the situation probably warranted. The diagram was the layer's system architecture. The lines and nodes were not decoration but documentation. The dungeon recording itself, its own structure, the connections between the sealed sovereign layer and the broader dungeon system above it and the world above that. It was the dungeon looking at itself. And at the center of the diagram, at the convergence point of every line that radiated outward to the walls, was a circle. Empty. Waiting. The trial mechanism was in the circle. The group moved into the chamber in the configuration they had developed over the last 10 hours of the sealed sovereign layer. Cassiel at the front, Taelo slightly behind and to the right because that was where his read of the environment was most useful, Bowen moving with the controlled hitch of a man who had decided his leg was a condition to manage rather than a reason to reconsider, Seraphine occupying the space that she always occupied, which was slightly separate from any formation and entirely present. Gareth's 4 fighters spread across the rear with the wariness of people who had spent the valley learning that their instincts were unreliable here and were overcompensating by being slow. Petra walked in the middle of the group with the expression of someone who had been doing the math on every development since they stepped through the second portal and had arrived at a number they were not yet ready to share. When the last person crossed the threshold of the central chamber, the doors closed behind them. The circle at the center of the diagram lit up. Not dramatically. Not with the announcement of a boss encounter or the warning tone of a trap mechanism. The light in the circle simply changed quality, from the passive illumination of the diagram to something active, something that was now doing a specific job. And then the columns appeared. 9 of them. 1 for each person in the chamber. Each column was a shaft of light that rose from the floor to wherever the ceiling went, positioned equidistant from each other across the space of the central chamber, and each one positioned exactly where one of the 9 people was currently standing. The placement was not coincidental. The columns had appeared where the people were because the columns were for the people, and the people had walked to the positions the diagram had been waiting for them to occupy. The light in the columns was warm, not the blue-white of the ice. Golden, not the goddess's golden, not the announcement column that had started everything. A more private golden. The color of something that was examining you and had decided, provisionally, that you were worth examining carefully. Then the profiles appeared. Not in the way that mind's lens delivered data, not the information deposited into awareness, not the reading that happened inside Taelo's perception rather than outside it. These profiles appeared in the light of the columns themselves, projected into the space around each person in the form of glowing text, visible to anyone in the chamber who turned to look at them. The system had decided this was the moment for transparency, and it had not asked anyone's permission. Taelo read his own first, because it was surrounding him and because reading was what he did. The surface data was expected. His stats, upgraded from their day 1 numbers by the accumulated work of a dungeon that had been the most intensive development environment he had ever operated in, strength, 18, which was still bad but was not the 11 of the first room, agility, 16, endurance, 14, intelligence, 19, perception, 21. The perception upgrade had been the one he tracked most carefully because it was the one everything else ran on. The mind's lens skill, evolved, rated at current level. The class notation, Mind's Eye Practitioner, the one no one else had taken on day 1. Then the hidden section. Not the emotional state field, that was still running its standard operation, still returning results in real time. Below everything else, in the field that the system reserved for designations it considered structurally significant rather than individually descriptive, the field where the system had placed legendary on Daria's profile and bound on Seraphine's, there was something he had not seen before. He had never scanned himself at this depth. The self-scan he had tried had returned calculating and stopped there, because calculating was an emotional state and the lens had been reading emotions at that point and had read the most immediate truth and filed it. It had not gone deeper. The column was going deeper. The designation read, axis point. He looked at it. He read the system's descriptor, which was not a single word but a notation, the format the system used when the designation required context to be meaningful. It said, an individual whose presence and decisions alter the probability distribution of outcomes for all entities within proximity range. Not a combat designation. The system was clear about this. It was not rating his fighting capacity or his stats or his skill level. It was notating a structural role. The dungeon had been tracking him not as one participant among many but as something the trial's architecture considered load-bearing. He stood in his column and held this. Around him the chamber was doing several things simultaneously. He tracked them without turning from his own profile because tracking multiple things without directing his full attention at any of them was, apparently, what the system had decided to notate as structurally significant. Bowen looked at his own profile with the expression of a man who has just received a formal document summarizing things he already knew about himself. He read Guardian Class, read Immovable and Steadfast, read Battlefield Empathy, which the system had surfaced in full now, the notation more complete than what Taelo's lens had given him, and he nodded. He nodded with the specific nod of a person confirming something that needed no revision. He looked like himself, standing in his column, and then the column accepted the acknowledgement and went quieter. Petra's column showed selfish ambition in the same notation that Mind's lens had always given it, and Petra looked at it for about 4 seconds before she laughed. The laugh was not a performance. That was the thing about it. Taelo had seen all of Petra's performed reactions over the last week, had catalogued them by type and function and understood their relationship to her goals, and this laugh was none of those. This was the laugh that came out of someone who has seen themselves described from the outside for the first time and recognized the description before they could decide whether to accept it. She pressed one hand over her mouth after the laugh and the hand was not entirely steady, which told him more about Petra than anything she had done or said since she arrived at the camp. She stood in her column and she looked at selfish ambition and then she looked at the trait below it, which the column was showing her in full, the same trait that the system had noted as similar to Taelo's own profile, the high aptitude for identifying and leveraging social capital. And something on her face moved through a small and private journey that he did not have a word for and that she would never let anyone see in any other circumstance. The column accepted whatever she gave it. Cassiel's profile appeared and the chamber's air changed. Not the temperature, the quality of the attention. Every person in the room who was not currently absorbed in their own column turned toward Cassiel's, because Cassiel's column was showing something that made their own profiles feel like rough drafts. The stats were what they were, heroic, legendary, the distribution that Taelo had read on his first scan and which had told him that Cassiel's numbers were not the product of one dungeon run. And then the title, Regressor of the First Cycle. Projected in Cassiel's column in the warm golden light of the cathedral's examination, visible to everyone in the chamber, standing there with the patience of information that had been true all along and was now simply no longer private. Gareth stared at it. Cassiel did not look at any of them. He looked at his own profile with the expression of someone who had been carrying a weight and has just been told that the carrying is over and is uncertain yet whether the relief or the exposure registers first. His jaw was set. His eyes moved through the data around him with the systematic read of a man who was not surprised by what he was seeing but was processing the fact that everyone else was seeing it too. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Then Bowen said from his column, without any particular drama in his voice, that it made sense, actually. He said it had explained a lot of things. He said it in the tone of someone updating a file that now had its missing data entered. Gareth said nothing. His expression was the expression of a man who had been calculating the power dynamics of this group since he arrived and had just found out that one of his primary variables had been misclassified for the entire duration of the calculation. The face of someone rerunning every previous decision against a corrected dataset. Taelo looked at Cassiel's profile and then at Cassiel and then back at his own designation, access point. He thought about what it meant that the system had designated him structurally load-bearing in a trial that had also designated a regressor, an SSS-Rank Knight, and a woman carrying a world-tier elemental core that was still asleep. He thought about the specific way the dungeon had organized the group's exits. Daria through the first portal, himself in the last group, the architecture of it. He did not conclude anything yet. He filed it. Seraphine's profile appeared last. He did not know if the sequence was intentional, if the trial had ordered the reveals for effect or by logic or by the system's own hierarchy of significance. But Seraphine's column lit with a completeness that the others had not quite matched, the golden light there denser, the profile that appeared around her extending further in every direction than anyone else's had, and the room looked at it. Night, peak evolution, ice elemental affinity, total integration. The combat record that had scrolled when Mind's Lens first loaded her. Stats in every category at the ceiling of what the system's display scaling could accommodate, the numbers that said she had not been built for this dungeon, had been built for something else and had arrived here already finished. And the hidden status field. Bound. And beneath it, visible now to her as it had been visible to Taelo through the lens since the system updated it on the second night of their acquaintance. Searching. Seraphine stood in her column and she looked at her own profile. He was not looking at her face directly, he was looking at his own profile because that was the appropriate response to having your profile displayed around you, and he had the awareness of her in the peripheral register of perception, 21 the way he had the awareness of everything. But he had the angle that told him enough. She looked at Bound for a long time. Long enough that the chamber had settled into a quiet that was not uncomfortable but was deep, the specific quiet of 9 people each doing something private in a public space. She looked at Bound with the expression of someone reading something they have always known was true and are finally seeing in a form that could not be argued with. Then she looked at Searching. Her expression when she read Searching was different. Not the acknowledgement of something known, something else, the expression of someone encountering a description they recognize as accurate but have not previously found the right word for. She stood in the light of it. She did not move. Then she looked across the chamber. At him. He met her eyes. He was in his own column with Axis Point in the light around him, and she was in her column with Bound and Searching in the light around her, and the distance between their columns was maybe 20 feet of cathedral floor and diagram, and she looked at him and he looked back, and whatever the trial was measuring in the silence between the profiles had more data available to it now than it had had 30 seconds ago. Her eyes went to his designation. He saw her read it. He saw the quality of the reading, not the surface read, not the first pass assessment. The second read, the one that went further because the first read had made it worth going further. Axis Point. She looked at him and he looked at her, and neither of them said anything because the cathedral was not a place for saying things. It was a place for the recognition the trial required, which was not saying but standing in. Gareth's column had been showing him his profile since everyone else's had appeared and Gareth had not acknowledged it yet. The physical data was what it had always been, exceptional, the numbers of someone who had built himself deliberately for exactly this kind of world. His combat stats were the top end of the group with Seraphine accepted. His class had evolved. His titles reflected accomplishment. Gareth had never been the man he presented himself as at the expense of being genuinely capable. This was the thing Taelo had always held alongside the irritation, the recognition that Gareth was not wrong about his own capability, was simply wrong about its implications for everyone else's. And below everything, a trait the system called diminisher. The descriptor below it was the system's notation for someone whose operational mode actively suppressed the development of high-potential entities in their proximity, not through malice but through the specific mechanism of control, of organizing every situation around a hierarchy where Gareth was the top. The trait was not a condemnation. It was a classification. The system did not use negative language. But the trait said, in every group this person led, the ceiling for everyone else had been lower than it should have been, because the person doing the leading had a systemic need to be the tallest thing in the room. Gareth looked at it. He looked at it for longer than anyone had looked at anything in their own profiles. He stood very still with the expression of a man who is receiving something that arrived with the authority of a system that had been watching him and had no reason to be wrong. Taelo watched him. He watched the progression of it. The first response, which was the reflex of a man who had spent his life being told he was exceptional and was encountering the first notation that his exceptionalism had a shadow. The second response, which was slower and private, the kind of processing that happened in the space between self-image and new information. The third response, which was the one that mattered, which he did not yet know the shape of. Gareth reached out one hand. Not to strike the light. Not to dismiss the notation. He reached out and his fingertips touched the place in the column where diminisher was written, and he stood there with his hand in the light, and the light accepted the contact as the acknowledgement the trial required, and the column changed color, not dramatically, not a transformation, a settling. The light becoming the quieter gold of a column that had received what it was waiting for. The cathedral responded. All 9 columns dimmed simultaneously, and the warmth of the light redistributed into the floor, running through the lines of the diagram below their feet as if the diagram had been waiting for this input, the lines lighting in sequence from the perimeter inward toward the center circle. The process was slow and deliberate, not dramatic, the movement of a system completing a task that it had been running since before any of them were born. When the last line reached the center circle, the floor opened. Not catastrophically. Not with the rupture of the camp floor or the crack of the gravity chamber. It opened at the center of the diagram with the precision of something that had been designed to open and was now doing so because the correct conditions had been met. A shaft of light from below, different from the cathedral's interior light, different from the valley's bioluminescence, different from anything the dungeon had produced. Warm and directional and carrying the specific quality of light that exists because something outside is creating it rather than because something inside has been lit. The system announced, sovereign layer cleared. True exit accessible. Cassiel stood in the center of the chamber. He had not moved during the column sequence. He had stood in his own column and looked at regressor of the first cycle in the light around him, and he had looked at the people reading it, and he had not tried to explain it or qualify it or manage it. He had stood in it. Now he stood in the center of the cleared chamber and he looked at the group, all of them, including Gareth, and he said what he had not said in a week of carefully calibrated selective transparency. He said he had done this before. He said it short and direct. The economy of a man who has rehearsed saying a thing and has decided that the rehearsed version does not serve the moment as well as the plain one. He said the first time he had run this dungeon he had moved fast and alone and brilliant and he had made it to the exit and the world had still died. He said everyone who had not been with him at the exit had not made it to the exit. He said he had been brought back to the beginning of it with the specific gift of knowing what that outcome felt like. He said that was why the camp existed. That was why the first portal group was the injured and the non-combatants. He said he understood that not everyone would accept this explanation as sufficient and he was not asking for acceptance. He was providing the fact. The chamber held this. Gareth looked at Cassiel. His expression was not the same expression it had been before his column, not the calculating assessment of a man running political arithmetic. He looked at Cassiel with the expression of someone who has just received a piece of information that reorganizes several previous interactions and is sitting with the reorganization rather than rushing to respond to it. He said nothing. He nodded. The nod of a man who was filing something that required filing and choosing for the moment to file it rather than argue. Bowen put a hand on Cassiel's shoulder as he passed him toward the exit shaft, which was the specific gesture of a large man who does not have a lot of small gestures but whose few gestures mean what they mean completely. Cassiel looked at the hand. He nodded. They moved toward the shaft. Seraphine fell into step beside Taelo. He was aware of this the way he was aware of everything. Before she had fully arrived beside him, before the spatial relationship had completed, the peripheral read that was now as natural as breathing. She walked with him and neither of them said anything for the length of time it took to cross the chamber floor toward the exit light. Then she said she had seen his profile. He said he had seen hers. She said, axis point. She said the word with the quality of someone testing the weight of it in the air rather than saying it as a statement. She asked him what it meant to him. He said he did not know yet. He said the system had opinions about him that he was still reviewing and that he and the system were not always in agreement about the significance of its classifications. She was quiet for a moment. She said she thought the system might know something he did not. He said that was possible. He said the system also thought he was a genetic mistake and had said so on day one, and he had spent the subsequent period developing a working relationship with that assessment that involved taking the useful parts and leaving the rest. She made a sound. Not quite a laugh. Something adjacent to a laugh, the involuntary acoustic output of something finding a response funnier than it had expected to and not having decided yet whether to let that be visible. He filed it with the care he reserved for firsts. He said, searching. She did not answer immediately. He said the status had updated from bound to searching on the second night she was in the camp. He said the bound status was still there underneath it. He said he had been watching both of them and he had not said so because it was not information he had been invited to share and because some information is more useful held than offered. She said, "When did you know?" He said the first scan. The first passive sweep in the camp chamber when she arrived with Gareth's group. He said the skill had hesitated on her in a way it had not hesitated on anyone else and had then returned more data than he had known it was capable of returning. She stopped walking. They were 10 feet from the exit shaft. The light from it was warm on both their faces, the outside quality of it suggesting space and air and a world that was not stone corridors and dungeon logic. Behind them the rest of the group was crossing the chamber floor, Bowen's uneven gait audible, Petra's quiet footsteps, Gareth and his fighters in the rear. She stopped and he stopped beside her because stopping when she stopped had become a thing his body did without consulting him, which was information he noted and set aside for later examination. She said, "You read everything?" He said yes. She said, "Do you know what you read?" It was not a question about capability. The quality of it was different from that. The question of someone who was asking whether the information he had collected included the information that was actually significant rather than the information that was adjacent to it. He looked at her. He said, "I know what the system shows me." He said, "I know that Bound has a history I cannot fully read and that searching is current and that Shielded appeared the night after the confrontation between Cassiel and Gareth and that the system returned interested in a boss chamber and observing in a portal argument and that what I do not know is what any of it means to you versus what it means to the system's notation." He said, "Those are different things and I have been careful not to confuse them." She looked at him for a long moment. The light from the exit shaft was behind him now. He had positioned himself between her and it without meaning to, and the light was falling over his shoulder and onto her face, and her face in it was doing the thing that her face rarely did, which was more than one thing at once. The systematic quality was there, the even assessment, it was always there, he did not think it turned off, but there was something under it that was not the stillness of a system running. There was something warmer and less organized. She said, "The last person who could read me was someone I trusted completely." She did not say what had happened to that person. He did not ask. The was in the sentence was doing its own work and he let it do it. He said, "The system says I alter probability distributions for entities in my proximity range." He said, "I do not know if that means anything practically." He said it like someone being honest about the limits of information they had just received, which was what he was. She said, "I think it means you change things without knowing you are changing them." He said, "Or it means the system made a notation that sounds important and I will spend the next 3 months figuring out whether it is." She said, "You spend a lot of time managing down expectations." He said, "I spend a lot of time being accurate about what I know and what I do not know and the gap is often larger than people expect." She looked at him and he looked at her and the exit light was warm and the rest of the group was almost to them and the cathedral was behind them with its record-covered walls and its diagram floor and its 9 columns that had shown 9 people their own truths in golden light. She said, "The searching started when I arrived at your camp." He held it. She turned and walked into the exit shaft and the light took her and he stood for 1 second at the edge of it before following, the second he needed to hold what she had said in the organized space where he kept the things that were going to matter, in the place next to Axis Point and decided still pending and the laugh that was not quite a laugh, and the first error mind's lens had ever returned. He stepped through the light. The dungeon closed behind them. The world opened ahead, cold air, real cold, not ice chamber cold but sky cold, the cold of a world that had weather rather than architecture, and above them the kind of dark that had stars in it rather than stone. Not the world they had come from. The dying world the goddess had told them about, the one that needed saving, the one that was the reason any of them had been pulled from their dinners and their showers and their cold rice in takeout containers. The system sent a notification. It appeared in Taelo's awareness with the timing of a system that had been waiting for the threshold of the exit to deliver it, holding the message for the moment of crossing. It told him that Mind's Lens had finalized new data on all entities present at the clearing of the sovereign layer. It told him the data had been updated and locked. It told him Seraphine's emotional state field had recorded a final entry for the layer. He read it. Decided. He stood at the edge of the dying world with his spear in his hand and the word in him and 8 other people emerging from the exit shaft around him, and somewhere ahead of them a world that was losing a war and had grabbed 200 people to help it win, and decided sat in him the way all the other words had sat in him, not with the performance of a response but with the quiet of someone who has received something real and is treating it accordingly. The world was cold and dark and full of things he did not yet know. He started making the list.